Welcome to Novel Love Hearing. Get ready for heart-pounding action, thrilling adventures with fresh and unique elements, a touch of romance, and a dash of harem. Everything you're craving is right here. We're excited to have you join us on this journey. So come along to Novel Love Hearing, we're waiting for you. As a small favor, please consider sharing Novel Love Hearing with your friends, family, in YouTube comments, on Discord, Reddit, or anywhere else you hang out online. Happy listening, and enjoy the ride. But after waiting for a long time, no one responded through the walkie-talkie. This made Wu Hang frown, but he could still see the skeletons guarding outside and the working members of the base. There were no problems with the base. Chi Hankai wasn't here. Stepping out of the dormitory, he saw a member of the base passing by and inquired, "Where is Chi Hankai?" Seeing that it was Wu Hang, the base member immediately became respectful. "Leader, the control desk sent over some blueprints this morning, and Sister Chi went with the convoy early on. The blueprints from the control desk were here." A few days ago, Chi Hankai did mention that the blueprints from the control desk were nearing completion. He, due to matters concerning Gold and Silver Island, had nearly forgotten about it. After contemplating for a moment, he decided, "Prepare a vehicle for me, I'm going to check out the airport area." "Right away, leader," the base member promptly replied. Before long, an off-road vehicle was driven over. Wu Hang brought the skeleton driver and his skeleton attendant, leaving the factory, heading towards the airport. At the airport, inside the room, Chi Hankai sat in an office chair, her straight legs clad in leather boots propped upon the desk in front of her. Having started the journey at dawn, she yawned one after another. Boom boom. The wide-open door was knocked, and someone said, "Sister Chi, there's a message from the radio. It's from the transport plane's captain, asking about landing conditions." "We're here." Chi Hankai immediately perked up. "Let's go over there and take a look." Together, they went to the radio room. As soon as they entered, they heard a voice from the radio. "This is YS-202 transport plane, calling Zinfu City Base, Yangtong City Airport." "This is Yangtong City Airport, please speak." "We are nearing the airport airspace and have spotted some weird creatures hovering. We are about to return." Everyone in the radio room was taken aback. Chi Hankai immediately picked up the microphone and said, "Don't turn back, those are our flying troops conducting aerial inspections, you may land normally." There was a brief silence on the other end. Then, with a hint of doubt, "Those flying beasts are yours?" "Yes, they are our dragon-type troops. I'll have them leave the airspace now, you can land normally." Saying this, she turned to the big head skull behind her and said, "Have the skeleton flying dragons leave that area." In the sky, the hovering flying dragons departed. From the radio came the voice again, "YS-202 requesting to land. You are clear to land, the runway has been prepared." Received. After ending the communication, Chi Hankai walked out with a few people. The people behind her whispered, "They don't have much courage." They were about to turn around and go back. "Nonsense, with those things flying in the sky, who would dare to approach? And they actually notified us, that's quite considerate. Why wasn't there any fighter jet escort or something? Having just one of these, and still able to come out to trade for supplies, they're already quite impressive. If they had all the equipment, they wouldn't need to come here to trade for food." "You have a point." They walked out of the hall. From a distance, they could see a transport plane descending from the sky. After a short distance, it slowly came to a stop. The cargo door opened, and several figures walked down from it. Chi Hankai led her people over to greet them quickly. In total, 5 people disembarked from the plane. The leader was a man in his 40s, with short hair and a square face, wearing a long down jacket, mature and steady. Following him were 4 people, 3 in short sleeves with empty hands, and 1 carrying a black briefcase. The 5 of them were observing the surroundings of the airport, full of skepticism and surprise. Skeleton soldiers armed with rifles, wearing leather armor, skeleton drivers clearing debris with forklifts, and mechanic skeletons changing tires on vehicles. The entire airport seemed like a base made up of skeletons. It seemed that skeletons were capable of handling all kinds of work. This was completely different from the information they had gathered from the radio. Chi Hankai hurried over with her people. "Chi Hankai, vice leader of Zinfu City, welcome the leadership from the headquarters." "Haha." The middle-aged man laughed, shaking hands with her while saying, "LV Chin, currently serving as 3rd grade commander in the disaster relief headquarters, responsible for discussing cooperation with Zinfu City base." "Commander LV, hello. Don't be formal, just call me by my name." Chi Hankai smiled, "Please come inside, let's go in and talk." "Sure." The group entered the airport lobby and moved into the conference room that had been prepared in advance. Hot tea and pastries were served on the slender white conference table. A bit modest, but in the end of the world, presenting these to guests was already quite generous. Chi Hankai and LV Chingen sat on opposite sides of the wooden table, with the others taking seats further back. LV Chingen directly said, "We've brought one set of thermal power plant blueprints, 520 kilograms of gold, and 728 kilograms of silver." Chi Hankai nodded slightly. The blueprints and the gold were delivered. Though the amount of gold seemed significant, with the commercial streets full of gold shops in the province, it was enough to accumulate such quantities. There was nothing too surprising there. "Okay, the terms of the exchange remain as we previously negotiated," Chi Hankai said. LV Chin also smiled, fearing that he had come all this way only for the other party to not have food to offer. Glancing back, the people cooperating with Leader Chi, go unload the goods and check them. One of them stood up and followed Chi Hankai's people out of the conference room. LV Chin turned his head to look at another side, show Leader Chi the list. The briefcase was opened, and a list was pushed across the table. "This is our list of items available for trade. You can order whatever you need from this, and we can discuss the prices." Chi Hankai looked down at the list. Rifles, machine guns, machine cannons, rocket launchers. Radios and bulletproof vests were also on the list. It looked like an armament procurement order. "Has the headquarters been able to normally produce so much already?" Chi Hankai asked curiously. This selection was far greater than what was offered during the trade with the provincial rescue team. LV Chin hesitated for a moment before explaining, "Not exactly, we just have sufficient stock, and taking some out for exchange also supports the combat capabilities of various places." "Oh, I understand. I'll need to go back and discuss what we need, so I'll keep this paper with me for now." "Certainly." LV Chin nodded and then took out 2 more papers from the briefcase. He pushed them in front of Chi Hankai and introduced, "These are 2 other matters I want to discuss. The first is the inspection of superpowered men. We have enough scientific personnel to conduct some checks on those who have awakened superpowers." Chi Hankai's brow furrowed instantly. LV Chin quickly said, "It's not anything too complicated, we just need some blood samples. It will help us better understand what kind of changes are taking place that have caused so many people to develop superpowers." Chapter 536, I Give Up, Don't Waste Time Anymore. Chi Hankai didn't answer and looked down at the document in her hands. Superpowered Man Examination Agreement and Instructions. In other words, the central platform was researching superpowered men to see what kinds of changes had occurred that allowed people to manifest different types of superpowers. In the past, Chi Hankai would definitely have supported this work. Who knows how many people were waiting for headquarters to research an elixir to find them a way out. But now, her thoughts had changed somewhat. In the base, there were only 2 people with awakened superpowers. Her own was not rare, and with the other party coming here and saying so, it was clear they wanted Wu Heng's blood samples. And now, with the base developed to this extent, the bases in all 4 cities relied on Wu Heng alone to sustain them. How could she let him take risks or encounter any unforeseen dangers? "Commander LV, this matter also needs to be conveyed to our leader. Some results will be notified to you afterward," she said. "Of course," LV Chin replied and then added, "It's just a normal blood collection and analysis, no different from drawing blood in a hospital, and if there are any breakthroughs, it will be a big deal that can change the current landscape." "I will convey it as it is," Chi Hankai replied indifferently. LV Chin continued, "The second piece of paper outlines our superpowered man training program. It is meant to strengthen the body or for those survivors who have already taken a level 1 corpse core, to gather them all at headquarters for training to change their constitution, and then take the corpse core. The success rate could increase by 10%, allowing more people to awaken superpowers." Chi Hankai glanced at him. This second matter still concerned the consumption of corpse cores and the matters of awakeners. It seemed that the central platform placed great importance on this. "Hasn't a virus serum been researched yet?" Chi Hankai changed the subject and asked directly. The survivors now hoped more for the emergence of the serum. Otherwise, the zombies spread too quickly among humans. "Ah. Not yet, or to say, it might take a very long time if it is done," he sighed. "Isn't the virus released by other countries?" Chi Hankai continued to inquire. When the virus outbreak erupted, there were curses all over the broadcasts. Even if she didn't pay much attention to the virus war, it was always mentioned, and it stuck in her mind. "Perhaps not, it may be a rather mystical virus," LV Chin said, his tone also becoming grave. Chi Hankai sighed and said, "I will report these matters clearly to the leader, and as soon as there are some results, I will immediately notify you." "Okay, what should the leader of Xinfu City be called?" he asked. "His surname is Wu. If Leader Wu is present next time, I would like to pay a visit in person." "You're too polite, Commander LV," Chi Hankai said with a sense of pride in her heart. Being treated with such courtesy by the central platform, it seemed that only their civilian refuge was left. While they talked, the person who had gone out earlier came back. The trade has been completed. We will head back first then. If you need to order anything, let us know in advance, and we will bring it with us next time, he said. Alright. Chi Hankai stood up to see them off. While walking out, LV Chan looked at the skeletons working around. Can these skeletons do everything? The matter of the skeletons was somewhat known across channels, and it really wasn't a secret. But it seemed that only here had there been superpowered men who controlled skeletons. The whole network hadn't heard of a second case. They can complete most tasks, but they struggle with more advanced work, Chi Hankai said. What about their numbers? There seems to be quite a few, he continued. As for the numbers, they're just enough to protect our safety, Chi Hankai replied more vaguely. Then, which type of corpse core suitable for awakening did your leader consume? He asked. I'm not very clear on that, and it's not really appropriate for me to ask. Haha, I'm asking too many questions. Getting on in years makes me like to pry into everything, he said. They walked out of the airport terminal, and LV Chan and his group boarded the plane. Then they started it up and took to the skies. Only after they left did Chi Hankai look over the supplies they brought, and then she headed towards the hall. Just as she reached the hall, a base member came down from the second floor. Sister Chi, the leader is in the room on the second floor and wants you to come over. Chi Hankai paused, turned back at once. Wu Hang had come. Alright, I know. She promptly replied and made her way upstairs. She pushed the door and entered the room. Only to see Wu Hang sitting in the chair. Chi Hankai asked with a smile, when did you get here? Just arrived too. Then why didn't you meet with the people from the central platform? They proposed many things that I couldn't answer, Chi Hankai said as she sat down beside him. That's for next time. Besides, you negotiating is no different from me negotiating, he said. Chi Hankai smiled and then recounted to him what the other party had talked about. There was also a list of military supplies and 2 agreements. In fact, he had heard the latter part of the conversation just now. Especially the blood sample and a superpowered man training program. Actually, none of it was suitable for them. Summoning skeletons was part of his professional ability, not much related to superpowers. And superpowered man training was fundamentally about gathering more manpower for headquarters, bringing all capable people from various places together. Chi Hankai said, the superpowered man training program sounds good, but it still can't compare with the elixir on our side. Wu Hang took a sip from his teacup and asked, do you think having more superpowered men would be better? Chi Hankai thought for a moment and said, everyone wants to be stronger, even if they don't participate in combat. Having a healthier body in the current environment is very necessary. People with weaker bodies in the base are prone to illness, and the medicine scavenged from the hospitals will eventually expire. Wu Hang also began to ponder this statement. Is it just about having a better constitution? We don't need to fight, but I feel having a stronger body and being more resistant to danger is better. That makes sense, Wu Hang nodded and stood up, saying, let's go and check out the goods that were delivered. If the headquarters asks about the last 2 agreements, just tell them we disagree directly. I'll look at the weapons procurement later. Okay. The 2 of them left the room together and went to the open space outside the airport to check the exchanged blueprints and gold and silver. There was a thick box of blueprints, and the gold included not only jewelry but also gold and silver bars. The harvest this time was still quite substantial. With a wave of his hand, he put them directly into the space ring. In the afternoon, he and Chi Hankai and others checked the vicinity of the airport and then followed the convoy back to the military factory. He made copies of the blueprints for backup, while collecting all the previously copied association manuals. Then, through the boundary door, he returned to Gold and Silver Island. Stepping out of the boundary door. As Wu Hang descended the stairs, Minnie and the others had already prepared dinner. They all sat down at the dinner table. Wu Hang asked, nothing's the matter, right? Nope, everything's pretty normal, Minnie replied. Andre Willow also said, things have mostly returned to normal, and the city hall is processing the pensions for the deceased guard team members. They should be delivered to their families in a few days. Good, as long as everything is fine. The group had dinner together. Wu Hang went upstairs and returned to the study. Sitting down at the desk, he released 2 ghosts. Ha. It's dark again, Zhao stuck her head out from the wall and remarked. Glenda said, didn't you say you were going to raise our levels, huh? Have you forgotten? Wu Hang smiled, I haven't forgotten. I was just held up with some things today. I'll handle it in the next few days. Why, are you in a hurry? Not exactly in a hurry, but I felt quite in danger last time. It's quite important to be able to level up. Wu Hang agreed, I'll try to get it done as quickly as I can. Okay, Glenda acknowledged. Wu Hang continued to take out all the blueprints he had obtained that day. I'll need your help with these. What's up, being so polite for what? Glenda looked at the blueprints. I have some blueprints here that I need you to translate. Then, I'll have the mechanist start production, Wu Heng said. Okay, I'll handle it for you. Glenda agreed and took the blueprints to the side to begin modifying and marking them. Fearing that she might be assigned a similar task, Zhao kept unusually quiet, carefully turning the pages of a comic book in the corner. Wu Heng sat in the chair, pondering the matters Chi Hankai had spoken of. The superpowered man project mentioned by the headquarters reminded him of his initial arrangement for the two worlds. An elixir to improve constitution in the other world, ensuring it could not be replicated. Professional scrolls, on the other hand, were for trustworthy survivors to change professions and enhance their abilities. Ordinary people could change professions to become warriors or fist masters, whereas some scientists could become investigators or mechanists, among other professions. Only, with time, he had slightly forgotten about this matter. We can start by having Chi Hankai and Liang change professions and see the effects before considering other people. After thinking for a while, the sky outside the window had darkened. Wu Heng went back to the bedroom to rest. The next day, in the morning, Wu Heng headed to the association to take out the printed association manuals and guidelines for action. Zai Ligui took out two and looked at them closely. Nicely done, the handwriting and the paper are both good. When we do things, we have to do them the best, Wu Heng said confidently as he sat down. Zai Ligui called the staff to move these manuals out. Some would be kept at the association, while others needed to be registered and sent to other local branches. Then, Zai Ligui stood up and said, "Let's go, we're going to visit the dungeon." Wu Heng frowned, remembering his pirate friend Philippa who had been locked up. Following her, he walked out of the study. They headed for the association's dungeon. The dim dungeon was filled with a damp, rotten smell. The two stopped in front of a cage. Inside the iron cage, a disheveled man with a scruffy appearance slightly lifted his head to look outside. When he saw Zai Ligui in armor and Wu Heng in a robe with black hair, but no sign of Philippa, a look of helplessness and despair flashed in the man's eyes. After such a long time, there was still no solution. Captain of the Flying Fish Pirate Group, Babuzzy, charged with robbery, murder, killing association members, do you plead guilty? Hey. I admit it, don't waste time on this. Chapter 537, made an agreement with the elder. Though Babuzzy was reluctant, he still maintained his last bit of dignity. Every pirate understood what their ultimate fate would be, either to die at sea or at the hands of the association. Having survived the Great Battle of the Emerald Sea and now to die behind the Pirate King and the major pirate groups was already a matter worth boasting about. It was worth it. Hearing the other's attitude, Zai Ligui raised an eyebrow but proceeded with the original plan. Babuzzy, the association plans to give you a chance, it's up to you whether you take it or not. Just having adjusted his mentality, ready to nobly embrace death, Babuzzy's movements suddenly froze. He wanted to curse at the association, to shout a few lines about how a brave warrior of the sea would never submit, but he swallowed the words back. He asked tentatively, what kind of chance? No one wanted to die, otherwise he wouldn't have waited for Philippa to find connections for him. Hearing there was a chance to live, he naturally wanted to seize it. Zai Ligui folded her hands behind her back, looking at him. We've been investigating an evil cult recently, and we just happen to need someone to serve as an informant. Your identity is quite suitable. Babuzzy frowned. So the association wanted him to be an informant. It was the same old tactic of the association. But the association always kept its promises in this regard, and Philippa had also freed herself from being a pirate by being an informant for the association. What evil cult? I've never had any contact with evil cults. Zai Ligui explained, the Heaven Destiny cult, a recently established church, doesn't have many members yet and is recruiting strong individuals everywhere. With your level, you should be able to mix in either as a sect guardian or a key member. Wu Heng, on the side, also understood the reason he was brought here. So it was to arrange for Babuzzy to be an informant. With his identity, investigating the Heaven Destiny cult was indeed a good idea. Babuzzy thought for a moment, are there any other choices? Yes, hanging or beheading, you are Philippa's friend, you may choose one. Zai Ligui said in an even tone, but the words were somewhat frightening. Babuzzy wiped the sweat from his forehead, if you release me now, won't they suspect me? They are not pirates, and they don't pay attention to the Emerald Sea. By the time your bounty is increased, they won't have time to verify your identity, Zai Ligui replied. Babuzzy didn't have many options, either to die now or to take a gamble by going out. Any sane person would choose the latter. If he was lucky enough to obtain some intelligence, that would be considered meritorious. Even if he didn't get any intelligence, he could still live a while longer. To what extent do I need to go to be considered as having completed your task? Babuzzy continued to ask. Just one thing, find out who the bishop of the Heaven Destiny cult is. If you can provide information about the locations of the cult's bases or the identities of some of their key members, that will also be recorded in your file and be helpful for your future, Xyligui said softly, looking at him. Babuzzy took a deep breath. I agree and am willing to cooperate with you. Release him, Xyligui ordered. Wu Hang looked to his side as the skeleton attendant stepped forward and unlocked the cage. Babuzzy cautiously stepped out, eyeing both people and the skeleton attendant behind them. Xyligui tossed him a hooded garment. Put it on and come with us. Babuzzy caught it and carefully put it over his head. He followed them out of the dungeon. He did not choose to run away or do anything else. Such a rare opportunity to save his life, he didn't want to be thrown back into the cell or be sent straight to the gallows. They headed towards the steward's office. After a short wait, the door to the room was knocked on, and a guard captain with a long sword attached to his waist entered. Steward, Island Master. Xyligui nodded, indicating with her eyes the unkempt pirate. The captain of the Flying Fish pirate group Babuzzy is given a chance by the association to redeem himself by investigating the intelligence of Heaven Destiny cult. Transfer him to you, sign a slavery contract with him and gather some intelligence for us on a regular basis. After saying this, she pulled out a slavery contract, placed it on the table, and pushed it towards him. The guard captain looked at the other party without any surprise or questions. It seemed he was informed of this matter in advance. He nodded, yes, steward, and immediately brought out the contract to sign with Babuzzy. After the signing was concluded, Xyligui continued, find a chance to release him and explain the detailed information about the Heaven Destiny cult. Yes. I will take him back now and send him off the island tonight. Fine, you arrange it yourself. The captain nodded, taking the pirate and leaving the office together. After the two had left, Xyligui finally spoke, handing him over to the first team makes it easier to gather intelligence, and it will be more convenient to record it in the archives. Wu Hang answered with a smile, you've arranged it well. He gets to save his life, and it also serves as an explanation to Philippa. Getting such an opportunity was already quite remarkable. He couldn't ask for much more. Moreover, the Heaven Destiny cult was involved with a level 18 professional, and their bishop would certainly not be below this level. Coupled with human sacrifices and the killing of association stewards, the situation was quite serious. Sending Babuzzy to collect information was also a stroke of good fortune for him, granting him such a chance. Otherwise, he would have been doomed without a doubt. I was worried you wouldn't be satisfied, so I explained. But don't tell others about it when you tell Philippa, it still needs to be kept secret, Xyligui said with a smile. Okay, I will tell her when the time comes, Wu Hang nodded. Xyligui continued, oh yes, about the funding for the port construction, the association didn't approve it. They said that the association already assists with local security, and the port construction should be funded by Gold and Silver Island itself. They didn't approve it after all. Wu Hang stroked his chin. He felt that constructing the port could be beneficial both to Gold and Silver Island and the association. But in the end, it was not approved. Yeah, I thought it wouldn't come through. If it were up to your plan, the association would also have to pay for road construction in other cities, Xyligui said. You can't say that. Having an exclusive port is convenient for our own use, Wu Hang emphasized. Anyway, it's not approved, so it's no use telling me, Xyligui pouted. No problem, if we don't get approved, we will fix it ourselves, Wu Hang smiled and continued, is there any news from the association about the artifacts that restrict ghosts? Just sent it up, I feel certain there are corresponding artifacts, but the likelihood of them being given to us for free is pretty slim. As long as there is one, that's enough, said Wu Hang. The two sat in the room and chatted for a while. Someone came to report to Xyligui, and Wu Hang didn't linger. After saying goodbye, he left the association and took a carriage to Lighthouse Street. The carriage moved slowly. Pulling aside the carriage curtain, he could see the guard team patrolling outside the window. After the incident with the Heaven Destiny cult, the frequency and manpower of patrols on the island had increased. Wu Hang was also considering equipping each team with communication devices to establish a transmission center on the island for more convenient personnel deployment. The carriage stopped in front of Conch Tavern, and Wu Hang got out and walked into the tavern. At this time, the tavern wasn't crowded. There were only 2 tables of customers, drinking and chatting away. Wu Hang greeted Millicent behind the counter and went straight upstairs. He entered the innermost private room. Just as he sat down, the door was pushed open, and Philippa, in a brown blouse and beige long skirt, walked in directly. Seeing Wu Hang, she ran up and pounced on him. Wu Hang stood to catch the figure hurling toward him. If I hadn't reacted in time, you could have flown out of the window. No way. Philippa looked up at him. I haven't seen you in such a long time. The day before yesterday, you just returned from the Island Lord's mansion. Ah. Is that so? But I still missed you so much. Philippa snuggled into his embrace. Wu Hang held her and patted her lightly. I came to tell you, your pirate friend will be released in the next couple of days, so don't worry anymore. Really? I had already chosen a grave for him. Wu Hang frowned. Do you even want him to come out? Philippa immediately said, of course I do. It's better if he can come out. Just tell me which day, and I'll pick him up. Wu Hang lowered his voice to explain, you can't go pick him up. Zai Ligui has given him a chance to redeem himself by collecting some intelligence. His identity is secret, and you going to pick him up could mess things up. Philippa's eyes widened. Can he do it? There must be quite a few people out there who know he was caught by the association. No worries, he's not one of the pirates from the Emerald Sea, most likely he'll be going inland. That's good then, that's all I can do to help him, Philippa said. Yep, whatever happens next is up to his own fate. Philippa cupped his face and kissed him deeply. Thanks, Daddy, you're the best. Wu Hang lightly patted her hip. You've earned this with your effort. I love hearing you talk, said Philippa, as she began to take off her blouse. Wu Hang was startled, grabbing her hand. What are you doing? What else? Going to sleep, you. Philippa glanced downward. Is it inconvenient today? What are you talking about? I have to go out later. Come to the manor tonight. What about Millicent? Millicent? Wu Hang looked at her quizzically. What about her? Leave her at home. I don't feel at ease. I'll come over during the day, and then at night you can make old lady comfortable. Wu Hang pinched her cheek. The way you talk, it's just like a bandit. Hee hee. I've told you about the situation. I need to get going to handle some things. You can come to the manor when you're free. I'll have time around dusk. Okay, Daddy, got it, Philippa said. Wu Hang patted her head and left Conch Tavern. He went to the expanding construction site to take a look. Various construction machinery was working quickly, some construction workers were beginning to build houses, and a large group of laborers was assisting nearby. The progress was fairly rapid. It seemed that in no time, the area would be completed. He could then plan further expansion to the back. Wu Hang stood by and watched for a while before leaving the area. He went to an empty wilderness far away, put on the train captain's hat, and headed to Lopaz City. At the Snake Badge Consortium, he met with the person in charge, Ritili. He filled out a commission form and ordered 5 flame furnaces of different specifications. Upon returning to the manor, the sky had already darkened. Just as he walked into the living room, Minnie came over. Master, have you had dinner yet? Not yet, have it prepared, please. Okay, also, Sister Shayla has spoken on the radio, and you might want to check it when you have time, Minnie added. Shayla has sent a message? It seems the Wood-Elves have come to a conclusion as well. Alright, I'll go upstairs and have a look. Then I'll go and prepare your dinner, Minnie said cheerfully as she scurried off. Wu Hang went upstairs to the room with the radio. He picked up Shayla's record book and glanced at it, noticing new content had appeared. I've talked with the elders, and there are no issues. Representatives from Starflower will look for you to discuss cooperation. Chapter 538, Someone is performing a soul-guiding ritual. A few days ago, I had contacted Shayla. The Wood-Elves had essentially placed her under a form of soft imprisonment. There were no restrictions on food and living conditions, with the only condition being that she was not allowed to leave the city she was in. After realizing that Wu Hang was the biggest customer of Gold and Silver Island, the Wood-Elves wanted to maintain their partnership. They proposed that if they wanted to allow Shayla to return, they would have to maintain orders of no less than 200,000 gold within 3 years. How should I put it? There is a sense that if we spend this money, we will let Shayla go back, and you two can be together. In Wu Hang's view, he was already reliant on the Wood-Elves' food to supply the zombie world, in addition to ordering some weaponry, equipment, or explosives and copper ore. Reaching an order of 200,000 gold wasn't difficult. So he had agreed to it. Over the past few days, Shayla had also been discussing this matter with them, and it seemed she had found an answer. Wu Hang picked up the handset and gently tapped it. Shayla, can you hear me? Soon, Shayla's gentle voice came from the other end. Yes, I can, I'm painting. Ah, how did your talk with the elders go? Wu Hang asked. It's finished. I can return at any time. There will also be a merchant delegate coming to discuss the goods with you. A 3-year deal of 200,000 gold is somewhat stressful for Gold and Silver Island, especially since you've given those merchants a tax exemption, Shayla said with a somewhat somber tone. It's okay, having you back is worth more than anything else. I'm not worth 200,000 now. Priceless, far more than 200,000. Shayla's tone suddenly became a bit somber. There have been some adjustments with Starflower. I am still nominally the president of Starflower, but I no longer have any power to move or manage things. In simple terms, I'm just a figurehead now, maintaining the tribe's face outwardly. It doesn't sound good that a president has gotten involved with the small island master. Wu Heng listened, his brows furrowing in response. It meant that Shayna now had a title without any real power. It appeared to the outside world that nothing had changed, but in reality, she was no longer in charge. Seeing that Wu Heng was silent, Shayna jokingly said, "Do you regret not asking my sister for more money?" "I have some regrets now. I should have earned the money for my future life ahead of time." Wu Heng chuckled, "What's there to regret? With your abilities, it's their loss." "I hope that's the case." Wu Heng changed the subject, "When will you be back?" "I'll have Philippa pick you up. I'll arrange things in the next 2 days and give you advance notice when I'm ready." "Okay, that works," Wu Heng nodded. After thinking for a moment, he asked, "I want to purchase some ships to patrol Gold and Silver Island. Any shipyards you recommend?" "You've seen the ships from Starflower. They're big enough and sturdy enough. The dragon frames of the ships here are made of special wood materials, suitable for your use, though the price is a bit higher, of course." "All right, I'll place the order with Starflower then." Afterward, Wu Heng shared some of the recent events on the island with her. When she heard that Zai Ligui's sister had barely avoided assassination, there was a gasp. Assassinating a steward on the island was indeed not something ordinary people could dare to attempt. After they talked for a while and some visitors came to see Shayna, they ended their communication. Wu Heng went downstairs to eat, then, accompanied by 2 maidservants, went upstairs to rest. The next day, in the zombie world. Iron North Commercial Street. Boom. 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 After 3 bombings, the skeleton flying dragon roared back overhead. The dust settled on the street below. Littered with dismembered limbs and crumbling walls, flesh merged with the mud. But nearly 1,000 zombies were still converging on the road, howling and roaring as they charged toward them. Wu Heng glanced at the battlefield ahead and commanded firmly, "Prepare the spear array." Waves of spears from the array filled the entire road, aligning themselves into a solid and tightly formed wall toward the front. At the same time, he waved towards a position on the rooftop to one side. A strong light beamed down from above. In front of the spear array, a circular array took shape. This was Wu Heng's crafted soul-capturing jade flashlight. The soul-capturing jade was a special item he had obtained after he killed the Necromancer last time. It could capture the remnant souls of living beings or corpses, but the triggering condition required light to pass through the jade, projecting the array on its surface onto the ground. Wu Heng studied it for quite a while. Finally, he found a flashlight of about the right size and tied the jade to the front of the flashlight. As long as he turned on the switch and shone it on the ground, a complete array would appear. Now, it could be fully displayed. He could light a candle behind it or use the illuminating stone for a much better effect. However, the effect was diminished in sunlight. The location Wu Heng chose was also perfectly shaded by a building, so the array was in the shadow. Whether this special item worked on zombies or not would be seen this time. If it worked, then upgrading the levels of his 2 ghosts would no longer be challenging. He might even be able to cultivate a group of high-level ghosts. If it did not work, then he would just have to find another way in the other world by using regular living beings or corpses for transformation. As he thought about this, swarms of zombies had already flocked towards them. Snarling and crowding, they charged directly into the spear array. Their bodies were pierced by the spears, and the sounds of retreating claws and blades puncturing flesh echoed throughout the area. Wu Heng watched intently over the entire area. 2 ghosts, one on the left and the other on the right, waited in silence. "Will it work? What if we can't beat it once it appears?" Zhao said with some concern. "Remnant souls, low-level remnant souls. It's written in the book," Wu Heng replied. "What if the book is lying? Once it appears, we'll just have to look at it first, right?" Glenda added from the side, her gaze also fixed on the front. "Right." The 2, each paired with a ghost, whispered to each other. The battlefield in front began to change. A grotesque, unrecognizable remnant soul, like a translucent wisp of smoke, slowly drifted up into the sky. "It's true, there is one," Zhao pointed and shouted. Wu Heng was also pleased in his heart. "What level is it?" "Not even level 5, looks like it's only level 2 or 3. As they spoke, clusters of remnant souls, densely floating up from the ground, looked ferocious and bewildered as they spiraled upwards in the air. It was as though countless bubbles had been released from the ground. But the sight was indescribably terrifying. "They are all under level 5? Wu Heng asked again. "All under? Then hurry up and absorb them. During the daylight, these remnant souls might not last long before they disperse," Wu Heng urged. "Okay." Glenda was the first to fly out, wrapping around a remnant soul and devouring it amidst its screams. Zhao clenched her fists and pumped herself up several times. With Wu Heng's urging, she also rushed into the battlefield, beginning the absorption process. For a moment, Skeletons and zombies clashed below, while the two ghosts above began to hunt the rising remnant souls. The ghost's level has increased to level 10, Constitution +1, Perception +1, Intelligence +2. The ghost's level has increased to level 11. The ghost's level has increased to level 13. The two ghosts leveled up one after the other, especially Zhao, who, feeling no danger, began to chase after the remnant souls. Their levels increased in succession. Now she didn't say she was afraid of ghosts anymore and chased after those unconscious ghosts, escaping all over the sky. In the distance, atop a high-rise residential building, a slovenly girl wrapped in a quilt, watching outside the window, suddenly widened her eyes. Turning around, she shouted, "Mom, someone is conducting a mass for the zombies. I can see their souls ascending to heaven." Chapter 539, Paranormal Phenomenon. What are you talking about? Move away from the window, don't let the zombies below notice us. Behind her, the nagging voice of a woman followed. Really, it just happened in the direction of the explosion sound. Good for their souls, a high monk must be liberating them from suffering, so they won't be in pain anymore. The girl continued to look outside. The equally disheveled middle-aged woman, following the direction of the other's gaze, looked towards the distance. The empty sky. There were no souls to be seen. Occasionally, one could see a couple of bone dragons circling in the distance. Stop talking nonsense, it's frightening. Mom, were the ones who brought us food last time these kinds of bone dragons? The daughter asked again, looking into the distance. The mother pulled most of the curtain closed, leaving only a slit to see the outside scene. It's similar, I hid far away and caught a glimpse last time, but I'm not sure if it was that kind of flying dragon. The daughter tilted her head and thought, could it be the people from Zinfu City, fighting zombies over there and then liberating the souls? How could that be? Killing zombies is not that simple. Rescue teams can't even get in, let alone those civilian bases. But, they're the only ones who have brought us food, and all those things you mentioned, they just shout slogans on the radio every day. The daughter argued. They will come to rescue us, the radio said they are organizing military forces. The daughter pondered again, I feel like we should go out and have a look. The zombies were drawn away by the battle in the distance, it should be pretty safe. If we go downstairs and encounter even a single zombie, we won't come back, it won't be something you can fix with a couple of cold pills. The mother said. But we'll talk about it later, we still need to be cautious. As the mother and daughter spoke, the radio behind him emitted a grating static noise, followed by intermittent, faint voices. This is the Zinfu City Rescue Team, we have arrived at Iron North Commercial Street, and we have cleared the surrounding zombies. Nearby survivors can move towards us. When coming over, you will see skeletons, those are our soldiers, please do not make any attacks or provoke them to avoid unnecessary casualties. The mother and daughter whipped around. Surprise was evident in their eyes. It really was the Zinfu City base, they had truly come into the city to rescue people. Commercial Street thoroughfare. The battle between skeletons and zombies was over. The ghosts wandering in the sky were hunted down and devoured one by Zhao and Glenda. When the last ghost was absorbed, ghost level has increased to 15, Constitution +2, Intelligence +3, Ghost unlock straight, Paranormal Phenomenon, Glenda had leveled up to 15. By level, she had reached the 3rd tier. Wu Heng opened the ghost panel and took a look at the newly appeared trait, Paranormal Phenomenon. Paranormal Phenomenon, in the areas where the ghost lingers, it can actively affect the 5 senses of nearby living beings, causing them to experience strange noises, cold seeping into a hall with blazing fire, the stench of death permeating a clean room, or corpses crawling out of graves. The ghost can control the type according to the corresponding scene. Wu Heng looked at the newly appeared trait, his brow slightly furrowed. From the description, it seemed more like an enhancement of a ghost's fantasy. It affected the senses of living beings, whether it was strange noises, cold seeping into a hall with a roaring fire, or the stench of decay in a clean room. It was an influence on hearing, vision, and smell. That's not to say it was useless. It seemed mainly for scaring people. The professionals in the other world were very sensitive to changes in their surroundings, and if something like this happened, it would make them even more alert. So its usefulness was not that great. It might be fine for frightening ordinary people, but scaring people didn't seem all that useful. We'll see later if there's anywhere it can be useful. Uncle, they're all gone. Zhao flew down. With this upgrade, Zhao had also reached level 13. Although there was a big difference in the levels between the two ghosts before, now the gap was widening. Wait for next time, you guys need to rest as well. Wu Heng said. Okay. Zhao replied, then rested on his shoulder. Uncle, did you see me killing in all directions just now? I was never this amazing even when I was in kindergarten. What, did you guys have a killing in all directions at kindergarten? No, I mean just playing with the kids. Zhao drifted to the other side, but I was really great today. Glenda added, Zhao, you were indeed amazing today. Hee, Zhao giggled. As they talked, skeletons dragged various corpses over. Evolved zombies and mutated zombies were lined up in front of them. Wu Hang converted them one by one, then collected the dropped corpse cores. After converting the evolved zombies and mutated zombies, they continued down the road releasing Battleground of Remains to convert all the corpses into skeletons. The whole street was filled, as dense and endless as a sea of skeletons. Chi Hang, tell the convoy to come over, let's plunder the nearby shops. Wu Hang pressed the walkie-talkie. Roger that. The convoy started up behind him, making its way through the path cleared by the skeleton troops. They pulled up alongside, and a large group of survivors got out of the vehicles and began to loot the shops along the way. They took the important items, carrying them away first. The survivors got busy. Chi Hankai walked over from the rear of the convoy. We've got 13 survivors, all from various shelters nearby. The food distribution last time did have an effect. Hearing it was our convoy, they all came over. Wu Hang turned to look towards the rear of the convoy. At the tail of the vehicles, quite a few people were gathered. Men and women, ragged as if they had emerged from the wilderness, lined up to receive some of the flatbread and fresh water brought by the convoy. Chapter 539, Paranormal Phenomenon. Wu Hang felt something and looked toward the middle of the queue. A little girl, around 10 years old, was staring straight at him. She occasionally looked up at the sky and then at her own shoulder. In her eyes was full of confusion and incomprehension. These people used to live here, their families should be quite well off. Chi Hankai spoke up again from the side. Wu Hang turned his head to look at her. Yeah, take a tally of their ages and professions, and we'll assign jobs when we get back. Note down anyone with special abilities separately. Understood, someone's already taking registrations. Good. After waiting by the side of the road for a while, the survivors began loading various items onto the trucks. When the preparations were almost complete, the convoy turned around, heading in the direction of the military factory. On the way back, in the truck, Wu Hang had a drink of water and asked, how has Wang Habing been recently? He's been training skeletons lately, seems very dedicated, arriving on time every day, like he's going to work, Chi Hankai responded without taking her eyes off the road. Wang Habing's current task was to manage the military factory's power plant and train the skeletons he was given. Later, once other power plants were built, these skeletons would be assigned there to maintain the operation of power plants in various places. Wu Hang thought for a moment and said, have him select a few skeletons that have learned well tomorrow, I'll need to take them with me. Alright, I'll let him know when we get back, Chi Hankai replied nonchalantly. By this time, it had already gotten dark. The convoy switched on the headlights, illuminating the surroundings brightly. Wu Hang continued to inquire, has the headquarters contacted you again? They did. They asked how we were considering it, and I told them we were not considering either of the two agreements, we can continue the material exchange as it is. They again mentioned it's for everyone's good, but seeing that we were firmly disagreeable, they dropped it. Apart from the trade between both parties, other things are of no help to us, Wu Hang stated. I know, Chi Hankai said with a smile. The convoy continued its way back to the factory. Chi Hankai got off to arrange housing for the new survivors, while Wu Hang went back to his own dormitory. He opened the boundary door and returned to Gold and Silver Island. Descending from upstairs, the hall was pitch black. The sky on this side had darkened as well, and the maids had all returned to their rooms to rest. Wu Hang first arranged the electric-skilled skeletons he had brought back in the courtyard. He then had the skeleton chef prepare some dinner, which he began eating in the dining room. Tap tap tap. The sound of footsteps approached. Andre Willow, holding a pistol, came downstairs from the upper floor. Seeing Wu Hang seated at the dining table, she smiled, Master, eating dinner so late? Would you like to join me? No, if I get fat, you won't like me anymore. Wu Hang fondled the soft foxtail, our wire, even a little chubbier, is cute. Andre Willow's cheeks flushed slightly. That's not true, the competition is so fierce, I must keep in shape. What competition? You wouldn't understand. Wu Hang continued to ask, how has City Hall been recently? Everything's been pretty good. We've increased the number of patrol guards and the tax adjustments discussed previously have been settled lately. I'll bring it to you to see in a couple of days, Andre Willow replied. Wu Hang nodded, then inquired further, what about the energy plant construction I mentioned before, how is that going? Andre Willow thought for a moment and said, I heard things are going smoothly, but I haven't asked about the specific details yet. Have the dwarven designer come over tomorrow, I want to talk to him. Alright, shall I have him come over tomorrow morning? Yes. After exchanging a few words, Wu Hang finished the steak on his plate. Wiping his mouth, he stood up and asked, "Wire, will you join me for the night?" Andre Willow's eyes curved into crescents. "Sure, I'm a bit afraid of the dark tonight. Come, I'll hold you to sleep tonight." "Great." In the morning, Wu Hang came downstairs, yawning. After having breakfast together, Andre Willow went to the city hall, while the other three maids dragged Wu Hang to the courtyard. They wanted to show him the garden they had renovated over the past 2 days. All the original flowers and plants had been replaced with fruit trees. They had turned the garden into an orchard. They claimed that this way they could grow their own fruit. Dong dong dong. While the three of them were chattering about the benefits of planting fruit trees, someone was knocking hard on the courtyard door. Minnie inquired through the window, then quickly ran back in, saying, "Master, a representative from Starflower Commerce Association is here to discuss an order with you." Wu Hang was startled. The matter with the Wood Elves, as Shamil had just mentioned to him, and so quickly the Chamber's representative had come over. It either meant the Wood Elves had already arranged to partner with him, or they too had some quick way of communicating and the other party knew to approach him for a partnership. Let them go to the living room. Wu Hang made his way there. Minnie headed to the front door again, leading the person through a courtyard full of skeletons and armored vehicles, toward the living room. In the living room, the male wood elf in a black suit bowed slightly. "Starflower, Chamber Representative Zemosi, is honored to meet the Island Master." His manner was elegant, as if attending a ball. "Hello, please take a seat," Wu Hang said. The wood elf sat down, and the cat woman brought tea. Once the maids had left, the wood elf began softly, "Island Master, I've come to discuss a potential partnership with you. I'm aware of the matter. I do indeed have some goods that I need to order from Starflower." "That is truly wonderful." The wood elf immediately showed a smile. Chapter 539, Paranormal Phenomenon. It seems that the matter was simpler than he thought. "Did you bring the order list for your purchases?" Wu Hang continued to ask. "We did." The wood elf handed over the list that detailed various goods, stood up, and respectfully passed it over. Wu Hang looked over it from top to bottom, then took out a pen to mark the goods he was ordering. First was food, followed by high-quality battle armor and one-handed battle axes. "Why aren't there any ships listed?" "Normally ships are not included on the list, but if you need to order them, you must apply separately. As an important customer, as long as you report it, there should be no problems," the wood elf explained on the side. Wu Hang handed the order back to him and continued, "Order 10 of your warships." "Okay." The other party glanced at the order and a hard-to-hide joy appeared on his face. 100,000 units of food, 50,000 sets of battle armor, and 50,000 one-handed axes. It was likely that Gold and Silver Island, as well as the coastal regions, did not have this much in total volume even after a year. No wonder the tribe placed such importance on the trade with the other party. The wood elf immediately added the warships to the list as well. "My lord, after applying your discounts, you still need to pay 53,520 gold coins, as per the Starflower agreement," the wood elf stated directly after doing the calculations. Wu Hang had someone verify the gold coins while he signed the agreement himself. Then he continued, "I'm in a hurry for the food and warships. I need you to deliver them as soon as possible." "My lord, your order quantity is so large, preparation is necessary. Even a fleet cannot deliver it all at once to you." "Then deliver them in succession. Send the warships over first." The wood elf pondered for a moment, then nodded. "There's no problem with this. I will arrange it when the time comes, and prioritize getting the warships to you. When the time comes, you can go to the city hall and notify Andre Willow to proceed with the inspection." "Understood, Island Master," the wood elf acknowledged. While waiting for the gold coins to be counted, Wu Hang made small talk with the other party. He inquired about the business environment on the island, as well as some views on shipping routes and port facilities. The wood elf was clearly restrained, responding with bureaucratic niceties. Once Minnie finished counting the gold coins, the other party called people from outside, confirmed the count, and then collected everything. After giving another respectful bow, he promptly left the Island Master's manor. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the dwarf designer visited the manor again. Guided by Minnie, he arrived at the hall. Wu Hang asked him as soon as he sat down, "The expansion area should be almost completed, right?" "The final touches are underway. By the end of this month, the construction will certainly be complete, and we can arrange for residents to move in." Wu Hang was quite satisfied with the construction progress. Buildings in this world weren't as exaggerated as in modern times. Ordinary residential houses typically had 2 stories. Only the dwellings of the privileged were 3 or 4 stories high. Without such exaggerations and with the help of construction vehicles, the building progressed naturally faster. "How about the power plant and the port I mentioned? How's the progress with those?" The dwarf immediately answered, "The plant is finished, and the port will also be completed within this week. Well done. If any improvements are needed in the plant, I'll let you know, Wu Hang commended. Of course, my lord, the dwarf agreed. Wu Hang thought for a moment and then said, in the next few days, I will select a separate building for you behind the city hall to serve as the design institute. You will be the head. Instant joy lit up the dwarf's face. He hopped off the chair and bowed. Thank you, my lord. I will do well. From now on, Gold and Silver Island will be my second home down. Alright, just do a good job. You can go back for now, I'll notify you when needed. Yes, my lord. The dwarf bowed once more and then left the manor. He boarded the carriage and left the place in high spirits. In the afternoon, seeing that there was nothing else to attend to, Wu Hang said goodbye to Minnie and headed straight to Zombie World. He sat down in his own bedroom and waited for a while. Chi Hankai came back from outside and reported on the situation at the factory. Then he continued, Sister Yang has run into some problems. What happened? One shelter is claiming that the people we recruited are robbing and killing others, and they were the bandits in that area back in the day. Our people deny this, saying that the other party is framing them because they lost out in a previous trade. They've been arguing over the channels for several days now. Other shelters are also paying close attention to this. If not handled properly, it might impact the credibility of our base. In the post-apocalyptic situation, often the most ferocious and ruthless people manage to survive. Like Yang Yishan and Chen Jin long before, they were those kinds of people. Strong and ruthless, able to keep their subordinates in check, they could form a small faction. Bullying survivors is much easier than confronting zombies. Everyone knows that surviving is the most important thing in the apocalypse. However, neither rescue team bases nor some large bases would recruit such people. At the most, they would simply turn a blind eye to such matters. Wu Hang had never expected that someone would report a criminal among their own people. What's the problem? It's uncertain who's telling the truth between the two, and there's no other shelter that can testify. Plus, some bases are making annoying remarks on the side, Chi Hankai said. What kind of remarks? Wu Hang asked again. Just like, protecting their own people, and every major power has blood on their hands as they grow. Something like that. Wu Hang was stunned, sounds a bit like the old me. Stop joking. Wu Hang thought for a moment and said, I have a way. I'll teach you, and then you can teach it to Chi Hankai. What way? Wu Hang placed a clay figurine on the table, look into its eyes, don't resist, and don't look away. Chi Hankai looked at the kneeling clay figurine, furrowed her brow, and said, it's a bit scary. But she did as he said, her eyes meeting those of the clay figurine. Wu Hang asked, what's your opinion on the current base? Chi Hankai replied, the base is developing well. As long as it develops steadily, it will sooner or later surpass the headquarters and become the largest and most reputable shelter. After speaking, Chi Hankai's eyes widened as if she were surprised by her own answer. Wu Hang continued to ask, why do you want to follow me? Chi Hankai's cheeks flushed red. But her mouth, seemingly on its own, said, you're good looking and have more potential. You're the best choice right now. When I joined, I hinted more than once and even discussed the plan with Li Yang last time. Seeing her face red with engorged blood vessels, Wu Hang covered the clay figurine's eyes with a handkerchief. Her mouth immediately snapped shut. He signaled her to wait a moment for the side effects to wear off. Then he said, it makes those who look straight at it tell the truth. Is it really that miraculous? What's the principle behind it? Ancient relic, don't ask too much. As long as it works. Wu Hang continued, the side effect is temporary speechlessness after asking questions. 2 minutes of silence for 2 questions, the more questions, the longer the silence. A lie detector. You could say that, Wu Hang nodded. Okay, tomorrow I'll personally send someone to take it to Li Yang. That'll work. Chi Hankai said somewhat coyly, what I just told you, you can't tell anyone, not even Li Yang. Fine, our secret. Having finished this topic, Chi Hankai thought for a moment and then said, also, today the provincial channel was taken over by the provincial rescue team, attacking the city center. Why the sudden decision to attack? They're probably feeling pressured by us. We've been consistently entering the city to clear out zombies and rescue survivors. They can't remain inactive either, analyzed Chi Hankai. That's true. It's good for the survivors. This should have been done earlier. The longer it drags on, the stronger the zombies become. Jiu Street. The sound of objects slicing through the air reverberated throughout the entire street. Then, a barrage of grenades rained down like a downpour. In an instant, flames shot up and the deafening sound of explosions echoed. Buildings shuddered violently, and hordes of zombies were torn to pieces, with chunks of flesh and severed limbs scattering all around. The horde screamed and quickly looked around, only to see the approaching armored convoy. They immediately formed a torrent and charged forward with howls. Boom. 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 Machine cannons roared, and machine gun bullets wove into a massive web. The oncoming zombies fell like harvested wheat, piling up into large mounds of corpses. Machine gunners, watch your ammo. Armored vehicles, clear the path of mutated zombies. Hold steady, we are well prepared. Victory is ours. Commands were issued one after another through the radio. Everyone continued to pour out ammunition rapidly. Suddenly, the advancing horde unexpectedly stopped in their tracks. They dispersed in all directions, hiding behind the buildings on both sides. The entire street emptied in an instant, leaving behind only the corpses spread across the ground. Everyone's eyes widened, somewhat at a loss. What's going on? Tens of thousands of zombies had simultaneously scattered and hidden. What happened? Chapter 540. Ahead is Zinfu City's military factory. The horde scattered, leaving the entire street empty. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise and suspicion, gradually turning into panic and unease. Ordinary zombies couldn't possibly possess the intelligence to evade artillery fire. There must be high-level zombies issuing commands to these ordinary ones. But even a commander zombie couldn't possibly control so many at once. The most likely possibility was that there was an even higher-level zombie lurking in the dark. Stay alert, send the drones to check it out, came the order over the radio. The command was transmitted through the walkie-talkies. The armored vehicle's cannons faced forward, machine gunners focused intently with their fingers tight on the triggers, ready to respond to any sudden danger. 2 drones rose into the sky. They circled the buildings up ahead to survey the state of the horde. The horde is moving, they are shifting out of our sight, attempting to encircle us from both sides, reported a trembling voice over the radio. The horde, tens of thousands strong, now had a command structure. This meant they were a terrifying force to contend with. Abort the mission, turn around, get out, ordered the commander once more. The vehicles started instantly, reversing towards the rear. As the convoy turned for a direct departure, the zombies behind the buildings boiled over like an eruption, with ear-piercing roars resounding in the air. Pick up the pace, withdraw. Rat-a-tat. The dense sound of running footsteps began. Down the side alleys, a large number of zombies started to pour out. They swarmed the road, black and dense like a flood breaking through. Bang bang bang. Gunfire and cannon fire rang out again, bullets rained down like a storm, striking zombie bodies and splattering black bloodstains. No need to aim, just firing blindly towards the front was enough to hit a zombie. For a moment, under the heavy gunfire, zombies fell to the ground in droves. Crash! Glass shattered, countless zombies leaped from above, landing on the roofs of the vehicles, and all around the convoy. The vehicles shook violently, their retreat once again hindered as zombies crazily surged from both sides and behind, slamming into the convoy. Thump! Thump thump! SUVs and trucks were flipped by the surging horde. The steel bars of the windows fell out, zombies flooded in, grabbing and biting. One after another, vehicles were submerged by the horde, instantly overrun. Breakthrough, just get out, the orders continued to be issued incessantly. The roar of engines and artillery fire erupted in the streets. 2 armored vehicles, their bodies covered in zombies, broke through the encirclement. They sped away in the direction they came from. The horde pursued for a distance before halting, watching from afar as the armored vehicles departed. Is anyone else coming out? Hello, respond if you get this. The walkie-talkie called out several times, receiving no response. Inside the armored vehicle, there was silence too. Out of more than 20 modified vehicles, only 2 armored vehicles, relying on their heavy defenses, managed to escape from the inside. All other vehicles, without exception, lost contact. What this implied didn't need further explanation. When they set out, everyone had considered this outcome. Yet, its actual occurrence was still hard to accept. After a long silence, someone finally spoke softly. How did Zinfu City base manage it? Maybe they were luckier, faced only ordinary zombies. Maybe. The horde isn't following, head back to base first, report the situation to the high command. The armored vehicles sped up again, heading toward the base. Behind them, a figure, large as a beetle's shell, descended from the sky, watching the convoy from a distance. Gold and Silver Island, the association. After knocking on the door and hearing a response, the door was opened and a person entered. In the room, only Zai Ligui was present, sitting behind the desk organizing documents. You were looking for me? Wu Heng asked. Having returned from Zombie World, Minnie had said that Zai Ligui had arranged for staff to find him. Seeing that it was still early, he took the carriage over to check. Zai Ligui looked up at him, tying back her hair that had come loose with a headband, then said, "Call a staff member in." "Okay." Wu Heng opened the door and called over a passing staff member. "Island Master, Steward." The staff member saluted. Zailigui said, "Go call over the 2 new vice executives who have just arrived." "Yes." After the staff member responded, he left. Wu Heng looked curiously at Zailigui. "The vice executives have arrived?" "One arrived last night, the other this afternoon." "How are they? Are they strong?" Gold and Silver Island still faced no small challenges. Combat capability was crucial. "They are both level 12 professionals, one human, one dwarf, transferred from outside. I'm not clear on the specifics, we'll see soon enough." Zailigui replied. Level 12 was already fairly high. Even outside of Gold and Silver Island, it was a level capable of taking on the role of a steward. As they spoke, a knock sounded at the door. "Come in." The door opened and a middle-aged man in leather armor with a long sword hanging at his waist entered. He was over 40, with short hair and a well-defined face. "Steward." The man gave a slight bow. Zailigui nodded and introduced, "This is Mr. Wu Heng, the island master of Gold and Silver Island, the flag-bearer of the Emerald Sea." The man looked at Wu Heng, his eyes revealing some surprise. Perhaps he hadn't expected the island master and flag-bearer to be such a young human. "Tev City Skeeter, at your service, island master." The middle-aged man gave another slight bow. "Welcome to Gold and Silver Island," Wu Heng smiled and nodded. "Thank you, island master." Then, the door was knocked on again. Another figure, a dwarf in scale armor with a battle axe hanging at his waist, walked in. Chapter 540, The military factory in Xinfu City lies ahead with a stocky and robust figure. Exposed arms were exaggerated muscles. Short hair, deep-set brows, a face covered by a long beard. The beard was meticulously groomed, even adorned with a beard buckle inlaid with rubies. Zailigui directly introduced, Dwarf Raiskadane, a level 12 dwarven warrior. Then she turned to introduce another, Wu Heng, Island Master of Gold and Silver Island, flag-bearer of the Emerald Sea. Island Master. Welcome to Gold and Silver Island. The two greeted each other and curiously examined each other's attire. Zailigui continued, get to know each other, so that when there's action on the island, you can look out for one another. Yes, steward, the two vice executives nodded. Alright, you can go on now, arrange your accommodations, and come back later to officially take up your posts at the association. Yes. The two saluted again and directly left the study. Once again only the two of them were left in the study. Zailigui asked, what do you think? Pretty good, looks quite steady and reliable. Zuligui's eyebrows rose, you say that, and he does seem much steadier than when we joined. When Emilio was in charge of the association, the entire association had a more youthful feel. Wu Heng wasn't very old, Zailigui was just considered an adult among the elf race, especially with a bit of a baby face. The whole association exuded a youthful vibe. This time the two vice executives, one in his 40s with a world-weary look in his eyes, the other with a beard longer than his hair. The atmosphere of the association suddenly entered middle age. Wu Heng got up, poured himself a cup of elf flower tea, then asked, how's your sister? She's basically fine now, just got a bit scared. Zailigui's tone paused a moment, then she added, I wanted to send her back to our kind, but she didn't agree. Zailigui had regretted bringing Shiali from their race to Gold and Silver Island when she was attacked. Now that she was safe, she probably feared future dangers and planned to send her back. She's worried about you. Perhaps, I will talk with her again in the next few days. Wu Heng returned to his seat. I'll continue to strengthen the defenses on the island, it will be safer in the future. I believe you, but it's still better for Shiali to go back. As long as you and your sister agree, that's fine. Wu Heng didn't persist. The two chatted in the study for a while. The association began to close for the day. Zailigui and Wu Heng left the association together, each heading back to their own quarters. Back at the manor, dinner was already served on the table. Andre Willow said, Mr. Youssef said that the new area being built this month will be completed soon. Recently, there have been quite a few inquiries about housing and shops on the island. Should we consider pre-selling? Youssef was the name of the dwarven designer. The upcoming completion of the expansion area was mentioned last time. Indeed, it was time to sell to the public. Sure, let's first delineate the areas and set prices, then we'll sell them when we're ready. Wu Heng said. Alright, I will go arrange that, Andre Willow nodded. Also, about those special skeletons in the yard, arrange for them to set up street lamps along the road in the next few days, and have someone coordinate with them. Understood, Master. After dinner, they went to the training room for practice. As dusk fell, they returned to their rooms to rest. Zombie World, Provincial Rescue Team Base. In the dimly lit room, an oval conference table was placed at the center. People were continuously taking their seats, all looking serious. At that moment, a middle-aged man wearing a green long coat strode in. scanning everyone and said, "I assume you all know about the failure and return of the squad." The eyes of the crowd flickered, but no one spoke. The middle-aged man continued, "From the information provided by those who returned, it's possible we encountered a zombie king-level zombie who can control a large swath of the horde, issuing uniform commands with extremely high intelligence." Upon hearing this, a subtle murmur arose from below. "Can't be that coincidental, can it? I've only heard about the zombie king through headquarters." "Yeah, we just entered the city and encountered a zombie king? The Zinfu city base occupied the airport when it entered the city. How come they didn't meet a zombie king? I've heard reports from Zinfu city and headquarters about the appearance and characteristics of a zombie king. Maybe they've encountered one too. How could that be possible?" The chief commander at the head banged the table. "Quiet." Everyone quieted down and looked back at each other. "Whether Zinfu city encountered one has nothing to do with us. This time we suffered heavy losses. We need to reassign tasks, form new teams, and specially mark that area to prevent anyone from approaching." The crowd nodded, understanding. The loss was indeed significant, but the problem was not too severe. As long as the base was still there, they could continue to exchange food with Zinfu city. Thus, the foundation wouldn't be shaken. Tap tap tap. In the midst of conversation, urgent footsteps rang out. A person rushed in saying, "A large number of zombies have been discovered outside the camp. The count is continuously rising, and it's impossible to estimate how many there are." Meeting room members abruptly stood up, their expressions filled with disbelief. Someone realized, it wasn't the convoy escaping but them letting the convoy out to find us. "Let's take a look outside." Everyone quickly left the room, hurried along, and climbed up to the top of the wall. Under the silver-white moonlight, countless silhouettes could be seen shifting about, not attacking, but standing far away. And even more figures continued to converge toward the location of the horde. Chapter 540, The military factory in Zinfu City lies ahead. Everyone's heart turned cold. The numbers were too many, tens of thousands. Or perhaps even more. 1,000 could fill a street, yet the end of these was nowhere in sight. All squads continue to defend, use every weapon at your disposal. Organize the evacuation of civilians and personnel in the rear. Vehicles carry scientific personnel, engineering personnel, and children under the age of 14 to leave first, ordinary civilians in the second batch, and the remaining people in the third batch to evacuate. The order was given, and the camp instantly became chaotic. Crowds began climbing onto the ready trucks. Some were carrying food and some essential supplies. And the standoff had lasted for about 20 minutes. A thunderous roar suddenly erupted. The zombies' roars merged into a continuous din. Then they began to advance in a massive wave, like a torrent, overwhelming and unstoppable. Attack! Swish swish swish. Grenades flew overhead and crashed into the midst of the zombie horde. Violent explosions erupted, sending flames skyward. Then came the dense gunfire as countless bullets rained down from atop the walls. Large numbers of zombies were knocked down to the ground, tripping up even more enemies. But the tide of corpses was unending, filling up the pre-dug trenches in the blink of an eye, breaking through the chevaldefers and roadblocks, and rushing towards the position of the walls. Fierce impacts and screeching merged into a cacophony. "Commander-in-Chief, we can evacuate now. Let's retreat." All soldiers quickly boarded the trucks and swiftly left. Boom boom boom. The thunderous explosions suddenly erupted, covering the entire base with explosions and fire. And the zombies that flooded into the city were instantly engulfed by the flames. The explosion was deafening, turning the entire city into a box thrown with flash grenades. The blaze lit up the whole area. Blow them to hell, these damn creatures. That so-called zombie king, if it also entered the city, must be dead as well. Shame about our base. The crowd, watching the city ablaze, whispered. Roar roar roar. Meanwhile, urgent footsteps sounded again behind them. A dense mass of zombies surged from the distance once more. Everyone's face changed drastically. In a panic, someone picked up a walkie-talkie and reported, "Report, a large number of zombies have appeared in the rear, pursuing the convoy closely." After a brief silence inside the walkie-talkie, a questioning voice asked, "Where does this road lead to?" "Straight ahead is the military factory of Zinfu City. If we continue down this road, I'm afraid they will also be caught up in it." The commander-in-chief's eyes narrowed slightly. "We have no choice but to keep driving, notify them in advance, and have them evacuate as well." "Okay. Zinfu City, military factory." The crackling sound of static came through the radio. "Provincial rescue team calling Zinfu City Provincial Military Factory." The woman dozing off by the radio jumped awake, grabbed the hand mic immediately in response. "This is Zinfu City Military Factory, Provincial Rescue Team, please speak. The base of the Provincial Rescue Team has been overrun by zombies. Our convoy is retreating along Tanhua Road. with a large number of zombies in pursuit, passing through your military factory area in half an hour. Please prepare in advance. The still groggy woman instantly woke up. Wait a moment, I will notify the leader. Then she grabbed the charging walkie-talkie beside her and shouted, "Emergency situation, the provincial rescue team is leading a huge horde of zombies towards us. We have at most half an hour." "Wait, we're on our way now." A flurry of urgent footsteps, 5 or 6 people rushed into the radio room. The woman immediately relayed what had just happened. One of them picked up the hand mic and said, "Provincial rescue team, why are you leading them to us? Take a detour and shake them off." From inside the radio, a low voice replied, "Sorry, we took this road during our retreat. Unless we stop, we have no choice but to keep moving forward." "Damn it, are you trying to screw us over?" The walkie-talkie fell silent, no more sound coming through. Meanwhile, in the room, everyone looked grim. Taking over this base hadn't been easy. Living well now, with access to electricity 24 hours a day, life had largely returned to normal. But now the rescue team was leading the horde of zombies right to them. It was downright malignant. What do we do? The leader isn't here. Sister Chi went with the convoy to Zinfu City this afternoon. Damn it, those rescue teams are rubbish at saving people, but brilliant at screwing them over. Let's evacuate first, take the people and leave this place. Chapter 541, This must be hell if we leave. What about these skeletons? Apart from Sister Chi, these skeletons probably won't listen to us. Then we don't take them with us. Preserving our lives is the most important thing. How do we explain to Sister Chi and the king when we return? Are we just running away like this? Then what do you suggest we do? There was a moment of chaos inside the room. After joining the base, the survivors had hardly ever confronted the zombies head-on. Without the base leader present, they also lacked confidence. But from the current perspectives of the few people present, more believed it was better to leave first and then retake this place after regrouping with Chi Hankai. While the few of them were discussing in low voices, a familiar voice came through the radio. "I am Chi Hankai, the deputy leader of the Zinfu City base. How many zombies have the provincial rescue team brought with them?" The voice was deep and serious. Inside the room, everything went silent for an instant, the debate stopped, and everyone's attention was fixed on the radio. Soon, another voice, accompanied by static noise, came over. "There are a lot. We can't determine the exact number for now, but the estimate has already exceeded 10,000, and it's continuously increasing along the way." The faces of the few listening to the radio inside the military factory looked even uglier. "If there are only around 10 or 20,000, it's similar to the number of zombies we cleared from the city with the leader. That's a huge difference. We can't control the skeletons, nor do we have the ability like the leader. Once the zombies break in, we'll get infected with just one touch. Damn, they're screwing us over. These assholes, disappearing when it comes to saving people, and now that they see we're doing well, they direct them toward us. Be quiet and listen to what Sister Chi has to say." Everyone quiets down again. Chi Hankai's voice arose from the radio. "Are there any special types of zombies?" The rescue team replied, "We can see level 2 and level 3 mutant zombies. Judging by the behavior and direction of the zombie horde, we can't rule out the existence of a zombie king, but we can't confirm it." The radio fell into a brief silence again. Then, Chi Hankai spoke once more. "All right, keep moving toward the military factory. I will have someone meet you, coordinate with them when you arrive, and don't make any unnecessary moves or provocations to avoid any misunderstandings." "Thank you for the rescue from Zinfu City," the rescue team said. Chi Hankai did not continue to reply. Even while talking about meeting the rescue team on the radio, from her tone, one could still detect Chi Hankai's dissatisfaction. It was only because Chi Hankai could keep her temper. If it were someone else, they might have already started cursing. Then, the voice of Chi Hankai was heard again. Not to the provincial rescue team, but to the shelter in the military factory, King. "Sister Chi, I'm here. Bring over Bone Demon number 1, and say I want to speak with it." "Okay." King turned around to gesture with his hand, and someone immediately left. Shortly after, the door reopened and a figure dressed in a white shirt and black suit entered. Except for the stark white skeleton, their attire resembled more that of a manager heading for a meeting. "Sister Chi, Bone Demon number 1 has arrived, you speak." The radio remained quiet. Chi Hankai directly said, "Bone Demon number 1, this is Chi Hankai. There are over 10,000 zombies currently approaching the base along the East Road. I need you to mobilize all the troops to withstand the zombie assault, ensure maximum protection of the base, and rescue the arriving survivors." In the room, everyone looked at the skeleton in the suit as it nodded slightly. King immediately spoke up, "Sister Chi." It nodded. Chi Hankai continued, "You all likewise prepare yourselves, and if there is danger, Evacuate first without interfering with the skeleton's operations. Understood. Report to me immediately if anything happens. Will do. After the communication ended, everyone started to take action. The survivors prepared the convoy and told others to get ready for evacuation. The skeleton in the suit also headed outside the factory. And behind the factory area, within the boundless withered wood forest, the sound of footsteps crushing fallen leaves and pushing through bushes resonated. A vast multitude of skeletons with eyes flickering with blue ghostly flames emerged from the woods, assembling in front of the factory. Provincial Rescue Team, the convoy. A long line of vehicles raced along the road. Behind them, a relentless horde of zombies chased the vehicles, roaring and bellowing, madly pursuing them. We're approaching the military factory area, barricades appear up ahead, and a large number of skeletons are letting us pass through an open path, reported the voice from the leading vehicle over the intercom. Slow down and pass through. The convoy slowed down and drove straight into the skeleton formation. As the vehicles entered, the faces of everyone inside began to look grim. Under the moonlight, on both sides of the convoy, stood a dense and orderly skeleton army, clad in battle armor, their empty sockets shimmering with a strange light. Spear soldiers, archers, one-handed battle axe, swords and blades. Different troops stood in their respective formations, their ranks and files forming straight lines. At a glance, there was no visible end to the army. This must be hell. When the rescue team showed their fear, survivors from the military factory quickly approached and knocked on the car window. Everyone out of the car, no weapons allowed. On the main road, the chasing horde of zombies suddenly stopped in their tracks. Killing over from inertia, they rose again and returned to their place at the back. Behind the horde of zombies, even more undead kept arriving, forming an endless sea of zombies. Whoosh! The sound of something cutting through the air. A figure with insect wings, resembling a beetle, landed on a street lamp nearby. The street lamp swayed, creaking noisily. Its cold eyes swept over the skeletons in front of it. Then, it let out an angry roar. The zombies below also responded with a series of roars and growls. Then they started to surge forward, like an incoming tide. Swish swish swish. A flurry of arrows shot out from the skeleton camp, turning swathes of zombies into porcupines, falling to the ground in the rain of arrows. Tumbling over, they tripped up the undead behind them. Then, even more zombies rushed into the spear array, where sharp spears pierced through bodies, bones and putrid flesh clashing, filling the night with shrieks. In Gold and Silver Island, within a bedroom, Wu Hang suddenly opened his eyes, his expression turning ugly. Experience +1, experience +1, experience. The incessant notifications of experience gain snapped him fully awake. He swiftly dressed and donned his battle armor, then walked into his study. In the darkness, Zhao was watching TV, and Glenda was organizing blueprints at the desk. Seeing Wu Hang come in, she asked curiously, "Weren't you resting?" "I sense danger. Make a round on the island to see if there's been any fighting," Wu Hang said. Such intensive experience gain suited the battles in Zombie World more. But before leaving, he needed to make sure Gold and Silver Island was safe from any trouble. The two ghosts looked at each other and nodded, then flew directly through the roof and departed. Soon after, they returned swiftly. "Nothing's wrong, Uncle. Does it count if there are patrols driving away drunkards?" "No, come back. Let's head over there," Wu Hang said directly. The two ghosts quickly re-entered his body, and he opened the boundary door to head to Zombie World. As soon as he stepped out of the dormitory building, he heard the sound of combat and resounding roars coming from outside the factory. It was indeed this place. Releasing the ghosts once more, "Go see what's happening outside." The two ghosts flew out quickly, heading to the battle zone. It didn't take long before they returned from outside. A massive horde of zombies is attacking from that direction, engaged in battle with the skeleton troops, Glenda reported. Raising her hand, the schoolgirl Zhao added, "Among the zombies, there's a level 18 cockroach zombie with a shell and wings." Glenda continued, "Inside the courtyard, there's been an addition of a convoy, all with unfamiliar faces." "Let me have a look," Wu Hang said. The ghosts slipped back into his body, and the scenes were shared with him. On the road outside the factory, a dense mass of zombies was surging towards them, wave after wave crashing against the ranks of skeletons. The skeleton formation stood like a solid steel wall. Time and again, it resisted the enemy's charges. Then, there was the newly arrived convoy in the factory yard and the crowd that had gathered around. After a quick scan, he saw the flag of the rescue team. Chapter 542, Came to see your grandpa, huh? Did the rescue team lead the horde of zombies over here? Near the military factory, Wu Hang had cleaned up all the zombies. It was impossible for a horde to suddenly locate them. More likely, it was the rescue team that had brought them over. And judging by their looks, they didn't do it on purpose to harm him. Now wasn't the time to think about these things, he needed to get through this battle first. Wu Heng released 2 ghosts again. At the same time, he pressed the walkie-talkie and said, "Organize the team, change the ammunition belt for the skeleton flying dragon, everyone, get moving, don't cluster together." The walkie-talkie broadcasted his orders, and the panic-stricken survivors were suddenly stricken with tension. The leader was back. As long as the leader was back, these zombies were no problem at all. More hordes of zombies had been cleared out as well. Received, immediately arranging for the transport of solid iron bullets. "Hurry up," Wu Heng urged, then began to walk outside. He took out a soul-capturing jade flashlight and handed it to a skeleton, saying, "Go, climb the watchtower, and shine the light on where the skeletons are fighting the zombies." The skeleton took the flashlight and quickly climbed up to the watchtower on the wall, turning on the flashlight. A strong light beamed out, illuminating the area of the battle. Streams of ghosts, like smoke, flew up into the sky. Wu Heng walked swiftly towards where the suit-clad skeleton was and said to the air, "You go absorb the remnant souls, and keep an eye on the battlefield. Remember to inform me if there's danger." "We know, Uncle. Don't worry, we won't let you be in danger." The 2 ghosts flew swiftly to the battlefield overhead. Wu Heng approached the suit-clad zombie and said, "The skeleton flying dragon has been loaded with ammo, let them start bombing, be mindful of the distance." Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As he finished speaking, a series of whooshing sounds passed from behind him. The skeleton flying dragons climbed to a certain height, and a downpour of iron engulfed the horde of zombies. Boom boom boom. Explosive roars like detonations resounded. The once formidable horde of zombies was gone in an instant. And the zombie king hiding far within the horde also looked up in shock towards the sky. After the skeleton flying dragons passed by, they circled half around and flew back. Rustle rustle. The remaining zombies scattered once more. Avoiding the main road, they entered the withered wood forest on both sides and continued to rush forward. On its second sortie, the flying dragon dropped iron bombs into the forest, decimating another large group of zombies. "Advance," Wu Heng ordered. The skeleton army began to move forward. With the advantage in weapons and levels, this force was like an indestructible barrier, retreating step by step against the oncoming zombies. And the spears in the front row were already skewering rotten corpses. Roar. The zombie king let out another ear-piercing roar. Wu Heng was instantly alert, defense. The skeletons squatted down immediately, lowering their centers of gravity, spears pointed forward. And the next second, the zombies turned around almost in unison and sprinted into the darkness behind them. "Pursue," Wu Heng commanded. Rustle rustle. The half-squatting skeletons surged forward. They began to chase and slaughter the fleeing zombies. Glenda quickly flew down and said, "The zombie king is over there." Wu Heng immediately looked in the direction indicated. In the darkness, he could only see swathes of zombies but not the zombie king's figure. He took out an elf magic carpet, flew up into the air, and Barrett pointed into the distance. "Glenda, I can't see the target." Glenda flew out quickly. Hovering in midair, she pointed towards the spot below. Bang! The explosion sounded. A row of zombies instantly shattered, and the figure of the zombie king could faintly be seen stumbling down. Then, Glenda signaled again. After Wu Heng fired another shot, he could no longer even see Glenda's figure. Soon, all the zombies on the battlefield had vanished without a trace. Glenda flew back from afar. "Why did you stop shooting it?" "It was about to die. I couldn't see it anymore, I couldn't even see you." "That's a pity," sighed Glenda and then added, "but it's almost over, half of its body is gone, yet its regenerative ability is still pretty strong, and it keeps running away tirelessly. When the time comes, we'll gather some intelligence and catching it won't be hard." Glenda nodded and flew back into the sky. Wu Heng stepped off the flying carpet. The skeletons began cleaning up the battlefield, and Wu Heng also worked on converting the zombies. Dawn broke. Wu Heng sat in his bedroom eating breakfast. The door opened, and Chi Hengkai walked in from outside. After taking a sip of water, she said, "That rescue team must have some serious issues in their heads, insisting on running over to our side, it's infuriating." In the latter half of the night, Chi Hengkai led the convoy back as well. She would usually stay here, but just yesterday afternoon, she took the convoy to deliver the special item Sincere Clay Doll to Liang, not expecting to run into this incident. "How did they provoke these zombies?" Wu Heng asked. In fact, without Wu Heng's arrival, the suited skeletons would have been enough to cope with these hordes. The skeletons' levels and equipment also gave them an advantage, and it was impossible for the defense to break. At least, last night's zombies could not have taken the military factory. Chi Hengkai said, according to them, they had deployed the army to enter the city and fight the zombies, but they retreated without engaging in combat. The zombies followed the retreating vehicles back and found their base. Wu Heng's eyebrows raised. Their base is gone? Gone. They all ran out and then led the trouble here to us, Chi Hankai sighed. If they hadn't sent us a message in advance, I would suspect they were trying to trap us. Who is in the rescue team? Chi Hankai pondered for a moment and said, roughly divided into 3 types. One is the rescue team led by Commander Liu. These people have strong discipline and combat capability. The second is the Tancheng group. They are the second largest force within the rescue team. They have a group of highly educated professionals, experts in machinery research and development, and manufacturing. In their related fields, it seems if you need any type of machinery, they can develop a corresponding production line for you. I believe that's the idea, she explained. The third consists of ordinary residents. They are from various places, and there are quite a few who have come together from here and there. Wu Hang listened attentively and nodded along. This rescue team still had some background, preserving a group of high-level professionals. In terms of professions from the other world, they were essentially a group of mechanists. Wu Hang asked, what are their plans next? I just spoke with them. Commander Liu wants to use our airport to directly follow the main station when they come over for trade next time, Chi Hankai answered. They had been saved by him, but hadn't considered staying. But it didn't matter, everyone had their own plans. After thinking for a moment, Wu Hang said, their actions have caused us a certain amount of panic and loss. If other shelters encounter hordes and learn to lead them to other shelters like they did, everything will become chaotic. Yes, indeed, it wasn't very ethical. Wu Hang glanced at her and continued, no need to say anything to them yet. When they want to use the airport to leave, keep the Tancheng group here, along with their weapons and equipment. As for the other residents, if they wish to stay, we'll take them in. If not, they can go to the main station with them. What if the people from Tancheng group don't want to stay? Chi Hankai asked. There's no such thing as willing or unwilling. This is compensation for the loss they've caused us. They can't always have it their way, Wu Hang said, taking a sip of his soup. Chi Hankai nodded, I understand. Over the next few days, I'll have someone make contact with Tancheng and compile a list of their personnel. While establishing the base, they really hadn't forced anyone to do anything. Even when they rescued survivors, they would bring those willing back with them, and leave the unwilling be. This time, however, the approach was distinctly more forceful. They needed to make them pay some sort of price for last night's actions. Have you eaten yet? Wu Hang inquired. Not yet. Eat quickly, we still have a long way to go. What if you starve? Wu Hang said with a smile. Chi Hankai sat down opposite him and started eating as well. They casually chatted about other matters. After breakfast, Wu Hang sent Zhao to eavesdrop on the rescue team for some news. In private, these people had held 4 meetings in a row. They were discussing the capabilities of the military factory and their next steps toward heading to the main station. Regarding last night's battle, they all expressed doubt and shock. Even though they had heard of the skeletons before, they had not expected there to be so many, nor for them to be so fiercely combative. They were essentially crushing the zombie hordes as they fought. Among these topics, there was no mention of doing anything to this place. The most common sentiment was to maintain a good relationship. Not to make enemies. They stayed at the military factory until the afternoon. After confirming there were no problems or dangers, Wu Hang greeted Chi Hankai, then returned to the dorms and stepped through the boundary door. Back to Gold and Silver Island. Wu Hang appeared in the study. 2 ghosts were released. Zhao and Glenda, floating to his left and his right. In last night's battle, Zhao had advanced to level 15, unlocking paranormal phenomenon. Glenda, on the other hand, had advanced to level 17, one step away from reaching level 18 and becoming a 5th-tier professional. Wu Hang, looking at Glenda about to read, said, Glenda, now at level 17, give it your all today and advance directly to level 18. Glenda looked up and said, didn't we just get back? Are we going over there again? Glenda had no objections to leveling up. The higher the level, the better. Didn't we obtain several level 18 ghosts of the deceased before? Holding on to them takes up space. First absorb one and see if you can reach level 18, Wu Hang suggested. After thinking for a moment, Glenda nodded, okay. Together, they went downstairs, entering a room on the 3rd floor. Wu Hang took out the demon soul pot and placed it in the middle of the room, continuing to cast white bone cage. Ominous white bones enveloped the demon soul pot. He then activated the demon soul pot, and a ghost of a bald, thick-browed middle-aged man floated out from inside. A Church of Divine Punishment Enforcer, level 18 Great Fist Master Kaizayu. The ghost's level was 12. With Glenda at level 17, absorbing a level 12 was no issue at all. The ghost looked around, slightly bewildered, and then saw Wu Hang outside. His brows furrowed as he cursed, you little brat, here to see your grandpa. Chapter 543, Memory and Unfinished Wish. The Blood Clan ghost glared outside, full of anger. It was filled with disdain and resentment for the necromancer before it. Little thing, how long can you keep me confined? Sooner or later, my clan will communicate with the association, and they will release me. When that time comes, I'll flay your skin and hang you up, collecting your blood drop by drop. Even as a ghost, having fallen into the hands of the necromancer, it still behaved extremely arrogantly. This was completely different from interrogating the other ghosts. Whether it was the soul of the level 18 Island Master, or the soul of the Great Fist Master of the Heaven Destiny Cult, even though they also made threats, they did not dare to be too brazen. But the Blood Clan ghost before him was behaving as if it had nothing to fear. Even if it was just a ghost and even if it had been captured, it wasn't worried at all. At most it would be locked up for a while. It believed that the Blood Clan would protect it. Wu Hang ignored him, looking at Glenda. No problem, right? Glenda responded indifferently, no problem. His level isn't high, I can suppress him. Zhao perched on Wu Hang's shoulder, and he won't be affected, right? His mind doesn't seem to work very well. It shouldn't be. The Blood Clan ghost stopped its cursing and mockery and looked outside suspiciously. Hey, what are you guys talking about? What do you mean? His gaze quickly swept over the two ghosts, showing a slight change. Controlling its emotions, it adopted a tone of rational debate. What? You want to harm me? You won't be able to explain this to the Blood Clan. You could talk to the Blood Clan about this matter. I still have a certain status. I can offer you a substantial compensation. No one outside paid any attention. Wu Hang was still looking at Glenda. Start, don't hold back. Okay, Glenda nodded. A crack opened in the bone prison, and Glenda flew straight in. Seeing this scene, the Blood Clan ghost's expression changed. Its eyes lingered on Glenda and Wu Hang in shock and fury. What are you doing? I am a Blood Clan prince, anger me and don't blame me for being discourteous. Glenda said, Wu Hang has already written to your leader, Lilith, and she hasn't replied a word. Do you think the Blood Clan is really planning to save you? So much time had passed. Neither the Blood Clan nor Lilith had sent any messages, at most having Xyligui transport back the incomplete corpse. To avoid it being transformed into a skeleton by Wu Hang and causing unfavorable rumors for the Blood Clan. But the soul of this Blood Clan member, whether it existed or not, was never mentioned. This also proved Lilith and the Blood Clan's opinion of him. You are talking nonsense. You are a ghost, what good can absorbing me do for you? And you, an external affairs agent, you didn't even qualify to speak to me before. You! How dare you treat me like this? The ghost yelled hoarsely, furiously howling. People like you, if really set free, would pose even more danger, Glenda remarked, and her body lunged directly at it. The two ghosts instantly entangled. Like two drops of ink of different colors blurring together, they continuously eroded each other. Outside the bone prison, Wu Hang and Zhao watched the tangled energy within nervously. Even if Glenda had the advantage, theoretically there shouldn't be a problem. But it was still not guaranteed to go completely smoothly. Under scrutiny, the time ticked by slowly, and the entangled ghosts became increasingly indistinct, making it difficult to distinguish one from the other. Then, an alert suddenly appeared. Ghost level increased to 18, Constitution +3, Perception +3, Charm +2, Trait unlocked, Enhanced Possession, Ability unlocked, Withering Touch, Restriction unlocked, Unfinished Business. The appearance of the alert filled Wu Hang with joy. Indeed, absorbing such a complete ghost was far more effective than absorbing a remnant soul. It brought Glenda up to level 18. The improvement of his own ghost also resolved the long-standing apprehension about souls. The Necromancer from the Heaven Destiny Cult had been so difficult to deal with on Gold and Silver Island because his ghost was at a higher level. Seeing that Glenda had not fully recovered yet, Wu Hang opened the panel and glanced at the newly unlocked attributes. Enhanced Possession enhances the original possession function. If the intelligence and charm are lower than the ghost's zone, it will forcibly take control of the body. Withering Touch, the ghost's attacks will have erosive damage, inflicting harm on souls and the spirits of living beings. Unfinished Wish, the ghost longs to fulfill its unfulfilled wishes from life. Without completing this wish, the soul cannot advance to the next level. 3 new abilities had been unlocked in total. Enhanced Possession is an enhancement of the original possession power. And Possession is a signature ability of ghosts, which played a significant role in Zombie World. Now that it has been enhanced, it can also possess higher-level professionals. The second ability, called Withering Touch, can attack souls, or the spirits of living beings. Originally, ghosts did not possess any attacking power. The ability to manipulate objects and wield swords to strike others was an ability Wu Hang had added to the ghost through rituals. And this ability, it adds a new mode of attack. The last one is called Unfinished Wish. From the description, it appears to be the ghost's unfulfilled desires from its life, and only by completing these desires can it continue to level up. It seems somewhat like a hard demon. Moreover, it's quite similar to the 18th level professionals, hero shaping, adding a restriction to leveling up. Although they are not the same type, they both halt progress at level 18. Inside the bone prison, Glenda's figure gradually solidified, transforming back into the image of a Western housewife. She looked down at her ethereal hands. Then she looked at Wu Hang and Zhao outside. Wu Hang closed the panel, his tone concerned. How do you feel? Any special sensations? It feels like I've become stronger. Glenda answered, then added, I also received some jumbled memories about this member of the Blood Clan. Memories? Do they affect you? There's no effect, it's like the cartoons Zhao watches, just like watching a play, quite interesting. Want to see? Glenda asked, looking at him. I can see them too? Should be able to, give it a try. Wu Hang dispelled the bone prison, and Glenda made a half-turn and entered Wu Hang's body. Immediately after, countless jumbled and fragmented memories were shared within his mind. Wu Hang also saw some past experiences of the Blood Clan ghost, how in his youth, he bullied his own kind, wantonly killed living beings, violated women, satisfying his vampiric and male desires. As an adult, his level increased, and his status within the clan rose accordingly. He then began to prey on living beings, rearing blood slaves in the cellar of his mansion to provide him with blood feasts. The most wicked act was the abduction of brides on their wedding days from various places, organizing blood banquets in the mansion, making them wear wedding dresses or local matrimonial garb, having their throats bitten by the Blood Clan, drained their blood. Scene after scene flashed by, followed by memories that the Blood Clan ghost had a more profound recollection of. In the gloomy and dark ancient castle, an adult male Blood Clan member sat on an iron gray throne. Curb your disgusting habits. The council has their eyes on you, don't cause trouble for yourself. That bitch Lilith brought them over. Ever since she joined that damned council, she doesn't consider herself part of the Blood Clan anymore. The Blood Clan ghost stepped forward, angry in tone. Her existence only deepens the rift between the Blood Clan and the council. Hand her over to me. I need a woman to distract me and ensure I don't cause trouble outside. She is the eldest daughter of the Bishmit family, don't provoke her. The Blood Clan gritted his teeth. Understood. The scene changed again. A woman in black battle armor, with a frigid appearance, slowly sat down on the iron gray throne. Her voice was indifferent. Milanese, by the laws of the Blood Clan, your indiscriminate killing of residents from neighboring countries and the raping and imprisoning of girls from various races has caused severe damage to the Blood Clan. I declare you are to be permanently banished, reflecting on your deeds for the rest of your days. Lilith, you can't do this to me, you can't do that. Lilith made a slight hand gesture. A crimson glow swept across his body. His flesh began to wither, and his male organs disappeared in a bizarre fashion. Chapter 544, No shame at all. A layer of dead flesh formed a complete skin. Cough cough. Lilith, you dog of the association, shameless bitch, if I can survive, I will definitely kill you. Amidst the cursing, he was thrown into the stone coffin, and the scene disappeared from view. It was the first time Wu Hang knew what Lilith looked like. And this ghost he had killed was an unscrupulous villain who committed all kinds of evil. He had not believed that some people are naturally prone to doing evil, but having seen his memories, he believed it somewhat. From these images, it seemed he also learned some things about the Blood Clan. Within the Blood Clan, there were different families, and the original leader was not Lilith, but someone who had become the leader through usurpation. So there should be other exiled members of the Blood Clan. He released Glenda again. Hovering on the side with a face full of interest. How was it? Exciting? Quite unexpected. Zhao asked eagerly, what did you see? Tell me about it, I love stories. Have your auntie tell you. Wu Hang looked towards Glenda again. Don't be too bloody, you'll corrupt the child. Just as Glenda was about to start telling the story, she immediately held back. Then I can't, you tell it. Just talk about how he did bad things and then got exiled. Glenda nodded. Come on, to the study, I'll tell you there. Alright. The two ghosts left through the roof, while Wu Hang tidied up the surroundings. He picked up the empty demon soul pot from the ground. Downstairs, Wu Hang sat in the living room, flipping through the book of necromancy. The book had no record of a ghost reaching level 18. But it mentioned the unfinished wish of a soul. In the case where they retained their memories from life, most souls desired to complete tasks they had not finished in life. Such as seeking death for revenge, keeping a promise, or to revisit a place that had made a deep impression on them. And the circumstances under which ghosts died would often make them fear related scenes to a great extent. Glenda died in a great fire, but she doesn't seem to show fear of fires. Zhao died during a zombie outbreak, yet she's not afraid of zombies. No, that's wrong. Zhao was confined in a hidden place and never made it out, so she didn't die at the hands of zombies. The aspect of fear seemed to have no psychological shadow for his two ghosts. That was pretty good. Master, it's time to eat. Catwoman Roby waved from a distance. Wu Heng stood up and also walked into the dining room, listening to the maids talk about the interesting experiences they had while shopping during the day, while he continued eating. The sky gradually darkened. After his bath, Wu Heng walked into the study. The two ghosts were busy with their own affairs. Wu Heng glanced at the female ghost on the side, Glenda. What is it? Glenda flew over to ask. Unfinished wish, do you know about it? Wu Heng looked at her. I don't know, is that another one of your idioms? Glenda asked, curious. The unfinished wish was a term that appeared on Glenda's panel, seemingly unknown to the ghost herself. Wu Heng explained, it means, now that you're a ghost, did you have any wishes before? I can help you fulfill them. Just as Glenda was about to speak, Zhao shouted, I want a big strawberry bear suit, and then put a skeleton inside it to be my bodyguard. How about that? Isn't that a great idea? After speaking, a smug look appeared on her face. It seemed she felt her idea was quite creative. Your wish can wait till you're level 18, let your Auntie Glenda speak first as she just reached level 18, Wu Heng said. Ah. Then I don't want it. Zhao flew back and continued fiddling with her tablet. Glenda said, I originally wanted a big house to host balls in, and then plant a greenhouse with all kinds of flowers, but now it's not necessary. Being with you and Zhao, I feel quite content. It seemed she'd been led astray by Zhao. It's about, even now as a ghost, something you must do that you can't rest without finishing, Wu Heng emphasized again. Glenda pondered for a moment and looked at him with confusion. I told you about it, didn't I? Have you forgotten? Wu Heng furrowed his brows and thought rapidly. Something clicked in his mind. More than once, Glenda had said that if her husband were still alive, she wanted Wu Heng to find him and ask why he burned both her and the house down. That must be it. Besides finding your husband? He's not my husband, more like my enemy, Glenda emphasized, then said, I don't have many other wishes. Just help me collect some books to pass the time when I am bored. Okay. Wu Heng nodded. Glenda smiled, seeing that he had nothing else to do, so she flew to the side and continued reading the book she had opened. Wu Heng sat in the chair, pondering over Glenda's affairs. The unfinished wish could basically be confirmed, but it was still not easy to say whether the other party was still alive. If he was alive, everything else would be easy. Find him normally, ask for the reason, and then avenge Glenda. If he was already dead, find the body. If it still had flesh, then perform the Wenchai ritual. If left with a pile of bones, summon it to let Glenda vent. The key was how to find the person. As night fell, Wu Heng began to feel sleepy. After waking up in the middle of last night to kill zombies, he indeed hadn't rested well. He greeted the two ghosts and returned to the bedroom to rest. Late at night. On a small island in the Emerald Sea. The night sky was devoid of moonlight, bright torches illuminated the surroundings. A large group of figures camped on the shore, and deep on the island, a number of flying dragons, both adults and juveniles, could be seen wandering around. At that moment, a swift boat approached the shore. A figure clad in leather armor and wearing a hood got off the boat and walked briskly towards the middle of the crowd, saying in a deep voice, I've found out. The pirates of the Emerald Sea have all been wiped out by the guild, including several pirate groups we had weapon orders with. Then, a voice rose from within a temporary leather tent, all dead? The guild managed to kill so many pirates? I've heard that the pirates collectively attacked Gold and Silver Island and were killed all at once by the island's powerful inhabitants, including a Necromancer island master. The powerful figure at that time was the elf Emila from the elf race. After a moment of contemplation inside the tent, the voice said, So, are we returning empty-handed this time? The leader might not be very pleased with us. The reporting figure whispered, How about we hijack a few ships, take the money and goods, and go back? We wouldn't lose out that way. What about Gold and Silver Island? No go for Gold and Silver Island. Everyone says the guild left a lot of ancient devices there, anyone who goes near gets blown to pieces. Another pause followed in the tent, then the voice concluded, Alright, let everyone gather intelligence tomorrow. Rob enough to cover this trade, and we'll head back. That should appease the leader. Yes. The next day, in Zombie World. A low murmur of discussion emanated from the radio. The rescue team survived? Chased by the Zombie King and his horde all the way, they have some serious luck. From their radio conversations, it sounds like they were saved by Xinfu City. That rescue team is really something, leading them toward other people's homes. They've got no shame. Don't talk nonsense if you value your life. I, Liu Huaqian, can't even speak the truth now? If someone's got the guts, come find me. After Wu Heng arrived, He casually turned on the radio and heard discussions about them and the rescue team. It seemed that saving the rescue team wasn't without its benefits. The outside views about his side were quite positive. As Wu Heng listened, the door creaked open. Chi Hengkai walked in. She took out a list and handed it over. The main station's plane will come to pick up people in 2 days. See if there's anything we need to order? We can have them bring it over. Wu Heng scanned the items on the list. These grenade launchers only come with grenades, no launchers. Chapter 545, looking forward to your performance. If it's not written down, it probably means it doesn't exist. Chi Hengkai stood up and walked behind him, gently massaging his shoulders. Wu Heng nodded, glanced at the list again, and said, let's set it at 50 sniper rifles, 100 machine guns, 2,000 shells for the machine cannons, and 500 grenades for now. Chi Hengkai returned to the desk and began recording the information on a new piece of paper. Wu Heng continued, we'll start with those, then ask them for the prices of various weapon and ammunition blueprints, and have those added to the list as well. Alright. Chi Hengkai collected the paper she had written on. How are the rescue teams doing? Are they behaving? Wu Heng asked. He was still wary of these people. Even if they had hastily fled to the road leading to the military factory. It did not rule out the possibility that the people on the radio had wanted to drag Wu Heng into their troubles. Chi Hengkai sat down. They are all fairly obedient, their food is the same as ours, plus we have electricity to use freely here, and electric heating in the winter. With just a little persuasion when the time comes, it won't be hard to keep some of them here. Exchanges were made between the two parties, and Chi Hengkai had sent people to inquire about the rescue team's previous living conditions. Food was distributed based on quantity, and although it wasn't the bare minimum, it wasn't enough to fill one's stomach. And there was no electricity or heating provided. Life was far worse than it was here. That's good to hear. Chi Hengkai continued, the last incident served as a wake-up call for us, so we've arranged some reconnaissance tasks. I've set up guard posts on several essential roads around the factory so that if anything similar happens, or if a horde of zombies tries to return, we can be notified in advance. That's good, indeed. We should have established guard posts a long time ago. Also, the roads outside the factory are being rebuilt, and the lighting for a certain area outside the gate is being rewired. It would be best if the lights could be turned on at night, as it would allow us to see further after dark. Chi Hengkai and the others had clearly had a meeting and made detailed arrangements concerning the surroundings. Wu Heng felt that road lights weren't really necessary. The guards were skeletons, and whether there was light at night made little difference to them. But since electricity was abundant now, and it was only the streetlights on the road outside that were in question, it wasn't a big problem. Okay, proceed as you've suggested. Alright. Chi Hengkai nodded. The matter concerning the factory was settled. Wu Heng then asked, regarding the mutated zombies transformed into skeletons that I had asked Li Yong to gather, how is that coming along? They've all been brought over, and they're in the woodland behind the factory, answered Chi Hengkai. Let's go take a look. The two of them left the dormitory and headed to a woodland area outside the factory grounds. The large area was filled with skeletons transformed from big mutated zombies, including Big Guy, Second Chunk, and many others. These were transformed from mutated zombies, including those from other shelters that had been sold to their group as corpses. The majority were level 2 and 3 power-type mutated skeletons, including Big Guy skeletons and Crawler skeletons. Big Head skeletons had not been sent over, as they were needed to coordinate with other areas to manage the regular skeletons. They're all here, a total of 220. I didn't expect we killed so many mutated zombies, said Chi Hengkai. Indeed, it's quite a number, Wu Heng said with a casual wave of his hand. Suddenly, a crack appeared out of nowhere next to them, followed by a stone door opening to reveal a luxurious bedroom and a hot spring in the middle of the lawn. Then, the scene inside began to change. All the items disappeared, transforming into a simple and spacious hidden arsenal cave. You all, stand by inside. Following the command, all the mutated skeletons made their way into the cave. They jostled each other as they entered through the stone door into the hidden arsenal cave. Once inside, they all stood in formation. Wu Heng then ordered a few who were squeezed together to spread out a bit before closing the mansion skill. All traces of the cave vanished from sight. Chi Hengkai's eyes widened as she looked back and forth several times between Wu Heng and the spot where the hidden arsenal cave had disappeared. A new superpower. This was definitely a new ability she hadn't seen him learn before. The main offices were still persuading them to send over the blood of superpowered individuals to help develop superpowers more effectively. What a joke. The superpowers their leader possessed were surely the most comprehensive and numerous. They needed no help in their development. Let's head back, he said. In the afternoon, they had lunch together in the cafeteria. Chi Hankai quietly briefed him on some key members of the provincial rescue teams, including a team leader and technical staff from the Danzō group. Wu Heng observed while eating. Quite a few people had come from the province, but he did not come across anyone he recognized. After lunch, they returned to the dormitory. Chi Hankai took off her coat to reveal a white turtleneck sweater that accentuated her chest and a flat stomach. She gathered her hair and her cheeks flushed slightly. I'm going to take a bath. No rush, we have plenty of time before nightfall. Wu Heng also took off his coat. Chi Hankai's face turned even redder. Wu Heng sat on the edge of the bed. While waiting for Chi Hankai, he also pondered the following plans. If progress went smoothly, Gold and Silver Island could have its power supply completed within a few days. After that, some production chains could also be set up on the island. The research and design of production equipment would require some professionals to complete, and those from Tancheng Group would have to stay behind. Chi Hankai had been providing them with the treatment of the base survivors these past 2 days. If by then they're unwilling to stay, Wu Heng would also forcefully keep them. To design production machines for his own side. With this in mind, the bathroom door opened. Chi Hankai came out wrapped in a white bathrobe. Are you going to bathe too? I'll go in a bit. Wu Heng stripped off his clothes and entered the bathroom. Okay, Chi Hankai nodded, kneeling on the bed, starting to make the bedding. Wu Heng entered the bathroom and quickly rinsed himself off. When he came out again, Chi Hankai took the initiative to stand up and approach him. The two pressed close, gently caressing each other. Come here, lie down. Chi Hankai pulled him to lie down on the bed. Chi Hankai undid her bathrobe, revealing her soft, white feet, and she climbed up the wall to the ceiling right above where Wu Heng lay. Her body hanging upside down, she firmly gripped the ceiling with her feet. Wu Heng looked up at her. What's this performance? There are some I can't reach, said Chi Hankai, looking up. Watching Chi Hankai hanging above, Wu Heng placed the pillow behind him under his waist, pulling it up closer to her for a short distance. Chi Hankai's cheeks were flushed as she extended her tender little tongue, giving it a light lick before taking it into her mouth. The feet hanging from the ceiling moved, starting to slowly spin. Returning to Gold and Silver Island, it was already dusk. Wu Heng came down from upstairs, and little cat girl Roby, jumping and waving, said, Master, it's just time for dinner. Okay, let's go. Wu Heng walked towards the dining table. The dinner was still quite sumptuous, and everyone sat together, eating and chatting. Andre Willow chewed gently, saying, Master, the street lamps have been erected, but they seem to be broken, not glowing like in London City. Over the past 2 days, the skeleton electricians and the island's engineering team had set up power poles and streetlights in the central district. They were preparing for the completion of Gold and Silver Island's power supply. It's different from London City, you'll see the effects in a few days, Wu Heng explained. Oh, I thought they were broken as soon as they were installed. The effect will be better than London City's when the time comes. Really? I'm actually looking forward to it, said Andre Willow with a smile. After dinner, the maids took a rest, then went to the training room to train. Wu Heng was in the study, unlocking the Coffin of Earth skill he had obtained last time. Then he chatted with the two ghosts, casually inquiring of Glenda if she had any other last wishes. But as it turned out, Glenda's only last wish was to set fire to her husband. Wu Heng asked for her husband's appearance and name. He wrote them down on a piece of paper, to investigate when he had the chance. Until late at night, Wu Heng returned to his room to rest. Next day, morning. After breakfast, Wu Heng stood in the courtyard. In his hands, the magic wand gently gathered spells. The earth element below began to boil, and a vertical earthen coffin gradually formed around his body, wrapping him inside it. Next, the coffin began to sink slowly, delving deep below the surface. The site of the descent showed subtle changes, yet it wasn't as obvious as if the soil had actually been dug up. Wu Heng was sealed in the earthen coffin, surrounded by darkness, and the narrow confines of the coffin also restricted his movement. The air began to thin, making it slightly difficult to breathe. After waiting a little while and adjusting the spell, the coffin slowly rose back to the surface, and the earthen coffin collapsed. His vision was restored. Wu Heng turned his head and saw Minnie, Annette, and Roby each holding a shovel, standing nearby. Chapter 546, Why Revive It? What's the matter? Minnie immediately said, seeing that you didn't come up for so long, we were afraid something happened to you. Wu Heng touched her head, don't worry, nothing will happen. Master, what exactly is this new spell for? Minnie asked curiously. Wu Heng thought for a moment. In a critical moment, it can be used to conceal oneself or to ambush an enemy. Oh, still doesn't seem very useful. Having one more skill might come in handy someday. Yes, Master is right. Thump thump thump. While the maids were chatting, There was a knocking at the courtyard door. Minnie quickly went to open the door, then turned her head and called out, "Master, Steward Zai Ligui has arrived." She then led Zai Ligui in. "What brings you to me?" Wu Heng walked over. Zai Ligui said, "Pirates have emerged at sea, I came to discuss it with you." "Pirates? A new group?" Wu Heng asked. The two walked into the living room and sat down on the couch. The lop-eared rabbit, Annette, served tea and pastries. Zai Ligui continued, "No, the fleets that docked yesterday brought news that on a Juzuk route there appeared 5 pirate ships without flags, and they have flying dragons. Their combat power is not weak, and they have already plundered some ships." "Flying dragons? 5 pirate ships?" Since the last time Philippa took the fleet along the route to clear it, there's hardly been word of pirates. It was the most peaceful period in the Emerald Sea. Unexpectedly, pirates have appeared again. Pirate groups that have flying dragons are all major pirates, and we've wiped them all out. Zai Ligui shook her head. "That's what I'm worried about too. They might have been overlooked before, or they could be pirate groups from other seas." Then, she pulled out a ragged, blood-stained leather armor. "This is from the pirates, see if the Prophet can find anything out." Wu Heng took it. "Okay, wait here a moment." "Sure, just let me know if you find anything." Wu Heng took the leather armor and went straight up to the 3rd floor, entering the room where the skeleton prophet was. He didn't have the prophet look at the armor in his hand, but instead, he took out the emerald sand table. The reason he didn't bring Zai Ligui along was that he didn't want her to know about the emerald sand table. It wasn't that he was afraid of her coveting it. Zai Ligui's character and their relationship were quite good. The main concern was that information on the special item leaking could bring unnecessary trouble for him. The emerald sand table was like having a god's eye view map of the entire Emerald Sea. One could see the movement of any ship, their routes, and even flags and types. Outside it wasn't of much use, but within the Emerald Sea, it was a divine artifact. He took out the emerald sand table and looked at the situation. Not seeing any obvious pirates, he focused his attention on the Juzuk route and started searching along it. After looking around, he spotted 5 huge merchant ships near Scorpion Pincer Island. Docked at the edge of the small island, they were flying flags with a green base and red dragon wings. Not the black flag of the skeletons used by pirates. But on that whole route, only those 5 ships were flying a strange flag he hadn't seen before, making them an obvious target. Wu Heng put away the sand table and went downstairs again. Zai Ligui was still sitting in the lobby, looking at the hangings on the wall. "How did it go?" Wu Heng said. "A flag with a green base and red dragon wings. Do you know which power's flag it is?" Zai Ligui frowned and recalled, "It's the flag of the dragon trafficking team. The flying dragons the pirates in the Emerald Sea had were bought from them." "Ah. The pirates bought their dragons? I haven't heard of that. I also know some intelligence, I haven't seen it either." Zai Ligui explained, then continued, "They should have come to sell flying dragons. I don't know why they've started robbing ships. What's your plan?" "I'll lead a team out to sea this afternoon. The Emerald Sea has just calmed down, we can't let these guys cause trouble." Zai Ligui took a sip of tea from her cup. Wu Heng also agreed with this idea, for recently the number of merchants stocking at Gold and Silver Island was growing, and the business environment was improving. They couldn't let these guys make the merchants feel the route was dangerous again. Thinking it over, he directly said, "Gold and Silver Island can't be left without someone in charge. You stay and take command here, and leave the rest to me." Zai Ligui thought it made sense. "Take 2 squads with you." "No need, it's all skeleton fighting anyway. Wait for my good news." "Alright then, be careful." After a brief discussion, Zai Ligui left the manor and took a carriage back to the association. Wu Heng began making some preparations. Then he put on the train captain's hat, boarded the train, and wrote Scorpion Pincer Island on the itinerary. The phantom train once again burrowed into the void and vanished from sight. Scorpion Pincer Island. Wu Heng sat nearby and waited for a while. Glenda and Zhao, one after another, flew back. "Over 400 people are here, but we found no slaves or hostages. However, there are more than 40 flying dragons." Zhao added, "There's a level 15 professional in that house over there, picking at his toes. How filthy. Let me have a look." For Zhao's case, no need to look any further. TCH. Zhao pouted with her arms crossed. With a smile, Glenda entered inside him, sharing the visual feed. The shoreline was covered with temporary tents. There were indeed quite a few people and many flying dragons had landed. They did not take to the sky, but instead were scattered all over the ground. Wu Heng released Glenda back out. He said, "Zhao, help me keep watch. Glenda, you take care of their flying dragons. Do you need the evil sword?" Glenda shook her head. "I shouldn't need it." "Zhao, any problem?" Zhao clenched her fist. "No problem." "Good, Then prepare for battle, Wu Hang said, as two ghosts swiftly flew off and away. Afterward, Wu Hang stood on high ground, taking a distant look at the tent encampment below. He raised his magic wand, and a massive rift and stone door burst open abruptly. The rift caught the attention of the enemies in the distance the moment it appeared. They all grabbed their weapons, vigilantly watching this side. Wu Hang scanned the area before him, and commanded, blow up the crowds, and that stone house over there, too. Bang dot bang dot bang bang bang. The machine cannon behind the stone door started spitting out red flames. The tents and stone house exploded violently, turning into fragments that filled the sky. The gathered enemies howled and screamed, fleeing in chaos. The splinters of stone that shot out penetrated their bodies, leaving them to collapse on the ground. The entire camp of tents vanished into thin air, leaving behind only deep craters on the ground. Charge down and kill all the enemies. Crash. A mass of mutated skeletons pushed and shoved their way through the stone door, charging down like wild beasts in giant strides. They engaged in close combat with the remaining enemies that had not died. Elsewhere, a few figures mounted the backs of flying dragons. More than 40 flying dragons instantly soared into the sky, circling above. A figure riding on a flying dragon shot a crossbow arrow before pulling out an alchemical bomb, lighting the fuse. Damn undead, I'll blast you to pieces. Blast you to pieces? A ghostly face appeared before the figure. Before he could react, it dived directly into his body. The grenade that had just been lit was tucked back into his stuffed pack. Boom. An explosion rang out, a great fire engulfing both man and dragon completely. Charred corpses fell from the sky. Afterward, one after another, the bodies of flying dragons plummeted from the sky. Even those that sensed something was wrong and tried to escape plunged straight into the sea. And the entire island instantly quieted down. The battle was simpler than expected. Even that toe-picking powerhouse that Zhao talked about, Wu Hang never saw him appear. And on the battlefield, the skeletons began to clean up. Some started to go into the sea to salvage the flying dragons that had fallen in. Eventually, the bodies were neatly arranged along the shore. Wu Hang walked around the skeleton flying dragons, selecting 3 whose necks had been pierced by swords from behind. He said, tie up the wings and legs of these 3. The skeletons immediately got to work, using ropes to bind the flying dragon's wings and legs tightly together. Uncle, what are you doing? Zhao asked curiously. On the other side, Glenda said, don't ask, your uncle has his little quirks. What do you mean? Zhao grew even more curious. Wu Hang said, don't talk nonsense to the kid. Isn't it? So, what are you doing? Without further explanation, Wu Hang cast the revival technique on the 3 dragon carcasses in succession. The bodies of the flying dragons twitched slightly, then they opened their eyes, shifting from dead to critically wounded. Why are you saving them? Chapter 547, 4 fighter jets escort 3 flying dragons had gone from dead to severely wounded. The ones that had been so hard to kill were now revived. Tie them up tightly, Wu Hang ordered, turning to the ghost beside him to explain, let's take them back first and see. We'll decide later whether to keep them for ourselves or use them for some experiments. Fine, as long as you've decided, Glenda said. Zhao no longer focused on this place but flew straight towards the cargo ships on the shore. The skeleton tied up the severely wounded flying dragons with another couple of loops of rope. Wu Hang opened the mansion skill, let the skeletons drag the severely injured flying dragons into it, and threw them into a corner. Mansion skill closed. Wu Hang continued to focus his gaze on the other ordinary human corpses. According to Zai Ligui's guesses, these people were all from the dragon trafficking team, but their purpose for coming here and why they plundered the ships were still not entirely clear. He randomly selected a corpse and cast, communicate with the dead. The corpse suddenly sat up, its turbid eyes gazing this way. Wu Hang directly asked, what was the purpose of your visit here? The corpse replied, come to the Emerald Sea, to sell some trained flying dragons to the pirates. It was indeed as Zai Ligui had guessed. The dragon trafficking team had came to sell flying dragons. Wu Hang continued to ask, why did you plunder merchant ships? The corpse answered, with the pirates gone, this order couldn't be completed, so we thought to seize some goods to make up for this loss. With this query, the situation had become quite clear. These guys couldn't find the pirates, and not wanting to return empty-handed, started to attack the merchants on the trade routes. With over 40 flying dragons and a leader of level 15, the trade routes merchant fleets really didn't have any chance to fight back. They were simply unfortunate. The small island they chose to stay on had been recorded by the Phantom train. There were 3 questions left. Wu Hang pondered and asked, did you breed these flying dragons yourselves? Yes, flying dragons raised and trained from a young age will obey their master's commands. Wu Hang stroked his chin and nodded. He hadn't checked the genders of the dragons he just rescued and wasn't sure if he could sustainably breed them on his side. Wu Heng then asked, "Where do you live?" The corpse replied, "Khazar City, beyond the Emerald Sea." The last question. "If you're dead, is there any way others can find you?" The corpse paused and said, "They probably can't. There are several dragon trafficking teams, some have disappeared before. People will roughly inquire, but if there's no news, they'll leave it." After answering 5 questions, the corpse lay back down flat. "Wrap up the flying dragon corpses and gather all the broken items nearby," Wu Heng commanded. The skeletons moved, wrapping the flying dragons in the grass mats that had been taken out, gathering all the broken, scattered tents and miscellaneous items nearby. Wu Heng first put all the dragon corpses into the space ring. Then he began to cast Battleground of Remains. A gray-white circle of light spread out, flesh fell off, and one skeleton after another slowly stood up from the ground. The transformation of the bodies was complete. Wu Heng cast Grease Skill on the nearby pile of debris, then continued with Fireball Technique. He lit it on fire. A large fire blazed, heating up the surroundings. After the fire was extinguished, only ashes remained on the ground. Wu Heng then led the skeletons to inspect the ships moored on the shore. These ships were quite different from pirate ships. They were dirty, and a sour stench wafted through them. "There's nothing, they're so poor," Zhao flew back, disdainful. "These dragon corpses and ships, even so, the haul is not bad," Wu Heng stated. "They're not worth much money, these people are even worse than pirates," Zhao said with dissatisfaction on her face. "Next time, we'll have a chance to catch some pirates." Wu Heng then reassigned tasks to the skeletons and sent them to the remaining ships. Once everything was ready, he ordered them to begin the return voyage. The next day at noon, 5 ships were docked at the association's private port. After speaking briefly with the ship manager, they took a carriage toward the association. At this time, the association's hall was packed with people. Looking at the notice board, some were discussing forming their own mercenary squads. Wu Heng proceeded to the steward's office, knocked gently on the door, and entered. Inside the room, the assistant Shiyali was sorting through documents. Seeing Wu Heng come in, a smile immediately appeared on her face. "Island Master, thank you for saving me last time," she said. "Are you healed?" "You should rest more at home," Wu Heng said. Being rescued from death was no ordinary injury. Even in a world where elixirs had special effects, healing wasn't that easy. "I won't be doing any heavy work. Coming here also lets me spend time with Xiligui," Shiyali said softly. Wu Heng nodded and then asked, "Where's Xiligui?" "She went out, probably coming back soon." "Please wait a moment." Shiyali brought over some tea and then sat down beside him. She kept him company chatting. First, she inquired about his family, and then why he hadn't married at his age as a human, and how he embarked on the path of a necromancer, and his future plans. Wu Heng began to sweat on his forehead from the questioning. It felt like being cornered by a village gossip wanting to collect juicy information in the modern world. Just as he was thinking of finding an excuse to leave, the door was pushed open again. Xiligui came in with a flurry. As soon as she stepped into the room, her gaze fell on Wu Heng. "Why haven't you left yet?" Chapter 547, 4 Fighter Jets Escort. Wu Heng said, "I came to talk to you about this matter." Xiligui put her helmet aside and raised her eyebrows. "Whatever it is, it can wait until you return. Pirates won't stay in one place for too long. Once they leave, it'll be difficult to find them on the sea." "No, I've already returned, and I've killed the people," Wu Heng said immediately, seeing that she was getting impatient. "You've returned? You mean, you've already killed those pirates?" Xiligui frowned. "Yes, I did what you said. I came to deliver the flying dragons to the pirates. But since I couldn't find the pirates and didn't want to return empty-handed, I plundered the merchant ships along the shipping route." Then Wu Heng went on to recount the events in detail. Xiligui sat down beside him, staring at him. "You sure you went?" "Why would I lie to you? I brought back all 5 ships. They're at the port." Wu Heng leaned back and took a sip from his teacup. "How did you get there so fast?" Xiligui pressed. "That's for me to know. As long as the job is done, that's all that matters." Xiligui glared at him, then said, "Where did you say they came from?" "Khazar City. I heard it's outside the Emerald Sea." Xiligui drank her tea, pondering. "I'll report to headquarters and have the local association in Khazar City handle this matter." Wu Heng also thought for a moment. "Sure, you handle it. Anyway, I've taken care of the scene when I killed them. Even if they send someone to investigate, they won't find any traces leading back to us." "Okay, you're the professional," Xiligui said expressionlessly as she praised him, then added, "Once we have more ships, we'll increase the patrols along the shipping routes to prevent new pirates from emerging." "Yes, with the 5 ships we've acquired, I've also ordered a few more from the merchant convoy." I'll organize them into a patrol fleet once they arrive. Good, the sooner the better. I know. After finishing the conversation, Zyligui inquired about the several metal poles that had been erected in the central district. Wu Hang kept it mysterious, only telling her that it was a part of the island's development. In time, she would understand their purpose. The two chatted for a while. Wu Hang left the association, and Zyligui began to write the report, preparing to submit it to the association. Returning home, a few maids greeted him outside the door. Besides Minnie, Annette and Roby, Philippa with a parrot on her shoulder also came out from the house. After 3 maids played coy, hands on her hips, Philippa said, "What do you mean by going out to sea without me, your captain?" It was sudden, no ships were needed, so I didn't call for you, Wu Hang explained. Philippa was skeptical. You went alone with Zyligui, didn't you? You didn't want to bring me along, did you? Wu Hang put his hand on her shoulder, and the parrot flew to a branch nearby. Wrapping his arm around her as they walked to his room, he said, "What are you talking about?" She didn't go either. The task was a bit special, and not one that required taking a ship. Alright, I can accept that. But I am a captain after all. Take me with you next time, staying on the island is boring, Philippa said, smiling again now that she heard there was a real reason. Back in the living room, after waiting for a little while, lunch was served. They chatted casually while eating lunch. Wu Hang continued, "Philippa, I brought back 5 large cargo ships to the port. You'll go and retrofit them later, we'll use them for patrolling the shipping routes." "Sure, I'll go after lunch," Philippa responded, then asked, "What were they used for before?" "You can think of them as being used for transporting livestock." "I know, those kind of ships stink on the inside. We used to hate those when we were hijacking ships, so hard to clean. Leave the cleaning to the skeletons then, make sure it's thoroughly clean." "Understood," Philippa nodded. After lunch, the maids decided to accompany Philippa to the port to see the ships. Wu Hang returned to his study and went through the boundary door to the zombie world. Stepping out of the dormitory building, he stood at the doorway and waited, and Chi Hankai came from behind. "Got any plans for today?" Wu Hang shook his head. "Let's head to the withered wood forest behind here." "Do we need a car?" "Not for now." The two of them headed to the withered wood forest, surrounded by a large number of skeleton army troops. Wu Hang took out the carcasses of several flying dragons and laid them out in front of him on the open ground. Chi Hankai's eyes widened as she looked at the dragon corpses. So many. Skeleton flying dragons were irreplaceable in battle. A few rounds of aerial bombing could clear out 80% of the zombies. The skeleton flying dragons were now stationed at both the military factory and the airfield. There weren't quite enough of them. The appearance of so many dragon corpses meant certain improvement for the base. Wu Hang counted carefully, totaling 38 carcasses. He then released the battleground of remains, and as the flesh fell from the dragon carcasses, skeleton flying dragons began to rise from amongst the fragments. They shook their bodies, splattering rotting flesh. Skeleton flying dragon, level 12, skeleton flying dragon, level 13, skeleton. All the dragons were basically at level 12 or level 13, which was quite decent. "Stand by here," Wu Hang commanded. The restless skeleton flying dragons gradually calmed down. One by one, they curled up and lay in the open spaces between the trees in the forest. Wu Hang continued to Chi Hankai, "Send a few to the airfield later." "Okay." Chi Hankai nodded. "Also, I remember Zhang Kai had come up with a design for attaching machine guns to the dragons. Have him arrange for someone to bring it over, let's see if we can work it out." "Sure, I'll contact them when I get back." The two returned to the base. At dusk, back to Gold and Silver Island. Chapter 547, 4 fighter jets escort 3 severely injured and dying flying dragons were dragged out from the mansion. Wu Hang and a few others crouched to one side, looking at the 3 tightly bound flying dragons. 2 males, 1 female, Wu Hang said. One could still distinguish the gender of these flying dragons from the situation under their bellies. "Is the master planning to keep them?" The lop-eared rabbit Annette asked curiously. "When we took out the dragon trafficking team, they were breeding these flying dragons from a young age. We can give it a try too." Wu Hang stood up again, directing Skeleton to throw the 3 dragons into a nearby iron cage. He had originally planned to raise them in the zombie world. But there were quite a few members of the rescue team there lately, and those people would have to leave eventually. He still didn't want them to know too much. "Do we need to prepare some food for them?" Minnie asked. "Not for now, just don't let them die. Let them starve for a few meals first." "Okay. Let's go back." "Alright, Master." The next day, at the Zombie World Airport. Inside the conference room, Commander Liu frowned deeply and asked in a stern voice, "Vice Leader Chi, what do you mean by keeping the people from Tanshan Group here?" Are you trying to poach them? Chihankai looked up at the other party and said directly, we are inviting the people from Tanshan Group to stay with us and join our new clothing base. Of course, if they disagree, you may interpret it as poaching. Bang. Commander Liu slammed his fist on the conference table. He said angrily, isn't this a bit unreasonable of you? You can't say that. You led the horde of zombies to us, and if it weren't for our timely response, we might have suffered alongside you, Chihankai said evenly, unaffected by the others shouting. Leader Chi, haven't I already explained myself? We took that route in desperation, the other party said again. Chihankai glanced at him, we accept your reason, but everyone must be responsible for the extent of their mistakes. Surely you don't think nearly getting us killed is a trivial matter. We can discuss this matter again, you can't just forcibly detain people, especially right before they leave, Commander Liu said. Chihankai shrugged, some decisions, we have to make on the spot. Commander Liu took a deep breath, stood up, and said, I need to go back and discuss with the others. I will give you a definitive answer before we leave. You have half an hour, if you cannot persuade your people, we have our own ways. Humphrey. So young and impetuous, wait for my news, Commander Liu turned and left the meeting room. After Commander Liu left, Chihankai stood up and walked outside, entering a room next door. Commander Liu returned all the way to the room assigned to him. Opening the door, the rest of the people in the room all stood up. Commander. What did they say? Commander Liu's face darkened as he said coldly, connect the radio, I need to contact the headquarters. We just packed up the radio, someone said softly. Do as I say, Commander Liu said sternly. Yes. The other party responded, immediately starting to assemble the radio, and after it was set up and tested. It's ready to use now, said one of the personnel. Commander Liu took over the other's position, picked up the microphone and said, this is Yangtong City Provincial Shelter, calling headquarters. This is headquarters, go ahead. Commander Liu took a deep breath and said directly, our original plan was to take the flight arriving at Yangtong City Airport to the headquarters. Yes, the flight is already on its way and should be arriving soon, the other party said. The Xinfu City base agreed to provide the airport but only let part of us leave, intending to forcibly detain some technical personnel. Commander Liu took another deep breath and continued, we appreciate Xinfu City's rescue and assistance, but these technicians are needed at the headquarters for their expertise and cannot be detained. Please, headquarters, communicate with them. Sizzle. An electric current sounded. Another man's voice came through. This is YS-202 Transport. I am the third-level Commander LV Chingen. We are nearing Yangtong City airspace, and we have 4 fighter jets escorting us to ensure the Yangtong rescue team and technical personnel return to headquarters, he said. Commander Liu and all the people in the room were delighted. Thank you, Commander LV Chingen, now I can rest easy, he said. Chapter 548, Stay, Little Temple Monk. Bringing our brothers back home from Yangtong City is also one of the purposes of our trip, LV Chingen said in a deep and serious voice. Commander Liu and the others in the room all let out a sigh of relief. Continuing with the microphone he said, then we'll just wait for Commander LV to arrive. We have arrived above Yangtong City, now get your things ready and prepare to leave. Roger that. And just as that was communicated, Chihankai's voice suddenly came through the radio, to ensure the safety of the headquarters leaders, we will arrange aerial units to escort the transport plane. Please do not make any provocative or aggressive moves to avoid creating danger. The moment those words were spoken, the radio fell suddenly silent. Everyone on the public frequency could hear the conversation. But after all, Chihankai was the subject of the discussion, so speaking up at this time was a bit awkward. Escort. Commander Liu and the people in the room all frowned. They have planes too? I just saw that there's a civilian airliner outside. They must be talking about those skeleton flying dragons. I've been paying attention these past few days, and there are only 2 or 3 of them, not much of a threat. The people whispered among themselves. Meanwhile, a man near the window simply took in the sunshine that streamed intermittently through the window with a puzzled look. Following his doubt, he looked outside and his pupils suddenly constricted. Hearing the others in the room still discussing carelessly, he opened his mouth to remind them, come over and take a look, there are a lot of skeleton flying dragons. Their discussion ceased, and they walked over to the window, puzzled. Looking up at the sky. Huge numbers of skeletons, like swallows leaving the nest, swarmed into the sky. They began to circle above the airfield. Their presence was terrifying. Everyone's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. There were so many of these monsters. How could they have so many? Didn't we only see 2 or 3 fighting zombies last time? What a terrifying superpower. Commander Liu's face grew even grimmer. In his heart, he thought, it's over, the headquarters planes definitely can't overpower Chihankai, and he had lost the chance to negotiate further. This time, he had completely messed things up. In the sky, YS-202 transport plane. The voice of the escort fighter jet came through the onboard communication. A large number of flying targets are approaching. Distance 200 meters, visually confirmed a large number of skeleton flying units, identical to the flying dragons at the new service base last time. There are more than 20. Inside the transport plane, LV Chin's face also turned grim, sweat appearing on his forehead. Through the front glass, he could also see a large number of skeleton flying dragons flying straight toward them. Hearing about more than 20 didn't seem like much. But in the sky, with the wings of the flying dragons spread, they already filled the entire range of sight. Picking up the communication microphone, "Do not attack, we are here to trade with them. The mission is to exchange food, avoid any conflicts, and maintain normal speed." "Roger that. Roger that." LV Chin wiped the sweat from his forehead, his gaze somewhat elusive. The base in Xinfu City had clearly heard their conversation and arranged for the flying dragons to show off their strength. What a mess this has become. He had thought that by bringing fighter jets, they could deter the other side. Now it seems that the other side is not only unafraid of them, but their strength is also not as simple as the information they had gathered. Once again, the report from the escort jet came over the radio. "The flying dragons are not attacking us, they are flying alongside." LV Chin nodded and said, "Contact them, request to land." The pilot picked up the microphone and said, "This is YS-202 transport plane, requesting permission to land. You may land." The plane began to descend, landing on the runway. Outside the airport terminal, Chihankai and others stood by, waiting. Someone scoffed. The moment the flying dragons showed up, they got all soft-spoken. "Don't talk about them, I was startled too. Thankfully King managed to procure so many flying dragons, otherwise, they would have gotten cocky. Having fighter jets but not using them to rescue people, just coming here to show off." When Chihankai saw the plane land and the door open, she turned her head and said, "Stop talking, they're coming over." After speaking, she led several people up to meet them, welcoming the delegation from the headquarters. The visitors this time were still the same people as last time, led by the Level 3 commander, LV Chin. Vice Leader Chi, LV Chin greeted with a smile. "Commander LV, please come inside for some tea and rest," Chihankai gestured with her hand. "Thank you." The group proceeded toward the hall inside. No one mentioned what had just been broadcast on the radio. Entering the conference room, tea was served. LV Chin got to the point directly. "As per Vice Leader Chi's request, we've brought 50 sniper rifles, 100 machine guns, 2,000 rounds of machine cannon ammo, 500 grenades, and in addition, 200 kilograms of gold to be exchanged entirely for food supplies." "I'll have someone check it first," said Chihankai, instructing someone beside her. Immediately, people went out to check the goods that were delivered. LV Chin took a sip of tea, pondered for a moment, then said, "I'm not sure if the base leader is around. I have also come twice now without having a formal meeting. Our leader isn't here, if there's any matter you can just speak to me," said Chihankai with a smile as she looked at him. "It's still about the same thing I mentioned last time, the training of superpowered individuals and the development of superpowers. I'm not sure what concerns your base might have. In reality, the implementation of these two initiatives benefits everyone and could be a significant contribution to the future of all mankind." LV Chin's tone gradually became more emphatic. Chihankai glanced at him and said decisively, "We will not participate in these two projects." "There's no need to speak further, Commander LV. That," LV Chin hesitated before nodding, accepting the response, "we won't insist. We respect different regions' opinions." The two continued speaking. The door was knocked on again. The person who had left to take inventory of the goods returned. "Sister Chi, the count is correct, there are no issues." Chihankai nodded, yet she showed no intention of settling the food transaction. Instead, she turned her gaze back to LV Chin and asked, "How does Commander LV plan to deal with the matter of the provincial rescue team?" LV Chin furrowed his brow slightly, looking straight at her. "We have received orders to escort the people from the provincial rescue team out of here. Let's speak plainly, beating around the bush is just a waste of time. The people from the provincial team can leave at any time. We'll keep those from Tancheng Group and any ordinary survivors who don't wish to leave," said Chihankai bluntly. "Vice Leader Chi, at this critical juncture, when we all should unite against hardships, how can you do such a thing? Aren't you worried about the bad public opinion it might generate? Haven't you received information on the Yangtong City frequency? If you get a chance, listen and see whom all the bases are berating. The provincial rescue teams led the zombies and level 3 mutant zombies towards our base, almost killing us all. We've provisioned them well these past few days, and now they want to leave without a backward glance? Who is displaying a lack of unity here? LV Chin, caught off guard by the response, paused to think, then said, these technicians will have opportunities for advancement and platforms at the headquarters. Once we bring them back, we can share the technology. Tanshan Group's people stay, and you take everyone else. Future transactions between us will continue as usual. There is no second option. That's the order I've received, Chi Hankai stated unequivocally. LV Chin's eyes narrowed. He hadn't expected her to be so uncompromising. Clearly, she had made up her mind to keep the people there. I need to talk with Commander Liu from the rescue team and discuss this matter. Fine, go and ask Commander Liu to come here. Soon, Commander Liu entered the room with a grimace. Chi Hankai stood up and said, you two have your discussion. Let me know once you reach a conclusion. LV Chin nodded and looked towards Commander Liu before standing up and shaking hands. Please, have a seat. Chi Hankai headed towards another room. Skeleton soldiers guarded the entrance. The door was tightly shut. She pushed the door open and walked straight in. Inside the room, 7 people were either seated or standing. Upon seeing Chi Hankai enter, everyone stood up, casting curious and anxious glances her way. Leader Chi, have you come to a decision? Asked the man wearing a down jacket over a suit. This man was the representative of Tanshan Group, Jiao Rong. Let's sit and talk, said Chi Hankai. Everyone sat down again, and only then did Chi Hankai speak slowly. I've decided to keep you here, you're aware of that, right? We know, Jiao Rong answered. With the situation having escalated to this point and being effectively detained, how could they not be aware? Chi Hankai continued, what are your thoughts? Jiao Rong, still sitting upright, responded, we are grateful for the sanctuary provided by Xinfu City Base and the assistance during this time, and we will forever remember this kindness. However, we have also promised Commander Liu that we will accompany him to the headquarters. I'm sorry, Leader Chi. Chi Hankai remained calm, speaking evenly, you're a smart man. Even the headquarters comes to us for food exchanges. Do you really think their situation is any better than ours? There must be a considerable number of people crowded there. Are you willing to lead your people there only to starve? All the people in the room frowned. The plane from the headquarters didn't come specifically to collect them. Otherwise, they would have gone to their original base long ago, instead of waiting until now. The main purpose of the visit was to exchange for food, with a secondary aim of taking them all away. Chi Hankai added, stay here, and you will be the technicians, revered experts in a small temple, with priority access to resources and equipment. If you go there. Chapter 549, Holy Ash Church. Chi Hankai glanced again at the people opposite her and smiled as she said, does the general base over there lack technicians like you? Even if you go, you'll only be assisting, doing some basic work, and the credit might not even fall on you. Why insist on squeezing into one place? You may be thinking about safety issues. The general base has sufficient troops and therefore is safer. But these past few days, you've seen that our base has even more troops, and we have multiple bases, enough to ensure your safety. The crowd's eyes began to shift, pondering over the words of Chi Hankai. The general headquarters allocates tasks. We go there to strive for human development, Jiao Rong still said. Chi Hankai smiled, Commander Liu is bringing you over, which is a credit in itself. But what are you bringing those technicians over for, other than to starve and fill some positional gaps? Then her gaze fell on the others. I can guarantee you'll have enough to eat, and those of you with families can live peacefully. Contributing to humanity is the same wherever you are. Jiao Rong still frowned and didn't continue to speak. The rest also began to frown. Seeing no one speaking, Chi Hankai continued, I just wanted to say, we value your talents and invite you all to stay and consider it well. After speaking, her stern gaze swept over the pensive Jiao Rong. The latter's expression froze, his eyes flickering. Chi Hankai withdrew her gaze and left the room. Once she was out, a low murmur of discussion emanated from behind the door. Chi Hankai stepped out of the hall and looked at the airplane stopped on the runway. Shortly after, someone approached her quickly. Sister Chi, Commander LV and the one surnamed Liu have come out. Let's go, it's time for a result. Chi Hankai walked back into the hall. LV Chin, leading Commander Liu, had already come out. Commander Liu spoke directly, Vice Leader Chi, we deeply regret the previous incident and will find a way to make amends in the future. Chi Hankai waved her hand. First, let's discuss the current issue. What have you decided upon? LV Chin said, let's allow the people from Tanshan Group to choose on this matter, to decide who they will go with based on their own wishes. Bring Jiao Rong here, Chi Hankai turned and ordered. LV Chin and Commander Liu both felt a surge of joy. It seemed the other party had accepted this method. Soon, Jiao Rong dressed in a suit was brought over. He looked at the few people and nodded slightly in greeting. An impatient Commander Liu said, Representative Jiao Rong, we respect your thoughts, Do you plan to go with us to the general base, or continue to stay here? Jiao Rong's complexion looked a bit unpleasant, not expecting the negotiation between both sides to ultimately leave the decision to him. His gaze swept across the faces of several people. The joy on Commander Liu's face, Chi Hankai's indifference, and the various expressions of the others. Everyone's eyes rested on him, waiting for the final outcome. Taking a deep breath, he opened his mouth and said, "We've just discussed it and have chosen to stay here at the military factory to help rebuild Yangtong City." "What? Jiao Rong, what are you saying?" Commander Liu exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes wide. Chi Hankai nodded in approval. "You can go back now, Jiao Rong." "Yes, Leader Chi." Jiao Rong turned and left. Chi Hankai continued to look at LV Chingan. "Commander LV, any more issues?" LV Chingan cast a sidelong glance at Commander Liu beside him. At this point, he couldn't understand what they were doing anymore. He didn't have a clear idea whether or not the others would follow them, and everything had become so tense. "No problem, it seems that everything was a misunderstanding. Commander LV." Commander Liu tried to speak up. LV Chingan sharply interrupted him, "If there are any issues, discuss them with the higher-ups back at the base, and don't hinder our normal trade." Commander Liu fell silent. Chi Hankai nodded and commanded, "Tally the supplies and settle the grain with Commander LV." The people behind her began to move. The cargo from the plane was unloaded, and the grain meant for settlement was loaded onto the plane. After everything was finished, LV Chingan didn't bring up any other issues. He took the rescue team willing to leave aboard the airplane, which lifted off and flew away. Chi Hankai had people organize the supplies, then she headed to a room on the third floor. In the room, Wu Hang was sitting, waiting. The people from the general headquarters have left, and the technicians stayed. Chi Hankai exhaled. The developments had been clearly observed by Wu Hang through Ghost. That included Chi Hankai's departure and the private conversation between LV Chingan and Commander Liu. It was also evident from their conversation that both were wary of the military strength on this side. If not for the sudden increase in the number of flying dragons, although not fearful of them, it would have required additional efforts. Showing a certain level of strength was still necessary. "You did well, even better than I had thought out," Wu Hang commended. If it had been him, he might have captured that Jiao Rong, and if the man did not agree to stay, would have simply chopped him down and then found someone else to lead those technicians. Of course, Chi Hankai's approach was somewhat better, laying out the pros and cons for both parties, allowing the people from Tanchen Group to make their own choice. Chi Hankai said with a smile, "I was also afraid that those people wouldn't see sense and really wouldn't agree, in which case, you would have had to step in." "Luckily, they agreed," Wu Hang said with a smile. "Indeed," Chi Hankai nodded as well. "Let's go, let's get everything together and head back earlier, so we can arrange accommodations for that bunch of people." "All right." The two walked out of the room, gathering up all the munitions and gold that had been brought in. By noon, they returned to the military factory with the convoy and the rest of the people. Chi Hankai went to arrange rooms for the newly joined personnel and to prepare the necessary equipment for their work. Wu Hang also returned to Gold and Silver Island through the boundary door. Island Master's Manor. Wu Hang came downstairs, only to see several maids gathered in front of the iron cage incarcerating the flying dragon. They were saying something to the creature inside the cage. "Don't get bitten," Wu Hang walked over. "Master." The maid stood up and curtsied. Minnie explained, "Today, I went to Lighthouse Street and bought 2 magical items that can be used to communicate with the flying dragon." She took a bracelet and a headband from Roby, who was standing beside her. Turn beast into friend bracelet. Description: makes a wild beast, magical beast that possesses certain intelligence believe you mean no harm, provided the beast can see you and hear your voice. Mind command headband. Description: allows lower beings that possess certain intelligence to receive your mental commands and understand your thoughts, though it cannot comprehend the other's thoughts. Wu Hang glanced at the items, and information appeared. These 2 items were quite decent. They were not high-level items, but judging by the flying dragon's demeanor, they should be somewhat effective. "Is it obedient?" Wu Hang asked. "Quite obedient." Minnie looked at the iron cage. "Use the items for communication by all means, but don't let them out, to avoid any dangers," Wu Hang instructed. "Understood." Minnie then asked, "Would the master like to eat?" "Now that you mention it, I am indeed quite hungry," he replied. "Then I'll go prepare the meal," she said, before dashing off to the kitchen. After sharing dinner together, they also undertook a brief training session in the training room. As night fell, they all returned to their rooms to rest. The next day, in the morning, Wu Hang traveled to the association in a horse-drawn carriage. He knocked lightly on the door and entered the steward's office, which, as usual, only had the assistant Shi Yali seated inside. "Island Master. Where's Zai Ligui?" Wu Hang asked. After breakfast, An association staff member went to the island master's manor, saying that Zai Ligui was looking for him. Taking a carriage, he arrived here. Shiyali smiled and said, Zai Ligui went to the front desk, she'll be right back. Wu Hang had just nodded when Zai Ligui opened the door and entered. She glanced at Wu Hang and handed him a letter. Your letter, and a troop support jade talisman, from leader Lilith. Lilith? Was this because of last time when he defeated that blood clan member, or due to the information he provided several times? He first set the troop support jade talisman aside. He tore open the envelope and poured its contents into his palm. The first thing that fell out was an iron-gray badge, shaped like intercrossing bat wings and a battle axe. With surprise, Zai Ligui remarked, that's the badge of the Holy Ash Church Enforcement Team. The churches? Chapter 550, I am required to kill. Wu Hang looked at the elf girl beside him with confusion. This is the emblem of the Blood Clan's Holy Ash Church Enforcement Team, Zai Ligui explained. It's said to be composed of some specially trained priests and people with special abilities, dealing with matters related to religion and internal security within the clan. After explaining, she looked at Wu Hang with confusion and asked, why did they give you this emblem? Wu Hang shook his head, I don't know, I just heard that the Blood Clan has a church. With regards to this world, Wu Hang was trying to adapt, but still knew very little. Just like the names of the people in this world, which were so complex that he couldn't remember them after hearing them 2 or 3 times. Whereas the locals could remember each other after just one introduction. Let's see what the letter says. Zai Ligui sat down beside him. Wu Hang placed the emblem on the coffee table in front of him and continued to shake the envelope, and a letter fell out. Island Lord Wu Hang, the domains of the Emerald Sea are unique, with pirates and religious chaos overrun by exiled criminals from the clan in earlier years. You are exceptionally granted the identity of the enforcement team, authorizing you to investigate and deal with improper Blood Clan personnel outside and uphold the honor of our clan. You may investigate and report, or directly exterminate. The letter is accompanied by a map of the locations of the exiles in the Emerald Sea. Investigate the sealed situations, and if there are signs of breaking through the seal, you may execute them with the authority of the enforcement team. May care and trust be conveyed to you through these words. Wu Hang frowned after reading the letter. He passed it to Zai Ligui. Take a look. It's addressed to you, it wouldn't be good for me to read it. Zai Ligui hesitated. It's not a love letter, there's nothing secret about it. Hearing him say that, Zai Ligui became curious about the content of the letter herself. So, she took it and looked at it. Wu Hang, meanwhile, picked up another map that marked 4 locations. According to the letter, these were the locations of the exiled. One had been killed by him, and Lilith intended for him to check the other 3. After finishing reading, Zai Ligui handed the letter back and asked him, did you know Leader Lilith before? Not at all. Wu Hang then explained, when we first came to be vice executives, didn't I crack a case on a ship's blood feast? At that time, I was afraid of retaliation from the secret cultivation hall, so I wrote to Lilith about it. During his time in London City, Wu Hang had some contacts with Lilith. It was also because he found the special item Blood Cup, which he then handed over through Slither. After arriving on Gold and Silver Island, with Slither being too far away, he wrote letters himself, reporting the matter of the blood feast. He intended to cause trouble for the secret cultivation hall on Lilith's behalf. Zai Ligui did not ask further, but instead frowned in thought. By giving you this enforcement team identity, it seems she wants you to check on the other exiled criminals. Yes, Wu Hang nodded. Should we go take a look then? Wu Hang thought for a moment. In the Emerald Sea, it's best for us to have a look. If these exiled vampires manage to escape, it could be even more troublesome for us. Zai Ligui nodded in agreement. Checking now while the problem is contained is one thing. Once they are let out, or escape for some reason, it won't be as easy to handle. I'll arrange it then, to go out to sea and check it out, Zai Ligui said. Good. Wu Hang packed up the letter and the map, then added, prepare some paper and a pen for me, I'm going to write a reply to send back. Shiyali brought him paper and a pen, and Wu Hang wrote a polite expression of thanks for their trust. He also inquired about information on the other components of the 100 soldiers set. Lilith was the leader of the secret speakers and was at the association headquarters, so she would definitely know about such matters. It was like getting a bit of interest in advance. An emblem and an identity alone shouldn't oblige her to take care of everything, right? Why don't you practice your handwriting? Zai Ligui frowned. Everyone has their own style. Your style does not look like that of a mage at all. Wu Hang put the letter into an envelope. Shiyali took the initiative to take it and send it to the front desk for him. Wu Hang then turned to Zai Ligui. Next time, you can teach me calligraphy? I find the writing of elves very beautiful. Zai Ligui looked at him skeptically. We'll see when there's time. Having finished their conversation, Wu Hang did not linger too long at the association.
walking out of the hall and returning to his residence. Upon returning to the island master's manor, it was nearly noon. The maids were preparing lunch. Wu Heng sat in the living room, pondering over the enforcement team and the task of checking on the 3 exiles. From Xia Yui's level of surprise, it seemed rare for a human to be appointed to the Blood Clan's enforcement team. In fact, upon further reflection, it was clear to see why. The enforcement team had the authority to enforce the law, capturing and killing criminals among the Blood Clan. This kind of authority would be a significant matter for any race. For an outsider like Wu Heng, even though he had done some things beneficial to the Blood Clan, it didn't justify his appointment. Then there was the matter of checking on the exiled in the Emerald Sea. Why didn't the Blood Clan's enforcement team come earlier to inform him and perhaps accompany him for the checks? Wu Heng's mind raced, and his eyes narrowed slightly. She wants me to kill them. It flashed through Wu Heng's mind. His approach had always been to kill first and then report the matter. Whether it was the pale blood from the blood feast, or... And considering Wu Heng's past approach, he generally killed his targets before informing Lilith. Wu Heng's eyes narrowed. She doesn't want me to just check whether the exiles are still there, she wants me to kill them directly, to clear away some of her potential concerns. Chapter 550, they want me to kill someone. This would also explain why they didn't call the Blood Clan enforcement team to inspect. Instead, they appointed an outsider like myself to investigate an exiled criminal. Well, she really got me to clean up her mess. Wu Heng instantly saw through the situation. Master, it's time for dinner. Roby beckoned. Wu Heng gathered his thoughts and stood up to dine with everyone else. After lunch, Wu Heng put on the train captain's hat in the courtyard and headed for Lopez City. Snake Badge Consortium, VIP room. Wu Heng sat in the room waiting, when an elf beauty in a dark green silk dress, Ritili, entered. She smiled, giving a slight curtsy. Wu Heng nodded and went straight to the point. Is the item I ordered ready? Ritili smiled confidently. It was delivered yesterday. I would have had it sent to you if I'd known your location. Wu Heng gave her a surprised glance. He had ordered 4 flame furnaces of different specifications. And it was delivered about the same time as when he had ordered one in the past. Seeing his skeptical look, Ritili explained, I arranged for several places to rush the work at the same time, so the completion time was fairly close. Wu Heng nodded, finding this woman to be quite astute. Their cooperation, except for some news about changing appearance tools, had been very smooth on other orders. A stark contrast formed with the consortium on Gold and Silver Island. One was incompetent in every aspect, while the other made every effort to fulfill orders. Where are the goods? Wu Heng asked. Please follow me, they're in the warehouse at the back. Ritili stood and led him out of the VIP room, along the corridor, and towards the outside. They reached the warehouse where she opened the iron door to reveal 4 unassembled flame furnace structures. After Wu Heng circled around and saw no apparent issues, he put them all into the space sachet. Once everything was stowed, they returned to the VIP room. Ritili sat back down on the armchair, crossing her long legs with her white calves peeking out from under her dress. Do you need to place any more orders, guest? Wu Heng replied, continue with the commission to collect bodies, same requirements as before. Okay. Ritili bent down to personally write up the commission. Wu Heng glanced at her and asked, do you have any targets for this year? Ritili looked at him and said, targets for commission fulfillment, performance targets, and gold exchange targets. How much gold is still needed? Ritili's eyes flickered. Over 200 kilograms, it's a bit much since the new year just began. Wu Heng nodded and said softly, have someone prepare gold coins, I'll take care of the gold amount for you. Ritili's eyes instantly widened, then filled with fervor. Really? I appreciate capable and clever partners, and I'm willing to help you with some difficulties, Wu Heng said flatly. Great, I'll have someone prepare it right away. Ritili left immediately to start the preparations. Wu Heng, watching her excited reaction, felt amused. The gold had been transported over these last few days by the head office. Possibly to save on transport space, the jewelry had been compressed into a mass. It couldn't be sold as finished goods. During this time, Wu Heng intended to develop the island and make large purchases of supplies with the caravans. Even without Ritili's performance target, Wu Heng would have exchanged it for the more convenient gold coins, aiding her to meet her targets, and in turn, bringing their relationship closer. The next time an order was placed, she would likely take it even more to heart. After instructing her staff, Ritili returned to the VIP room and started chatting with him. In her speech, her interest in the status of her wealthy client grew. Her eyes also took the opportunity to size him up. Soon, bags of gold coins were brought in. They began counting in front of Wu Heng. Guest, taking into account the privileges of your emblem, the final tally is 6,700 gold coins. Good. Wu Heng immediately took out the gold and handed it over. Both parties examined the gold coins and gold and were both quite satisfied. Retili had completed her annual targets in the early year, and the remaining time would be extra and much more relaxed. Wu Heng received convenient gold coins and flaunted his assets in front of the beautiful elf. After all transactions were completed, Wu Heng stood and said, "I'll take my leave now, Miss Retili. I'll leave the commissions in your capable hands." "You're too kind, guest." "I will do my best to fulfill your commissions," she replied. Wu Heng nodded. "If there are riders like the last time, feel free to notify me as well, whether it's a private deal or an order." Retili smiled. "Within the rules, I'll keep an eye out for you." The two of them talked as they walked out of the consortium building. Retili bowed again, while Wu Heng headed directly towards the city outskirts. On the deserted wasteland, Ghost confirmed that no one was following before boarding the train. By the time he returned to Gold and Silver Island, it was nearing dusk. Wu Heng returned to the Island Master's manor, summoned the electricians, mechanists, and big head skulls that had been standing by for several days, and took them all to the newly constructed power plant. The architecture here was pre-prepared. The 3-meter-high courtyard walls enclosed the already built storehouses. Wu Heng took out all sorts of prepared parts and machinery, and the mechanist, following the blueprints, issued commands continuously through the big head skulls. Swarms of skeletons sprang into action, starting to assemble various devices and components. Wu Heng stood by, watching what seemed like a bustling scene, but he genuinely couldn't be of much help himself. He called for a large number of skeletons from outside to guard the compound, setting up machine guns on the wall to fully protect the site. "You guys keep busy here," Wu Heng said to the big head skulls. He received no response. So, Wu Heng decided to return to his own residence for the time being. The next day, early in the morning, Wu Heng slightly opened his eyes and lifted the thin blanket draped over his waist. Annette, with white drooping ears, knelt beside him, carefully attending to him. "Master, good morning." Wu Heng gently caressed her cheek. "You woke up so early." "I heard from other slave sisters in London City that many people like to be woken up this way, so I woke up a bit earlier." "Are you satisfied with that?" Annette asked as she gently rubbed her face against his hand. "Satisfied, Annette is very good." "Thank you, Master." Annette, wrapped in a towel, had came to attend to him during last night's bath. And thus, she spent the night with him in the room. Having agreed to come with Wu Heng, she had already understood her own fate. It was just a matter of when she would accept it. After the two of them finished, Wu Heng pinched her soft ears. "All right, time to get up. Master, let me help you." Dressed, they went downstairs together. After breakfast, Wu Heng went to check on the power plant. Since it was not yet fully completed, he went back upstairs, through the boundary door, and headed to Zombie World. Zombie World, meeting room. Wu Heng sat in the main seat, with Chi Hankai on one side and Jiao Rong, the newly joined representative of Danzō Group, on the other. After inquiring about their living conditions, he steered the topic back towards the base construction. Jiao Rong suggested, "I propose that we first focus on military industry production, including expanding the bullet production line, manufacturing firearms and weapons, and restoring light industry manufacturing. The supply of clothes and quilts outside seems ample, but in 3 to 5 years, they will be completely out of use. We need to achieve self-production before that happens." Wu Heng nodded. The other had voiced his own thoughts. "Sure, let's prepare according to your suggestions. Besides military aspects, we have some blueprints and electronic examples for other light industries, all designed for clients before. Those with similar types can be modified for production," said Jiao Rong confidently. "Good. In addition, I first need a newspaper printing press, not an ordinary copier, but the kind used for mass printing in a newspaper press." Hearing this request, Jiao Rong frowned, his idea being that newspapers were entirely unnecessary. Moreover, all the survivors were modern people, and such things were already obsolete. "Leader, do we really need newspapers?" Chi Hankai said, "Just do as the leader says, prioritize the design for this, it won't affect other matters." Jiao Rong glanced at the two, then agreed with a nod. "All right, I'll get right on it once I'm back." After Jiao Rong left, Wu Heng took out the flame furnace. He asked Chi Hankai to organize a convoy along with Wang Habing to head to the various cities of Xinfu City to restore electricity. In the afternoon, Wu Heng went to the city. After clearing out a group of zombies, he returned to Gold and Silver Island. Night fell. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. One by one, the street lamps suddenly brightened, illuminating the central district with a bright light. The glow was stable and soft, lighting up the road that had been pitch black as if day had descended. The residents on both sides of the street, after carefully checking the situation, cautiously stepped out of their homes with faces filled with disbelief and amazement. looking up at the source of light overhead. Chapter 551, The Old King Died. I thought it was done already. New lighting magic props? To think they would place such things outside. They've been sorting out these poles for the past few days, and I thought they were going to hang flags, but it turns out they were for this. What other new gadgets does this new island master have up his sleeve? Stir-fried broad beans, shredded rima cheese, dried small fish, beer, champagne. The people gathered outside were gradually attracted by the lights and converged together. Large groups of skeletons started patrolling, making some restless individuals who had climbed up slip down obediently. Everyone was curious about the effects of the lights and surprised that Gold and Silver Island would actually place such things outside for everyone's usage. Lighting props weren't anything rare. But they still maintained a scarce quantity, only usable by the privileged elite. The representative merchants living in the mansions of the Central District were analyzing the types of magical props and the future development of Gold and Silver Island. At the steward's mansion, by a second-floor window, Zai, dressed in a loose nightgown, stood in front of the window, gazing at the brightly lit street outside. Now, she also understood the purpose of those poles that had been erected on the streets earlier. This is truly unexpected. Even the Elf King Castle doesn't look as spectacular as this now, Shi commented softly as she walked over from behind. Zai glanced sideways at her sister and said, if you had seen him bombarding hundreds of pirate ships, maybe you wouldn't be surprised by him lighting up a street. Did you know he was going to install these props in the Central District? Shi asked in confusion. No, I didn't know. He's the island master, he doesn't need to tell me about the island's construction. Zai replied nonchalantly. Shi, with a smile, wrapped an arm around her sister's shoulder. If you don't keep an eye on him, what will you do if someone else gets ahead of you? You should just go find a man to marry yourself. Zai shrugged off the other's arm. Seriously though, I reckon he's more than just level 12. Being appointed as an island master by the association at his age is already a rarity among humans. Moreover, as his level rises, so does his lifespan. Even when he gets old, he won't look so good, Shi mumbled to herself. Zai eyes widened in disbelief. She hadn't expected her to have considered this far ahead. She was really planning on handing her over to Wu Heng. Noticing Zai gaze, Shi said, why are you looking at me? If you don't make a move, what will you do if someone else sets their sights on him? Are you willing to end up as one of those slave maids serving in his bed? Are you serious? You've only known him for a few days. Shi shrugged, I can't help it. It's a debt of life-saving grace, and you're the only sister I can offer. Why don't you offer yourself to him instead? What are you saying about me for? Would you really be willing? When the time comes, you'll come crying to me desperately, and I can't bear that. Zai fell silent for a moment and then turned to put on her armor. What are you doing in the middle of the night? Shi inquired. Going out to patrol. I can't talk to you, Zai answered. I'll go with you, seems like it's quite lively outside, Shi said as she also suited up in her armor. The two sisters continued their quiet bickering as they left their residence. The next day, on Lighthouse Street, the bard stood on top of a wooden crate at the street corner, holding a notice in one hand and speaking loudly. The streetlights in the Central District have officially been completed. The streetlights will provide illumination for the roads, facilitate smooth traffic, aid in nighttime patrols, and reduce the chances of crimes happening at night, he announced. The crowd whispered among themselves, so that's what they called streetlights. The name was indeed simple and easy to remember. The bard continued to proclaim loudly. These streetlights aren't only for the exclusive use of the nobles in the Central District, the island master promises they will also be gradually installed on Lighthouse Street and in the residential districts. Soon all residents will experience the convenience of these magical props. Additionally, the island will increase its patrolling efforts to prevent any potential violent incidents. Anyone attempting to endanger the lives and property of island residents will be targets for arrest and neutralization by the guard team. The third point is the construction on the island and patrolling for the safety of shipping routes. Gold and Silver Island will assemble a convoy to escort all merchant ships traveling to Gold and Silver Island, creating a favorable business environment for traders from all regions. May we all work together to build a prosperous and joyful home. The speech ended, and the scene remained quiet. Will these props also be installed for the general residents? Did the island master write a report for the general populace? It seemed different from before. The island master said, let's build our home together, hey. Whoosh. The entire place erupted in conversation, all people began discussing. In a tavern private room. What? He's going to erect those streetlights on Lighthouse Street and at the port? A merchant representative paused mid-action, looking incredulously at the person who had just come in. Yes. It's this morning's news, from the flyers distributed by the Island Lord's mansion. Another representative lifted the flyer in their hand. Really? It's clearly stated on the flyer, and some bards are also announcing it. The words are out there, how could it be false? The other took a sip of their drink and continued. It also stated that they're assembling a ship convoy to escort the trade routes, creating a favorable maritime environment. This central district was bright as day last night, lasting the entire night. By morning, it had vanished. The people were astonished, impressed by the island master's daring and the magic of the new props. And now, they were going to outfit the entire lighthouse street and the port with these props and even provide convoy protection for the shipping routes. This was different from last night. If this undertaking really goes through, the whole island won't differentiate between day and night. Even at night, merchant ships could dock at the port. Chapter 551, The Old King Died. The group fell silent, each studying the propaganda leaflet in turn. One person stood up. I've got something to take care of, I'll head back first. Let's gather again tomorrow. After speaking, he turned and left. Another person also stood up and said, I need to inform the trade association about this matter. Let's meet again another time. During the conversation, the rest of the people also came to their senses. One by one, they got up and left. Association. Shiyali frowned at her sister. Did he really come from a small place? Are you sure he didn't fool you? Xiligui put the leaflet aside. The association's records are dated and signed by the local steward. How could they be fake? Where did he get all these strange and unusual items from? Xiligui suddenly remembered. He mentioned they were things from his hometown, and due to some changes, he ended up here. Shiyali sat to the side, resting her chin in deep thought. Then he must also be of royal noble blood. That tone and chi he has is certainly not that of a commoner. You should keep a good watch on him. Xiligui glared at her and picked up the leaflet to look at it again. Island Master's Manor. The notice was sent out early in the morning. Wu Heng watched his fame level rise steadily. Fame, 18th level, 9,117 out of 48,000. Since last night when the streetlights started lighting up, Wu Heng's fame began to increase steadily, and by today, it had reached over 9,100. It had risen by almost 2,000 points and was still slowly climbing. All of Gold and Silver Island's residents now knew he had become the island master. And under these circumstances, his fame continued to rise. It seemed that fame was not just about being recognized by everyone, but the level of approval must also be included in the fame score. This was a good thing for Wu Heng. He could continue gaining fame through improvements in management sites in both worlds. The direction for Gold and Silver Island is towards modernization. We should issue more notices to accumulate fame, Wu Heng pondered. If the notices were effective, then the newspaper idea would definitely work too. When it goes on sale, the price can't be too high, it should be affordable for everyone. The content shouldn't be too dull, mainly promoting some information about Gold and Silver Island and himself. It would be best to also serialize some comics and novels, compelling them to buy the paper. One Piece won't do, too similar to Yuli, turning them into pirates after reading it would be troublesome. I'll ask Minnie and the others later what types of comics they enjoy. In time, the newspaper would be distributed to various places through the merchant caravans, and he didn't believe it wouldn't boost his fame at all. No way my fame won't reach the standard, preventing me from becoming a hero. After Wu Heng had thought it through, he got up and left the room. Minnie, called Wu Heng as he descended the stairs. In the courtyard, Minnie and two other maids were feeding the caged flying dragons. The previously grievously injured flying dragon had healed and seemed to have gained an extra layer or two of fat. The Island Lord's mansion really did have good provisions. It seemed they could fatten up anything. Minnie handed the feeding basin to Annette, wiped her hands, and hurried inside. Master, would you like something to eat? No, we can't be eating all the time. Wu Heng sat down and said, I'm planning to start a newspaper. Do you think it would be better to serialize comics or novels? What's a newspaper? Minnie's eyes widened with curiosity. It's something issued to the public, featuring some events or the situations in various kingdoms. In a corner, we could serialize comics or novels. After a moment of thought, Minnie spoke softly, Master, a comic page with dialogue and story takes up quite a bit of space. I think novels might be more fitting. Ah, Minnie had a point. The serialization of the story also needed to be coherent and have a certain narrative quality. While comics have strong expressiveness, with drawings and dialogue combined, the corner of a newspaper wouldn't be sufficient to contain them. It wouldn't make sense to just cut out a page from a comic book and send it off. It would be difficult to form a story that way. You make sense, Wu Heng agreed. Minnie smiled and said, this is just my opinion. Whether it's suitable or not, you'll be the judge. If it's novels, what type of stories do you think would suit the current market? Wu Hang asked again. In the modern world's novels, Minnie had never read any. With a focus on comic patterns, Minnie had also self-taught some Han characters and could understand them. But novels were a bit difficult, densely packed with words, and hard to comprehend. Minnie furrowed her brows and thought, women like to read about princes and princesses, or love stories among nobles, and then there are the popular adventure stories released by the association. This wasn't much different from modern novels. The female market prefers romance, while the male is all about excitement and adventure. Wu Hang nodded. I got it, I'll choose some when the time comes. The two chatted about the newspaper business for a while. Minnie went out to continue feeding the flying dragons, and Wu Hang took the skeletons with him to inspect the situation at the electric power plant. The entire power plant was like a fortress that was being protected. On the walls were skeletons standing guard, equipped with rifles and machine guns. Inside the compound were well-trained skeletons, proficient in operating the entire power plant. Actually, the power plant might not need such guarding. But this world was different. Electricity was a novel thing. Without protection, there would always be some overly curious smart alecks causing trouble. Like last night, quite a few were caught, climbing up the poles to see why they were glowing. After confirming there were no issues and it could operate fully, he returned to his residence. Wu Hang returned to the manor, and it was already noon. He checked his fame once again. Fame, level 18, 12,217 out of 48,000. The effect of the flyers was quite good. By morning, it had already broken through the 10,000 mark. Now it seemed that the speed of growth wasn't that slow. If he continued to promote himself more with newspapers in different places, the effect would definitely be even better. Wu Hang frowned in thought when Minnie came downstairs from above. Master, there's a message for you in the radio room from Sister Wen Mancha. Good. Wu Hang got up and went straight upstairs. The last contact had been right after he came back from London City. He ascended to the third floor and entered the room with the radio. He picked up the record book for Wen Mancha's radio position and glanced at it. The handwriting wasn't dry yet, it must have just been written. Under the coordination of the Beastmen shamans, the several mining agreements I hold have been negotiated with the various tribes, and mining can commence very soon. Promising the Beastmen more jobs has also become quite popular, and I heard that several tribal chiefs of the Beastmen went to see the shamans, some even brought me fine furs and gems. Who says Beastmen are straightforward? I think they too understand the practice of giving money and gifts. These days, a large number of residents from the Hueco Kingdom have poured into London City. At first, I thought they were enemies being positioned into the city, but after some investigation, they were just ordinary residents and some merchant elites who brought their assets to London City and bought properties, looking like they planned to settle down. Wu Hang glanced at it. The matter of the shamans mining was something he had discussed with the Beastmen shamans in London City. It had only been settled now, and it seemed not as simple as initially mentioned. A large number of residents from the Hueco Kingdom appeared in London City. And the port in Netherly City of the Hueco Kingdom had been closed for quite some time. He picked up the handset. Wu Hang said, Wen Mancha, can you hear me? A slightly excited voice came from the other side. Master, I can hear you. Hearing this voice, Wu Hang also felt a sense of longing and asked, how are you feeling? How's the baby? Wen Mancha's voice was full of laughter. We're both quite well, don't worry, it's just that recently, I've had an abundance of milk, and you are not here. What's that supposed to mean? As if I'm going to drink it. Once the baby is born, there won't be a share for the master then. As if I would compete with a child. Hee hee. Wen Mancha chuckled softly. Wu Hang continued to inquire, what's the deal with a large number of residents from the Hueco Kingdom going to London City? Wen Mancha's voice became serious. Some elite are fine, bringing money over, buying real estate and shops, but the rest of the people that came formed several new gangs, fighting with the local gangs for territory, and quite a few people died. Did the investigation reveal why they are congregating in London City? Wen Mancha paused before saying, it seems, the old king has died. Chapter 552, The Chaotic Situation. Hearing that the old king had died, Wu Hang also furrowed his brow. The incessant troubles of the Hueco Kingdom had persisted for some time. The old king would fall into a coma and then regain consciousness, with the entire kingdom affected by his fluctuating condition. This time, the news was that he had died. Surprisingly, it didn't feel too shocking. Is the intelligence reliable? Wu Hang pressed. It's all circulated privately, but I feel there's still a significant possibility. We don't sense anything, but the residents and merchants within these kingdoms definitely wouldn't run out for no reason, Wen Mancha analyzed. Wu Hang then asked, the king's death, does it have a direct connection with them running out? Wen Mancha replied, according to them, there are factions within the city supporting different parties. The military, private armies, and guard teams have all become unstable factors. Especially merchants, with some having their homes raided for no reason. In short, there's chaos internally, everyone's trying to find a way out. Wu Heng had thought that the struggle for the throne would simply be a matter of princes leading troops against each other. Whoever won, would take the throne. That's how it was portrayed on television. Now it seemed that even the common people would be affected. Are you in any danger over there? Wu Heng asked. There's no danger on my side. The guards you left for me when you left are enough to control London City, and the Hueco Kingdom probably doesn't have the capacity to worry about my place, Wen Mangekyō said, her tone light. The last time he left, Wu Heng had left her with 6 level 15 skeletons and 2,000 level 10 skeletons as personal guards for her protection. These level 10 skeletons were all promoted from the zombie world skeleton warriors. They had no special professions, but each had fought their way up from level 1, with both weapons mastery and armor proficiency above proficient. In a place like London City, protecting Wen Mangekyō's safety was not a problem. Any news from Slither's End? Wu Heng continued to inquire. The steward Slither visited a few days ago, set a direction for the Money Cat's operation, and then returned to Blackstone Town. The situation there isn't good either, and they even found information about an evil cult spreading its message. They're investigating now, Wen Mangekyō responded. To think that even a small place like Blackstone Town had an occurrence of an evil cult. Probably, the Hueco Kingdom no longer had patrolling guard teams. Stay safe. If there's danger, hide at the association, and then I'll come to get you. Okay, London City is still relatively safe. If there's danger, I'll also take good care of myself, Wen Mangekyō said and then asked, are Minnie and Wire doing okay? Do they miss me? They're doing quite well. They even said, without you around, no one gives them pocket money anymore, Wu Heng teased. They're the island master's maids now, where would they lack that little bit of money? Who'd complain about having too much money, huh? Wen Mangekyō's tone grew gentler. When the baby is born, will you come back? I will come back, and we'll name the baby together. Great. Wen Mangekyō smiled. Let's leave it at that for now. Prioritize safety, and if there's danger, head to the association. It doesn't matter if the city is lost. Got it. Cutting off the call, he hung up the phone. He leaned against the edge of the table, pondering the news transmitted from Wen Mangekyō. Combining it with the intelligence he had collected over time, the likelihood of the old king's death was very high. Even saying that hearing of his death wasn't surprising but felt like it was about time. Hueco Kingdom didn't really concern him. Even if there was a civil war, it wouldn't affect Gold and Silver Island. London City has been visited by quite a few new gangs lately, and we should also keep an eye on the Emerald Sea, as there might be more pirates showing up, he quickly thought to himself. He went downstairs after opening the door and had a meal with the maids. Inside the training room, Wu Heng looked at a few maids who were training, gestured to them, and said, come here for a moment. The 4 maids stopped what they were doing and quickly approached. Especially the bunny girl with drooping ears, who held a shield in one hand and a long sword in the other. The collision between her weapon and armor chimed as she moved. Master. They all paid their respects. Wu Heng took out the special item instructor longsword and said, this is a magical longsword that can assist its wielder in training. If any of you wants to practice swordsmanship, you can use it on your own. When using it, don't resist the feeling of your body being controlled. Apart from many, the fist master, the other professions could also use the longsword. Even rangers could face the possibility of melee combat. And as for Wu Heng, his swordsmanship had reached advanced level, but he had yet to achieve the master level. As the opportunities to train were getting fewer, he decided to make the special item available for anyone who had the time to use it. Thank you, master, they gratefully said. Andre Willow knew about the effects of this special item and was delighted. Annette and Roby were excited and amazed by the prospect of training with a special item. They took turns trying it out. As night deepened, they went upstairs to rest. The next day, in Zombie World. Inside the conference room, Wu Heng sat at the head of the table with Chi Hengkai and Jiao Rong seated on either side of the conference table. Chi Hengkai went straight to the point. I have 2 things to mention. The first is that we've received news from Xinfu City. Wang Habing has completed the restoration of electricity, and the remaining 2 cities are checking the lines. Once they confirm there are no issues, they will start supplying power. The second thing is about the report we received last time concerning survivors inside the base who committed theft and murder for resources. Yaong used the truth-telling clay doll to test them and confirmed that the events did occur, and the situation was quite severe. 4 individuals were involved, Yaong executed them directly. Going forward, we will also inspect the survivors who joined the base later. Truth-telling clay doll is a special item, sincere clay doll. Making eye contact with the clay doll would make it answer truthfully. This special item, obtained from the association inspector, hadn't been used in the other world, out of fear that it might cause trouble. Last time, when Liang wanted to investigate the survivors' report at the base, she had Chi Hankai hand it over to her. Now, there was finally a result. Moreover, Liang had shown a decisiveness he had not seen before, directly executing those involved. That clay doll can stay with her, Wu Heng directly said. Regularly check on those who joined the base recently, and clear out anyone who is causing serious trouble. Understood, that's all I had to say, Chi Hankai said. Jiaorong cleared his throat and followed. What I want to talk about is the newspaper printing press. We reviewed the electronic archives we brought over, and there was a printing factory in the city that we had supplied with the necessary equipment. It's worth checking out the condition of the machines. Even if they are slightly damaged, it will still be quicker than having to build new ones from scratch. Where is this printing factory you speak of? Wu Heng asked. It's up north, in a business district owned by an advertising company, just behind their factory. Jiaorong took out a map and roughly pointed it out. Chapter 553, changing the name isn't too good, right? Wu Heng glanced at the time. It was 9 a.m. now, and there was plenty of time. Is there anything else? Jiaorong said, there's also the matter of the weapon production chain. We need some weapons to confirm the specifications and dimensions. We have weapon blueprints. Let Chi Hankai prepare a copy for you when needed. Alright, then I have no other issues. Jiaorong closed the notebook on the table. Wu Heng nodded and said, Chi Hankai, prepare the convoy. We're going to the printing factory Jiaorong mentioned. Understood. Chi Hankai took out a walkie-talkie and began to delegate tasks. He instructed everyone to get into the vehicles, ready to head out. Soon, the convoy and the skeletons were assembled and ready. Jiaorong also boarded one of the trucks at the back. They then set off towards City North. On the truck, Wu Heng asked, what's your opinion of the people from Tancheng Group? During the meeting, Jiaorong had reported issues as usual. But since he wasn't always here, some matters needed to be discussed with Chi Hankai. Chi Hankai said, so far there haven't been any problems, everyone's busy with their own tasks every day. Keep an eye on them. I'll assign some skeleton apprentices to them later to learn some skills. Chi Hankai laughed, they might have some resistance to that. No rush, let's wait until they've interacted for a while before making arrangements. Okay, that works. Chi Hankai turned her head and said, the survivors from various places are all coming onto our frequency on the radio, it's quite noisy every day. What are they arguing about? They want us to clear the zombies in their area and are willing to join us. They're asking for nothing in return, just food to eat, and they're willing to work for us every day. They talk as if they're in a pitiful state, explained Chi Hankai. Wu Heng's brow furrowed as well. As things progressed, Wu Heng needed to clear zombies to gain experience and also needed to increase his influence to accumulate reputation. But the current issue was that he was a bit too busy to manage. The situation inside Yangtong City hadn't been resolved yet. He and Chi Hankai needed to stay here temporarily to get several weapon production chains up and running, as well as to communicate with headquarters. He was eager to rescue survivors from various cities to help more people survive. But sometimes he felt powerless to do so. I'll go back and think of a solution. You guys explain the situation to everyone and tell them that we are planning and to hold on until we can make it there, Wu Heng said with a sigh. Chi Hankai also smiled, I'll talk to them when we get back. The convoy continued its journey. Shortly after, they neared the target area, and received a message from the lead vehicle that wandering zombies had appeared. Clang clang. The gates of the printing factory were pushed open. Growl. Inside the dim factory, growls echoed as several zombies lunged from the dark corners, baring their teeth and exuding a foul stench. They had barely approached when they were kicked back by the skeletons blocking the entrance. Spears pierced their bodies, killing them instantly. Afterward, Wu Heng led the skeletons on a round inside the factory. The scene was somewhat bloody, with bloodstains everywhere and clumps of frozen internal organs. Wu Heng walked further inside and saw 3 printing presses. After wiping off the coagulated blood, the model GC6180 could be faintly seen on the printing machines. The machinery wasn't as large as he had imagined. It was about 4 meters in length and just over 2 meters wide. The guiding chains at the back were a bit longer, stretching to about 4 or 5 meters. Once it was confirmed safe, Wu Heng took out his walkie-talkie and said, Chi Hankai, bring Jiaorong over. Roger. Footsteps approached as Chi Hankai and Jiaorong came over. They frowned at the situation inside the room, then said, should we check how the machines are? Yes, said Jiaorong, who briskly walked in and started to inspect them. After a while, he came back out. There aren't any problems, but we'll need to make some adjustments when we get back, he reported. Wu Heng nodded and said to a skeleton nearby, take out the fixing screws. The skeleton advanced, and Jiaorong stepped back 2 paces to make room. The skeleton dismantled all the screws connecting the machinery to the ground. Wu Hang then waved his hand, and instantly all the machinery was collected. Zhao Rong's eyes narrowed, startled by the sudden disappearance of the machinery. He looked at Chi Hangkai and noticed that she seemed quite accustomed to it, which made him swallow his saliva and take another half step back. Once everything was collected, they went to check the other warehouses. Wu Hang gathered up all the ink and paper in the full warehouses, then led the caravan back to the military factory. Wu Hang handed the machinery over to Zhao Rong for tuning and cleaning. He himself returned to Gold and Silver Island through the boundary door. Dinner time. Wu Hang wiped his mouth and said to Andre Willow, "Wire, I'm planning to set up a newspaper establishment. I'll print the papers in the next few days. You organize some content to be published at the city hall, and then hand it over to me. I've heard about the newspaper from many. Specifically, what content are we focusing on?" Andre Willow continued to ask. "The policies to be announced on the island, the direction of development. Didn't we talk about changing the taxation and selling houses last time? Write all that down. Also, copy some of this year's guidebooks from the association. Let's send out an edition and see how it turns out," Wu Hang said thoughtfully. "Okay, I'll get on it when I get back." They finished discussing the matter. The group then gathered and chatted for a while. And then each returned to their rooms to rest. Back in the study, Wu Hang sat in front of the bookshelf, looking at the books on it. Glenda floated over and said, "Are you choosing a novel to serialize in your newspaper?" "Yes, do you have any recommendations? I remember that detective novel I read a while ago was pretty good." Glenda gestured slightly with her hand, and a complete collection of Holmes detective novels flew out and hovered in front of them. Wu Hang's eyebrows raised, not expecting Glenda to choose this particular book. Glenda continued, "The name and setting are more fitting for this place, and the cases described are quite engaging. But it needs some changes to look more like it's set in the background of this world." "Changed what?" "Place names, descriptions of certain objects. A lot of things simply don't exist in our world. Most importantly, the image of the protagonist. If you change it to Wu Hang, it would be better." Wu Hang scratched his head. "I can understand altering unrecognizable items, but changing the name of the protagonist is a bit too much." Glenda circled half around him to the other side and said, "You're copying anyway, so why care about these details? Besides, what's the purpose of serializing this novel? It's not just to take up space in the newspaper, right? If the newspaper truly spreads as you plan, your reputation will also increase. Don't you still wish to be a hero?" Zhao chimed in from the side, "Auntie makes sense. You've already copied the assignments, so it would be even weirder if you didn't change the names." Wu Hang glanced at Zhao, thinking her perspective was the strange one. But he was somewhat at a loss for a response. Originally, including a segment of a novel in the newspaper was meant to boost sales a bit. After all, serialized novels are quite appealing. But in Glenda's view, this was about serializing his personal story, which, if it became a bestseller, would definitely increase his fame. This type of story wasn't uncommon in this world. The association supported level 18 professionals by distributing this kind of content everywhere. This made Wu Hang hesitant. Glenda had a point, it might yield better results. But copying someone else's story for serialization and changing the protagonist's name to his own felt a bit shameless. "Never mind, I'll revise it tonight, and then you can check it," Glenda said, seeing him hesitate. "You're going to make the changes?" "I've written some works before. Trust me, there won't be any problems," Glenda assured with some confidence. "Then I'll leave it to you." "Good." After a brief conversation between the two, Wu Hang returned to his room to rest. The next day, morning, Wu Hang sat in the living room, watching the skeletons erect some courtyard lights outside. Zhao, who had gone out for a flight, returned and perched on his shoulder, saying, "Uncle, I saw that auntie with 6 arms, she's brought people onto the island." Chapter 554, Not a Small Change. An auntie with 6 arms? Macintosh. The 6 arms are a characteristic of the Burmala tribe, and the only aunt Zhao could recognize was the leader of the Old Barrel Tavern, Macintosh. "Did she come over just after receiving the letter I sent her a while ago?" "Let me see." Wu Hang beckoned. Zhao circled above his head for half a turn, then directly dived into his body. Subsequently, the images were shared into his mind. The initial perspective was an aerial view of the entire harbor. Under spirit vision, every person emanated a different intensity of light, indicating their level. Soon, Zhao's gaze settled on a group of people. The leader was level 15, wearing a hood and draped in a loose cloak, followed by 3 others who were also close to level 10. After arriving on the island, this group looked around. Then they headed to what used to be called the Old Barrel Tavern, now the Golden Sail Tavern. They entered the tavern and reserved a private room. They went straight upstairs. In the secluded room, The few people removed their hoods to reveal their true faces. When Zhao recognized their identities, it immediately flew back to notify me. It really is her, she's got some nerve, coming straight to the island, Wu Heng muttered to himself. He released Zhao again, letting it float beside him. It's her, isn't it? I told you she faked her death to escape. Look, it's just as I said. At that time, it was also Zhao who discovered the person suspected of being Macintosh leaving the island at night. Just landed on the island this time, and caught red-handed again. Zhao really was fated to catch her. Zhao is really amazing, Wu Heng followed with a compliment. Zhao slightly raised its head, arms crossed, showing off a little proud demeanor. Wu Heng thought for a moment and greeted Minnie. He took a carriage to the association. Inside the private room of the Golden Sail Tavern, Macintosh sat at the table, using the prophet's abilities to sense several items. She then placed each of the items by her side. Thud, thud. The door of the room was knocked on, and 3 figures quickly entered. One of them said, "Boss, I've got the news. The island master of Gold and Silver Island is Vice Executive Wu Heng. He killed all the pirates in the Emerald Sea with a new kind of device. Now there are no pirates in the Emerald Sea anymore." Another one added, "I went to the Black Crow's Nest Tavern. It's much tamer than when we were there. I heard the gang has disbanded, only engaging in regular business, and they don't even sell hallucinogens anymore. There are also the road lanterns set up in the Central District. It's as bright as day and night. They say it's a new tool developed by the association and will also be used on Lighthouse Street and in the common residential areas. This Wu Heng. What's his background? It's even more exaggerated than when Emilio was here." The few of them took turns speaking, roughly relaying the information they had gathered. The entire Gold and Silver Island had undergone earth-shaking changes since they had left. They had only been gone for a few months. The changes were a bit too drastic. Macintosh had heard enough and waved her hand for quiet, then said, "Did you find out about any major events happening recently, or anything about recruitment?" One of them replied, "I heard that a necromancer came to the island some time ago. It took several days before they managed to kill him. Seemed to be a high-level professional. The city hall is hiring clerks and patrol guards. As long as you are a native on the island, the payment is said to be not low." Macintosh's eyes moved slightly. It seems like the part about him writing a letter to her to help gather information was true. "Let's eat first, and then go check out those street lanterns in the Central District tonight to see what effect they have." "All right." The 3 of them agreed in unison and began to eat. They had just taken a couple of bites when the door was knocked again. Their expressions froze, and they immediately became alert. Macintosh quickly donned her hood, and one of them opened the door. The squad captain of the association, Kavina, stood at the entrance, scanning the people inside the room, with her gaze finally resting on Macintosh. He said, "Mrs. Macintosh, Island Lord Wu Heng invites you to visit the association." In the room, everyone's expression changed at once. They hadn't expected the other party to have already set their sights on them. Has Gold and Silver Island's intelligence become so astute? Then why bring them back at all? "You all stay at the tavern," Macintosh instructed her subordinates, then looked toward the door. "Let's go, I'll accompany you there." "This way, please." The carriage is already waiting at the door. Kavina stepped aside to make way, and Macintosh walked straight out. Taking the carriage, they hurried to the association. In the association's meeting room, the air conditioning blew cool air, making Macintosh exclaim, "You really do live quite comfortably here, just some little gadgets." Wu Heng poured 2 cups of tea, handing her one. "When did you find out I was on the island?" Macintosh took the cup and set it on the table. "The moment you disembarked the ship." Macintosh looked at him intently. "The letter I received, you wrote that? Isn't the name written on it?" Macintosh asked, puzzled. "Your intelligence gathering is so strong, so why ask me to come back? Is this some kind of joke?" Wu Heng raised an eyebrow, not expecting the other party to raise this issue first. Zhao had discovered her today, which was a special circumstance. But they couldn't always be watching from the harbor. Moreover, not all enemies could be identified by their level. Different methods. "Have you thought it over? Do you want to come back and help me?" Wu Heng asked directly. "What do I need to do? What will I get?" Macintosh was exceptionally calm, speaking as if in a gang negotiation. She didn't show any fear of the young island master. Wu Heng said, "What you need to do is to help me collect intelligence on the island and deal with some dangerous matters. In return, aside from a place to stay and protection, I can offer you an identity not as a gang leader, but as a key official on Gold and Silver Island. Do you trust me?" Macintosh countered. What she could gain and what she would have to give up were things she had already considered before coming to the island. Otherwise, she wouldn't have brought her people with her. "I will sign a slavery contract with you," Wu Heng stated. Macintosh's eyes narrowed instantly, her tone slightly mocking. Lord Wu Heng speaks so grandly, a few words exchanged and you want me to sign a life contract? Or is it that you just wanted to insult me by asking me back here? I have some secrets that require more trustworthy subordinates. Macintosh glanced quickly at the skeleton attendant behind him and countered, what if I don't agree? That's alright, too. Seeing you still alive, as a friend, I'm quite happy, Wu Heng smiled. I find you somewhat incomprehensible. What exactly do you mean? Macintosh eyed him, realizing he genuinely had no intention of detaining her. She said, I'll consider it. Regardless of whether I agree or not, I'll let you know when the time comes, just hoping you won't make things difficult for us then. The refusal seemed more likely, judging from her tone. Stay on the island for a few days, see how things have changed. It's good too. Fine, if there's nothing else, I'll be taking my leave now, she said. Macintosh rose, wrapped herself up tightly again, and walked out the door. Without waiting for Wu Heng to get up. The door opened again, and Zai Ligui peeked in. Was that woman just now a female? How do you know she was a woman? Wu Heng asked. You can tell by the way she walks. What were you doing in the meeting room? She asked, puzzled, looking at him. This was an awkward question. It felt like a scandal had been uncovered. Wu Heng replied, that was Macintosh, didn't you recognize her? Macintosh. She's back? What for? Zai Ligui walked in and shut the meeting room door. I want her to join Gold and Silver Island and continue gathering intelligence for us, Wu Heng stated plainly. Zai Ligui frowned, because of that necromancer from Heaven Destiny cult? Yes, when Macintosh was on the island, the intelligence work on Gold and Silver Island was done quite well. If she could come back and help us, it would be easier to detect any dangerous people coming onto the island, Wu Heng shared his thoughts. Actually, he didn't need to explain this to Zai Ligui. But both were responsible for the security of Gold and Silver Island, and many battles. The association's teams were more combat-ready. Clarifying with her directly was also better. Zai Ligui sat down beside him, pondering for a while, her concerns evident. She has considerable connections with pirates. Aren't you afraid she'll leak our intelligence? Chapter 555, Blood Clan Fleet. Wu Heng slapped his thigh and said, you see, we thought of the same thing. That's why I just told her to sign a slavery contract, but she didn't agree. Ahem. Zai Ligui cleared her throat. You asked Macintosh to sign a slavery contract with you? She's a level 15 professional, and she's been a leader for so many years. Ah. Am I not worthy? Wu Heng asked in return. She didn't curse at you, did she? I feel like she cursed me in her heart, and almost did out loud. Zai Ligui, with a smiling face, said, that's what I thought. It seems this matter won't lead anywhere. We'll have to train someone from scratch for intelligence gathering. Yeah, she hasn't given me an answer yet. She said she would stay on the island for a couple of days to see how things go. If she refuses us, we'll just support someone on our own. Zai Ligui nodded, then looked at him with some confusion. You haven't fallen for her, have you? You like that type? Give me a break. It's entirely for the good of Gold and Silver Island. Otherwise, you sign the contract with her, Wu Heng immediately retorted. You're the island master, what would it mean if I signed? Zai Ligui said with crossed arms. She belonged to the stewards. She could be transferred at any time, and even if the other party agreed to sign, it wasn't suitable for her to sign the contract. Wu Heng picked up his teacup, took a sip, leaned forward, and lowered his voice. Have there been any news from the Hueco Kingdom recently? No. Did you get some news? Zai Ligui also leaned in and whispered back. I heard the old king is dead. Zai Ligui's brows furrowed instantly. Really? Who said that? Is it reliable? You forgot, I came from the Hueco Kingdom. I still have old friends over there, and they too heard it from others. Zai Ligui pondered for a moment. It might be true, as we haven't heard much from the Hueco Kingdom for a long time. They must be blocking the news. We should be cautious on our island too, to avoid any new pirates emerging. All right. Creak. As they spoke in hushed tones, the door to the conference room was suddenly opened. Shiali, seeing them close together and whispering, stopped abruptly as she entered. She closed the door again. Zai Ligui glared and promptly stood up, saying, I'll be going back first. Remember to let me know if something comes up. Oh, sure. I'll treat you to a meal when I have the time. I'll make time. Zai Ligui left, closing the door behind her and quickly followed the retreating Shiali. Wu Heng also put the water glass back onto the side cabinet and, accompanied by the skeleton, headed to the city hall. And visited the newly completed Design Institute. Along with the dwarf designer and several other designers, he discussed the upcoming construction plans. The main focus was on the choice of sites for several new factories. They needed to demarcate the locations in advance and pave roads for convenient transportation. As dusk approached, Wu Heng returned to the Island Master's Manor. Inside the Island Master's Manor, after dining with a few maids, he went straight upstairs and walked into the study. Glenda was still rewriting novels, and Zhao was watching cartoons next to her, laughing foolishly. Ghosts are truly wonderful, at least there's no impact on their intelligence. Both ghosts ignored him. Wu Heng didn't bother them either. He returned to the bedroom and lay on the bed, pondering the events of the past few days and planning for the future. Everything is going smoothly on Gold and Silver Island. Next is the development of industrialization. It's best to combine machinery with runes to create energy-efficient runes equipment. The flame fire power plant had given Wu Heng quite an inspiration. The furnace replaced fuel heating, not only reducing costs but also eliminating smoke pollution, which satisfied Wu Heng a lot. Wu Heng also wondered if he could combine runes and machinery to create something similar. This was worth researching. Then there's the construction of factories, the development of elixirs, the building of Money Cat and the entertainment district. All these need to progress more quickly. All these things also needed to be implemented in due course. Regarding the zombie world, one task is to continue recruiting talent in various fields. Basically, it's a battle with the headquarters for people now. Talent helps both worlds' development. The second issue is to clear zombies from the cities and rescue survivors. According to Chihenge, survivors from the cities are calling for help on our channels. Wu Heng did have the desire to save more people and to boost his own reputation. But the country is too big. It's not easy to travel from city to city even if the transportation were convenient. Moreover, entering cities to clean up zombies and arranging the rescue of survivors is not a simple task. Arms crossed behind his head, he thought, let skeletons scatter to clear zombies from the cities around. Seems feasible. Skeleton slaying zombies, Wu Heng would gain experience. And higher-level skeletons, already possessing a certain level of intelligence, normally had no problem dispersing and clearing zombies on their own. The number of skeletons reserved in each city had also reached over 1 million. Simply relying on skeletons isn't enough. We also need to arrange for big-head skeletons that can command, as well as survivor squads. We can initiate a class change for those we trust, let them lead teams to try and take my place in slaying zombies and rescuing survivors. We can try that. Let's see which profession is suitable for killing zombies at that time. He quickly ran through the problem in his mind. Turn off the lights, go to sleep. Late at night, Emerald Sea. The dark sea was like ink, the cold moon casting its glow. A fleet hanging scarlet wing sailed swiftly. The hull cut through the sea, raising waves in its wake. A figure stood at the bow, tall and straight, eyes glowing red. The sea breeze passed, causing the black cloak to flutter in the wind. At that moment, another figure quickly approached from the deck and whispered, "Master, Gold and Silver Island lies ahead." According to intelligence, the association divided the island to a vice-executive not too long ago. The culprit who killed Lady Melanie's is very likely the steward on the island. The figure at the bow looked toward the distant light shining through the darkness and said, "Circumvent the island. Our goal is to rescue the other elders of the clan. These people will be dealt with later." "Yes, respected master." "Check the map and accelerate." Lilith also copied one of these maps. "She will likely arrange for people to go there too. We need to be faster." "Yes." The servant turned and went below deck shouting, "The master commands, full speed ahead, get all the slaves up and working." With the orders given, the fleet, under the cover of night, picked up its speed once more, moving towards their destination. The next day, after breakfast, Wu Heng went to the zombie world. After listening to Chi Henkai's arrangements, Wu Heng looked at Jiao Rong. "How are those printing presses doing?" Jiao Rong replied, "2 of them are fine, just that the ink in the cartridges has dried up. We're cleaning it, and they'll be ready to use after. The remaining one won't start up, we're still searching for the cause, and we'll try replacing some parts later to see. 2 were enough, at least for the printing needs of Gold and Silver Island. I'll arrange a few skeletons for you, to teach them to write content and do typesetting, to complete the whole printing process in the next few days." Jiao Rong nodded, "All right. That's not difficult." Wu Heng continued to look at Chi Henkei. "Nothing wrong with the base, right? No issues. Everything is running smoothly." Then, Wu Heng went to the warehouse to collect all the bullets that had been produced in the past few days. Glancing at the time, he passed through the boundary door, returning to Gold and Silver Island. Wu Heng walked downstairs. He saw Philippa also playing with a few flying dragons. They were either originally sold to pirates, or it might be the effect of the turn beast into friend bracelet. The flying dragons seemed less fierce. In fact, they were quite well behaved. Wu Heng's initial plan was to feed them corpse cores to see the changes. Now that the flying dragons were so docile, he hesitated to proceed. "Philippa!" Wu Hang called out. Philippa turned her head, pushing the parrot off her head, and hopped over. "I came early. Minnie said you were resting, so I waited a while. How's everything with the fleet?" Wu Hang sat down on the sofa. Philippa naturally sat on his lap. "Those 5 ships from the dragon trafficking team have been remodeled. Nobody can tell whose ships they are. They have also been armed and are all docked at the newly built harbor." "Well done, you're still very conscientious about the ship's affairs." "What are you talking about? I was a captain too, good at controlling the overall situation," Philippa emphasized. "Get ready, we'll be setting out to sea in a bit." "Setting out to sea, that's great. Then I'll go back and prepare. We'll meet at the harbor." Her tone was excited. "Yeah, don't be late, and don't tell anyone, including Millicent." Philippa clenched her fist. "Don't worry, I've got it in mind." After speaking, she left quickly, with the parrot following behind. Wu Hang also told Minnie and the others, donned his cloak and veil, rode in a carriage, and headed to the exclusive harbor. Chapter 556, Carrion Giant Shark. We're approaching the location marked on the map. We call it the Eye of the Furious Dragon. It looks like an eye when viewed from above. "Not sure if the stone coffin you're talking about is down there," Philippa said as she slid down the mast. Wu Hang stood at the bow, looking ahead. He saw the sea below was pitch black, starkly different from the color of the surrounding waters. As for whether it looked like an eye, that was less clear. It seemed more like ink had stained this patch of water black. "Any dangers?" Wu Hang asked. "The sea beasts here are rather fierce. Anyone who falls in will attract an attack." Philippa glanced at the skeleton on the ship. "Even if they go down there, I reckon they'll be attacked." "Wait a minute, let's not get any closer just yet," Wu Hang said. Philippa nodded and turned to pass on the orders. The ship circled the area for a while, and then Glenda, who had been sent out to scout, zipped back from beneath the waves, diving directly into Wu Hang's body to share the underwater imagery. The waters around the Eye of the Furious Dragon were pitch dark, and even though the sun was overhead, it only penetrated a little bit, casting a dim light. As Glenda descended, she saw 3 large sharks circling below the ship. Like underwater guards, they snapped any marine creatures that came too close, tearing them apart and swallowing them whole. Going deeper, there was a stone coffin half buried in the silt, carved with dense runes and decorations. A sea turtle, ripped apart, bled out slowly toward the stone coffin. And all around were human skeletons and a myriad of fish bones. It was like an underwater graveyard. The shared imagery ended there. Wu Hang then released Glenda again, who went invisible and floated nearby. From that earlier scene, the 3 grotesquely large sharks were probably the fierce sea beasts Philippa mentioned. "We've circled around quite a few times." Philippa came over. Wu Hang said, "There are 3 large sharks below that seem pretty ferocious. Do you have any way to kill them?" "Just 3 of them." "3? And they've noticed our ship? They're right beneath us." Philippa raised an eyebrow, rolled up her sleeves, and said, "I have a way. We're having shark meat tonight." With that, she moved aside and started issuing commands to some skeletons. Soon enough, several barrels full of gutted and open fish were carried over and tossed overboard to one side of the ship. The barrels floated on the surface, the bloody water staining the sea red around them. Quickly, huge shadows became clear under the water, thrashing about. 3 menacing sharks broke the surface, fighting over the floating barrels. "Fish spears," Philippa ordered. Click clack clang. Amidst the mechanical sounds, the ballistae adjusted their angles and, with the twang of the crossbow strings, huge crossbow spears with chains attached whooshed out. They instantly pinned the 3 sharks' bodies. The sharks struggled violently, pulling on the chains and causing the ship to sway violently. "Fire, kill them." Wu Hang, holding on to the railing, also issued the command. Bang bang bang. The skeletons on the edge of the deck pulled their triggers, and a deluge of bullets rained down on the thrashing sharks. In the blink of an eye, the sharks were engulfed in bullets. The gunfire stopped, and the sea surface was littered with 3 dead sharks, connected by the crossbow spears, being dragged behind the ship. "That was awesome. Your kind of weapon is so efficient," Philippa said with excitement on her face. "Retrieve the coffin first, deal with the sharks later," Wu Hang said, and then to the skeletons nearby, "Go down, make sure the stone coffin below is securely tied up." Splash splash. Several skeletons plunged off the deck, pulling chains as they swam towards the seabed. When they resurfaced, Wu Hang ordered the ship to pull up the stone coffin. The coffin buried in the silt was yanked out and gradually hoisted onto the deck. Wu Hang and Philippa both looked at the stone coffin. It was a yellowish-brown stone with complex patterns carved on it, and though it was muddy, there wasn't anything like barnacles sticking to it. "Are we taking it back?" Philippa asked. Wu Hang recalled the content of Lilith's letter and became more convinced of what the other party wanted him to do. He said, "We're not taking it back. Let's check the status of the exile inside." With a slight wave of his hand, the surrounding skeletons gathered, their guns pointed towards the location of the stone coffin. Then, he had the skeletons attempt to pry open the stone coffin. Prying bars and chisels were all employed, but the gap in the coffin remained shut, showing no sign of loosening. "Go carry the coffin to the front of the ship," he instructed. The skeletons carried the stone coffin to the bow, and Wu Heng took out his machine cannon. Boom! The machine cannon fired, striking the center of the stone coffin. Smoke and dust filled the air as the stone coffin blasted open. The sea breeze dispersed the smoke and dust, revealing a woman with a deathly pale complexion, sunken brow bones, and collapsed cheekbones. Her long hair cascaded down her back, and she was dressed in a black gown with brightly embroidered red collars and cuffs. Her originally magnificent appearance was marred by the machine cannon fire, covered in blood. The next second, the woman's eyes snapped open, a bloodthirsty red light flashing through them. Ah! The scorching sunlight made her howl in pain, her wide sleeves covering her head as she scanned her surroundings, her gaze falling on the skeletons. Her eyes swiftly moving, her voice hoarse, "Necromancer, save me, and you will be rewarded with great wealth." Fire. Bang, bang, bang. Several sniper rifles behind her, as well as the surrounding rifles, fired simultaneously. Bullets pierced through her skull and body. The blood-clad woman, her eyes filled with horror, fell to the ground, dead in an instant. Then, a white bone cage shot up from the ground, trapping the escaping ghost, and amidst its struggles and curses, it was collected into the demon soul pot. Wu Heng pulled out a roll of straw mat, wrap up the body. Skeletons stepped forward and wrapped the body in the straw mat. Wu Heng then directly deposited it into his space ring. Philippa, with a parrot perched on her shoulder, came over. "These sharks are smashed up, there's not much edible left. Don't eat them, eat whatever you want once we return to the island. These shall be turned into skeletons to escort you out at sea," Wu Heng said as he looked at the shark corpses being towed beside the ship. The smell of blood filled the sea, attracting some small schools of fish. If the delay continued, it might attract sharks or other ferocious sea beasts. Hearing that she would have an escort, Philippa's eyes lit up. The mage is really clever. But can these fish skeletons swim? Won't they be carried away by the stronger currents? This made Wu Heng, who was just about to cast a spell, pause in his action. That's a good point. Ordinary land creatures have limbs that remain after transformation, but sea creatures turned into skeletons, wouldn't it just leave the fish bones behind? Whether the tail fins would be retained was also uncertain. "Can you accept a carrion?" Wu Heng asked. "I don't mind, as long as it's useful," Philippa replied. Wu Heng nodded and released the corpse manipulation skill. The wounds on the shark corpses began to scab over, turning into the appearance of carrion with shrunken muscles and exposed shark teeth. Carrion giant shark, level 9, the level wasn't too low. Just a little more and it would reach level 10 and progress to the next phase. "Follow the fleet." Wu Heng gave the order, and then said to Philippa, "Let's go, on to the next location." Philippa shouted loudly, and the ship once again set off towards the next marked spot on the map. The second location was under a strait. "Is it here?" Philippa asked. Marquis compared it to the map. "It should be right here." Soon, two ghosts returned from scouting. The shared images clearly showed traces of the original position of the stone gate. But where it once was, only an empty space and traces of its existence remain now. Wu Heng's heart tightened. Time had erased it. Either someone had taken the officer ahead of time, or the exile trapped inside had escaped. Either way, it wasn't good news for the entire Emerald Sea. According to the memories of the last blood clan killed, the exiled blood clan were cruel and brutal vampires who treated living beings as food, and each of them was extremely powerful. If they had truly escaped, the surrounding regions would hardly be spared. "Let's move on to the next place." Everyone got back on the ship, hurrying to the next location. Deep into the night, the ship arrived at the second location. In a hidden cave, after the ghosts had scouted, Philippa stayed with the ship while Wu Heng and the skeletons went straight to the scene. The dancing light skill was cast, illuminating the entire cave. At the far end, an open stone coffin stood in the middle, with visible remnants of rituals on the surrounding ground. It escaped. Zhao appeared by the side. "No, someone rescued it." "It's not possible to perform rituals trapped inside a stone coffin," Glenda said. Zhao flew over, circling the stone coffin, and he's got a point. Wu Heng also walked over and took a look. "It seems we're a step late. The ritual was conducted recently. Look around for any bodies." Chapter 557, Covering Strike. The two ghosts dispersed instantly and flew out of the cave to begin their search. Before long, Zhao and Glenda flew back. "We found a human head below. Let's get out of here." Back on the deck, the head was hauled up. The rest of the body had been cleanly nibbled away by fish, only this head remained, wedged in the rocks, uneaten. Communicate with the dead, was cast, and the head opened its eyes. Wu Hang asked, who conducted the ritual that killed you? Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The head spat out a large amount of mud and sand, its speech unclear. Blood Clan, I heard someone calling him Emika the Young Master. How many of them came? A total of 3 ships, they brought quite a few of the Blood Clan, possibly hundreds. Wu Hang continued, do you know their following plan? The body replied, to find other stone coffins. This stone coffin, is it the first one they have opened? The first one. The final question. In the Blood Clan, what is the highest level? Not sure? After answering 5 questions, the body closed its eyes for good. But the investigation was already clear. Not only them, a fleet of the Blood Clan had arrived at the Emerald Sea as well. And their purpose, contrary to ours, was to rescue everyone from the stone coffins. Philippa came over and asked, someone is competing with us for the job? There is a team from the Blood Clan, different from us, they come to save people, Wu Hang explained. Then let's hurry over and stop them. Yes, let's move to the 3rd location. Don't show any lights outside on the way, so as not to draw attention. Alright. After giving the instructions, they set off again for the 3rd location. The next day, at noon, thick clouds shrouded the sky above the small island. Below the clouds, figures of the Blood Clan, draped in cloaks, bustled about non-stop. Inside the hastily constructed wooden shed, a Blood Clan member in an old-fashioned dress suit opened his wide mouth, revealing sharp tusks as he firmly bit into the throat of a slave. He drank deeply from the blood. The slave's struggling movements gradually weakened, and eventually his limbs dropped, his body went limp. The Blood Clan threw the body aside and, with a pristine handkerchief, wiped the blood from his lips. His movements were slow and graceful. Nothing beats fresh blood, he said with satisfaction. Across from him, another of the Blood Clan, having watched him finish the blood, said, Lilith still controls the Blood Clan. You must conceal your identity when you return, or she may make things difficult if she gets the leverage. We know what to do, just a little maneuvering and regaining control of the church will make her position less unassailable, the old-dressed Blood Clan said flatly. Our family has been suppressed too harshly, we can hardly bear it anymore. She will pay for her past decisions. As they conversed, an elderly servant came over and bowed respectfully, Master, the ritual is ready and can begin at any time. Proceed with the ritual then. The 2 members of the Blood Clan stood up and walked to the center. Several slaves, forced to kneel in front of the stone coffin, waited as the old servant announced the start of the ritual. Sharp daggers slit the slaves' throats. Blood gushed out generously. It pooled and flowed towards the stone coffin. Creak. The seam of the stone coffin loosened, and the lid flung open, revealing a pale-faced, long-haired member of the Blood Clan inside. Roar. The Blood Clan member inside the coffin let out an angry roar, venting his suppressed emotions. The old-fashioned dressed Blood Clan said softly, calm down. Emika has released us. Save your anger for Lilith and her kin. Lilith? I'll make her feel the pain of loneliness and hunger, came the reply. Alright. Gather yourself, pick a slave you like, have a full meal, then we'll go rescue Akilina. The Blood Clan stepped out of the coffin. Picking up a slave, he bit through the throat. The other slaves, terrified, trembled and curled up. Just as they were about to continue, someone spoke up, there is an association ship approaching. Everyone was startled. Though they spoke of seeking revenge against Lilith, their first need was to hide. To slowly recover and seek opportunities from the shadows. How many? Just one, it's coming this way, flying the flags of the association and Gold and Silver Island. Sink it, and if there are survivors, capture them for the sacrifice. Got it. On the deck, Wu Hang brought out the machine cannon and ordered the skeleton warriors to prepare for battle. They hadn't gone straight to the 3rd location last night. Instead, they used the Emerald Sand Table to confirm the position of the Blood Clan's ships and headed straight there. Catching them first was the most direct way to solve the problem, whether they had taken the 2nd coffin or not. Ships coming this way, 3 of them, no flags unfurled, Philippa shouted. Wu Hang glanced at the deck, where there were not many people. Only a few were scattered about, preparing the ship's equipment. Philippa, command the attack, Wu Hang said. Philippa acknowledged the order and then shouted, take them down for me. Boom. 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 The machine cannon began spitting flames, the ship's body shattering where the shells passed, sending splinters of wood flying. The sniper rifles began picking off the lookouts and those operating the equipment. The machine gun swept across in continuous fire. In the cries and the scramble for escape, the enemies falling into the water were attacked by carrion sharks, torn into pieces. There was no suspense in the battle. When the gunfire ceased, the sea was littered with broken planks. Awesome! Philippa exclaimed with a pumped fist. On the island. The Blood Clan had their eyes wide open at this time. They watched the unfolding scene before them in horror. No one spoke, just staring blankly as the Association's ship approached again. Had the Association developed so quickly during their exile? Had they already developed such a powerful special item, or was it some other particular device? Lucky we didn't board the ship to join in the attack. Let's stay on the island and wait for them to come ashore, someone suggested. Glenda returned, merging back into Wu Heng's body. The situation on the island was also shared in Wu Heng's mind. 2 level 18 Blood Clan members, 1 level 15, and then there were those of level 5 and 10. Wu Heng furrowed his brow. Are the Blood Clan this strong? 2 level 18s and 1 level 15. Outside, those would definitely be top-tier forces. He looked up at the small island covered with dark clouds and could vaguely see the Blood Clan members standing on the island. In daylight, the combat strength of the Blood Clan would be significantly reduced as they needed to shield themselves from the sunlight. At night, however, the fighting power of the Blood Clan would increase. This is why they called themselves Children of the Night. They are all hiding on the island, with no intention of attacking. Should we move in? They seem pretty cowardly, Philippa communicated through the tamed beast after observing the situation on the island. No rush, they have high-level professionals, let's not make a move yet, Wu Heng said. Then what do we do? Bombard them first. What? Philippa asked, curious. Wu Heng waved his hand casually, and a huge stone door with a crack appeared at his side, still connected to the door of a hidden arsenal cave. Above were mounted grenade launcher tubes. Next to the tubes stood skeleton warriors holding grenades, silently waiting. Target the center of the island, adjust the angle, ready for a covering strike, Wu Heng ordered directly. The skeleton warriors immediately got to work. Adjusting the angle of the tubes, aiming at the distant island. Begin the bombardment. Boom. 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 The dense launching sounds filled the air as grenade after grenade tore through the sky towards the island ahead. Then came a series of deafening explosions. Grenades rained down on the island like torrential rain, with fire soaring skyward and smoke billowing. Trees snapped, earth and rocks scattered. The island was enveloped in flames and smoke. The Blood Clan members, who had been lurking on the island, were swallowed by the explosions, and in the blink of an eye, most were injured or killed, their limbs torn apart and scattered. Roar. Follow me. Let's break out and take a ship to get out of here, a Blood Clan member roared. Board their ship, the rest of the Blood Clan roared back, with bloodlust and anger glowing in their eyes. Tap. 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 The remaining Blood Clan began to sprint rapidly. Nearing the coast, their black bat wings instantly unfurled, like ghosts soaring into the sky, braving the fierce sun overhead, and descending en masse towards the Association's ship. But as they took to the sky and saw the mass of skeletons on the ship, their brows furrowed again. Necromancer attendant? Bang. 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 In the midst of their pondering, the sounds of explosions rang out again. The skeletons' weapons spat out tongues of flame, sweeping at the oncoming figures. Thud. 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 In an instant, many Blood Clan members were pierced through their bodies and wings. They splashed into the water one after another, making a shimmering sound. The sharks began circling, biting at the bodies that had fallen into the water. Sigh. Split up and run. A Blood Clan member shouted. The 2 level 18 Blood Clan, along with a level 15, instantly fled in 3 different directions. Wu Heng tossed the evil sword to Glenda, go kill one, and let the ghost consume it directly. Glenda took up the sword and charged forward. Snipers, aim at that one, fire, Wu Heng directed one of them. The snipers on the ship quickly turned their direction, lining up their sights with another figure in the sky, and fired. Wu Heng then controlled the machine cannon, targeting the last one. Sword glow and fire tongues flared across the sky. Chapter 558, I saw my biological father. The Blood Clan could transform into a state of blood mist, which Wu Heng had seen before. This ability greatly reduced physical damage. It was very useful for escaping and in certain special environments. But the frequency at which the Blood Clan in front of him used this skill, almost like blinking, was something Wu Heng had never seen before. An ability of a level 18 Blood Clan? Truly special. Where did these weapons come from? Are they new items from the Association, or are they weapons from your country? It doesn't matter, once I taste your blood, I'll know your experiences and then find your family and friends bit by bit, turning them into blood feast. Should I deliver your corpse to other mages as well? As a token of my help. Every time the Blood Clan figure appeared, he would say a sentence. The necromancer in front of him had already become his prey waiting to be slaughtered. Wu Heng narrowed his eyes and continued to retreat while shooting. He didn't believe that this ability could be sustained indefinitely, but it was still active for the time being. Bang. A larger blood mist spread out, and the figure of the Blood Clan disappeared. Wu Heng's gaze sharpened, and as his body rolled forward, the Blood Clan appeared beside him. He too was level 18. Moreover, his constitution, strength, and agility were not lower than those of melee professionals, even if his melee skills were not very high. But with strong attributes, his body could burst with power more quickly, making movements a bit faster. The Blood Clan missed again. His brows also furrowed. Wu Heng rolled to a stop, his body shaking rapidly, blinking out 6 identical figures. As they rapidly scattered, the necromantic avatar released, weakening ray spell, and disease ray spell. The other avatars, with machine guns and rifles, began to fire more intensely. Seeing the suddenly appeared avatars, confusion flashed in the eyes of the Blood Clan. A necromancer, fighting alone and entangling with him for so long. Concentrating to quickly discern the 6 avatars and realizing he could not identify the real body or weaknesses, he once again transformed into a blood mist, blinking to a faraway place. He wanted to create distance to go and support another area. Wu Heng saw the opponent trying to leave. He reached out to grab an emblem and threw it towards the location of the opponent. Glenda. A ghost flew down from above his head and penetrated into the Blood Clan's body in an instant. Turning around, it grabbed the throne emblem. The possession only lasted for a brief moment before the ghost was expelled from the body. The Blood Clan frowned and also stopped moving, spreading his palm open to look at the emblem in his hand, which had the distinct characteristics of the Holy Church. The Holy Church? You're from the Holy Church? A necromancer. Then, the eyes of the Blood Clan suddenly narrowed, and his expression gradually turned to one of horror. As if the emblem was burning hot, he threw it away. His skin began to turn red, and his mouth and nostrils started to emit heavy steam. Ho! His body burst into flames suddenly. The Blood Clan began to howl and struggle in terror. Again and again, he transformed into blood mist and then back to his original form. Yet, the flames continued to burn inside his body, turning him into a fireman. The howling spread across the entire area. The other Blood Clan members fighting nearby also watched this scene in horror. Bang, bang, bang. Dense bullets were fired again, hitting the enemy's body in concentration. This time, he did not dodge the bullets nor was he able to transform into a blood mist. Struggling, the Blood Clan dashed towards the edge of the ship's hull, trying to escape into the sea. Stop him. With one hand on the ground, Karam released his fog skill, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared behind the Blood Clan. The evil sword swept across, and with a poo sound, it sliced into the neck without severing it completely. The Blood Clan howled and reached out towards him. The evil sword slashed again. It passed through the neck, and the head fell to the ground. Wu Heng's necromantic avatar quickly stepped forward, and a white bone cage rose from the ground, trapping the escaping ghost. Amid curses and roars, it was captured into the demon soul pot. Wu Heng picked up the emblem, glanced at the scorched corpse on the ground. Bone manipulation skill, released. The charred flesh fell off, and a Blood Clan skeleton with membranous bat wings slowly stood up. Skeleton Blood Assassin, level 18. A level 18 assassin. Wasn't he called a thief? Why is he now called an assassin? Wu Heng had no time to think further. Follow me. After saying that, he rushed towards another side. Another level 18 member of the Blood Clan was engaged in combat with Kazekage. Blood spears, one after another, condensed in midair, shooting towards Kazekage and the other skeletons around him. The exhibited ability was different from the constant blinking previously. It leaned more towards the abilities of a mage. Blood spear, blood orb, and writhing black tentacles. Wave after wave of blood magic launched, and the hit skeletons had their bones eroded and then exploded. Kazekage had difficulty attacking the aerial units. Barely managing to handle the situation, yet without a very good solution. Kill him. Wu Heng ordered. The skeleton blood assassin's figure instantly vanished. The next second, he appeared behind the target, his sharp bone claws, like swords, piercing towards the target's neck. The Blood Clan had just thought to dodge. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets rained down on his body. His body hesitated briefly, and sharp claws pierced through his back heart. Great mouthfuls of fresh blood spurted from his mouth. Wu Heng threw the elf magic carpet to Kazekage. Go, kill him. Kazekage rode the flying carpet into the sky, leaped high, and dove straight towards his target. Below, the necromantic avatar holding a magic wand unleashed, corpse battlefield, a pale circle of light rippling outward. The dead bodies of the Blood Clan around him transformed into white skeletons with colossal wings, one by one standing up. Kill all members of the Blood Clan. Ho! Blood Clan skeleton surged into the sky, attacking the remaining Blood Clan in the vicinity, a melee ensuing. The protective avatar looked around. Finding the skeleton attendant charged with protecting Philippa, it asked, "Where's Philippa?" The skeleton turned its head, glancing at the cabin behind it. Wu Hang walked straight in and saw the Iron Maiden standing in the corner of the cabin. Iron Maiden coffin, a special item capable of trapping an enemy. Once trapped, the person inside cannot open it from within. Similar to the stone coffin used by the Blood Clan to trap the exiles, only the Iron Maiden coffin belongs to the category of special item. Whereas the stone coffin is a type of magical prop. Wu Hang stepped forward and opened the outer handle. The coffin lid swung open abruptly. Philippa stumbled out from inside, her armor corroded and blood seeping from her mouth and nose. Upon seeing Wu Hang outside, she also let out a sigh of relief. "How are you?" Wu Hang studied her. "Just now, I saw my real father," Philippa said, her face showing terror. "Don't talk nonsense, where are you hurt?" "I was hit by that person's magic, and I felt my blood reversing. Kaizayu held off the attacker, so I locked myself away." Philippa pulled out 2 elixirs and drank them both. Wu Hang patted her head. "You stay here for now, you can go out after it's all over." "Are those bats dead yet?" "Almost, I'll call you when it's time." Outside the cabin, the battle between the Blood Clan and skeletons was also drawing to a close. A level 18 member of the Blood Clan was killed in the sea by 2 level 18 skeletons, and attempting to escape ghosts were devoured jointly by Glenda and Zhao. Wu Hang's necromantic avatar cast, corpse battlefield, again. Newly deceased members of the Blood Clan transformed into white skeletons and took to the sky. "To the shore!" Wu Hang shouted. The ship slowly approached a small island. In the sky, a vast swarm of Blood Clan skeletons flew around. Landing on the small island, Wu Hang ordered to begin cleanup on the island's battlefield, gathering bodies. The bombardment of grenades left the island riddled with wounds. The skeletons landed and began to collect the widely scattered exploded bodies. Wu Hang deactivated the effect of the 100 soldiers robe, the avatars vanished, and a headache struck him. Once the side effects subsided, the bodies had been gathered. He selected 2 for communicate with the dead. After a brief interrogation, the entirety of the event became clear. The leader of this fleet was called Amika, a level 15 professional, in charge of the Bloody Knight Order's 5th Fleet. He was from the Bardley family's more outstanding younger generation. Upon learning that one of the exiles was killed, and Lilith had copied the locations of the remaining exiles, he suspected that they might be targeting these exiles. Thus, he brought his trustworthy fleet to release these exiles. The beings used as sacrifices consisted of some purchased slaves and some fishers captured along the way here. The whole operation was conducted in secrecy. So upon discovering Wu Hang's ship, it was imperative to sink it no matter what. Otherwise, the news could reach Lilith's ears. With the matter resolved, Wu Hang jotted down the mentioned names on paper to report back to Lilith later. Lately, he couldn't get rewards through the association. He hoped Lilith wouldn't disappoint him. After sorting everything out, Wu Hang continued to cast corpse battlefield, turning all the remaining bodies into skeletons. "Didn't you say that we shouldn't transform the bodies of the Blood Clan?" Philippa came over with her parrot. "I'll arrange for it to be done where nobody can see. Don't mention it to anyone. If someone asks, just say they were devoured by sharks during the sea battle," Wu Hang instructed. "Alright, I'll say they were blown to bits, then the sharks ate the bodies, which got eaten by smaller fish, which got eaten by shrimps," Philippa suggested. "You don't need to be that detailed." Philippa thumped her chest. "Don't worry, my mouth is always the tightest." After a simple search of the island, all detached flesh was tossed into the sea, and then the skeletons were sent underwater to dredge the sunken ship's items. With everything largely dealt with, the group began to return. The gains from this trip were quite substantial. Among the bodies of the Blood Clan, there were 3 level 18 corpses, 1 level 15, and many more level 10 and lower skeletons. 2 of the bodies were directly transformed into skeletons, and 1 was placed into the space ring. Once back, he'd proceed with the transformation. Level 18 corpses something money can't buy. They could directly enhance his own strength. Even if this world had restrictions, like some rare species protection law, he could use them directly in the zombie world. After a journey of 2 days and 1 night, the ship docked at the exclusive port of Gold and Silver Island. Philippa, carrying her parrot, swayed off the ship to register with the ship management. Wu Hang opened the boundary door, sending all the Blood Clan-shaped skeletons into the door to another world. After all the Blood Clan skeletons entered, Wu Hang too disembarked with his own skeletons, took Philippa in a carriage, and left the port. He dropped her off at Lighthouse Street and then headed to the association himself. Chapter 559, Damn, it's him. Steward's office. Wu Hang took a sip of flower tea and recounted the events he had encountered at sea. When he heard about the Blood Clan releasing those exiles, each of them at level 18, the baby fat on Zai Ligui's cheeks also instantly tightened into a serious expression. What happened in the end? Wu Heng took another sip of tea. They died. At sea, I bombarded them with cannon fire and killed them all. What about the Blood Clan fleet you mentioned? Zai Ligui continued to inquire. It was the 5th fleet of the Blood Clan Knights, led by Amika, a level 15 professional, Wu Heng said softly. Zai Ligui's expression was still ugly. If Wu Heng hadn't come across them and had let those exiles go, it would have been okay if they had returned to the Blood Clan. At least they would have dealt with their internal affairs on their own. If they hadn't planned to return but caused chaos around the Emerald Sea, a lot of people would have died, whether at Gold and Silver Island or other villages and towns. What are your thoughts moving forward? Zai Ligui continued to ask. Wu Heng glanced at her. Inside the Blood Clan, there seemed to be families that fight against each other openly and secretly. This time I disrupted their plans and killed their fleet. I might face retaliation from the Blood Clan. The island needs to be cautious. I'll inform the various teams to be alert about this matter, Zai Ligui nodded. The last time the Necromancer retaliated, Shi Yali almost died in the city. Such matters still need to be handled carefully. The Blood Clan was not a small faction like the Heaven Destiny cult, but a truly powerful clan. Then, Zai Ligui asked, do you plan to report this to the association? Reporting it can also serve as a deterrence against the Blood Clan. Originally, Wu Heng hadn't planned on informing the headquarters about this. It wasn't on the association's wanted list, and it also involved internal affairs of the Blood Clan. But what Zai Ligui said made sense. Reporting it could leverage the headquarters to pressure the Blood Clan if any problems arose. If not reported and something happened later, having to explain from scratch would be very troublesome. You write a report for the association, just mention the incidents of the Blood Clan's human sacrifices at sea and the Emerald Sea. I'll write a letter to Lilith, from the perspective of inspecting the exiles, about this matter. Wu Heng thought for a moment and said. Zai Ligui pondered and then nodded in agreement. Okay. Shi Yali came over from the side and prepared paper and pen for them. They began to write. Lady Lilith and Bishmite, in my recent mission to inspect the status of the exiles at 3 locations, I encountered other fleets of the Blood Clan. They had preemptively salvaged the 3 stone coffins of the exiles and captured fishermen along the way to use as living sacrifices to open the coffins. The ships from Gold and Silver Island clashed with the Blood Clan fleet. After losing several large warships and skeleton attendants, we sank the targeted vessels and killed the personnel. The bloodshed in the battle zone attracted swarms of sharks that devoured the bodies and rammed the ships. The scene was extremely chaotic. According to further investigation, the team leader is called Amika, captain of the 5th Fleet of the Bloody Knight Order, and his objective was to release several exiles from the Emerald Sea. I do not understand the reasons behind their actions, nor can I guess their ultimate goal. I just feel that someone is acting against you. Please be cautious, Lady Lilith, of the enemies lurking in the shadows. Island Master of Gold and Silver Island, Wu Heng. After finishing, Wu Heng checked over it once more. Zai Ligui at the desk also finished writing. Are you done? Done, take a look. Wu Heng passed it to her. Zai Ligui also handed hers to him. Both perused each other's reports, confirming there were no issues and that the narrative perspectives varied but did not significantly deviate. Once everything was confirmed to be in order, they sealed the reports in envelopes, and Shi Yali picked them up to be sent to the front desk. They would be mailed along with other letters. After sitting in the association for a while, Wu Heng also got up and left. He returned to the Island Master's manor. He pushed open the door and entered. Several maids immediately surrounded him. They circled around him, asking if he was injured. Although the queries from the maids were more or less the same every time he returned from a trip, having people care about him still felt quite nice to Wu Heng, much better than being alone when he first rented a room in Blackstone Town. Has anything happened at home these past few days? Wu Heng asked. Nothing much, just that Lady Shainera wanted to talk to you. Since you weren't here, I chatted with her for a while. She said she's coming back, Minnie spoke softly. Really? I'll go and check. Together, they walked into the hall where a maid helped him remove his armor. After a brief wash, Wu Heng went upstairs and entered the radio room. He first looked at the logbook, then picked up the microphone and asked, Is Lady Shainera there? Soon, a somewhat lazy voice came through, annoying. You're calling me lady again. Wu Heng smiled. Minnie told me you're planning to come back. I'm considering it. Do you, the Island Master, welcome me? Of course, I welcome you. How are you getting here, I mean, by what ship? Wu Heng asked. After a moment's thought on the other end, I should be arriving with a fleet of Starflower. I don't have much power now, just retaining some dignity with the title of a chairperson, unable to mobilize any ships. It's fine as long as you can return. I'll have Philippa pick you up. That's too far. I'll see the situation when I get to the port. If there aren't any ships coming, then arrange for me, Shainara said. Alright, as you wish. The two continued to chat about recent events. The chat ended there. He went to Zombie World and brought over the adjusted printing press. A separate workshop within the courtyard was chosen as a temporary printing workshop. Night fell. After dinner, Glenda handed over the revised novel and the compiled newspaper for him to review. Wu Hang glanced at them, somewhat surprised by Glenda's ability. The organized material was really quite good. It was almost no different from modern newspapers. The novel in the corner was still the planned detective collection. The name had been changed to Wu Hang, and the appearance was altered to black hair and black eyes. Wu Hang felt somewhat embarrassed reading it. Glenda and Zhao both thought it looked great. The association's promotional stories also used real names and appearances. But Wu Hang's stories were made up. The others were very likely real. After checking everything from the start and confirming there were no issues, Wu Hang took the materials and walked out, handing them over to the skeletons in the printing workshop, instructing them to duplicate and then start printing. The next day. Look here, take a glance, Gold and Silver Island Express. Even when seated at home, you can know about the world's great and extraordinary events. On the main road of Gold and Silver Island. Figure after figure, the newspaper boys held the papers in their hands, loudly hawking their wares. Express. What's it for? Asked the passerby curiously. This is called a newspaper. It collects the world's big events and compiles them onto the paper, the newspaper boy explained. Nice idea, give me one. 65 copper. You charge money. Forget it then, I don't want it if it costs money, the would-be buyer muttered as he turned to leave. Then, people kept coming to inquire. Yet, there were only a few actual buyers. Golden Sail Tavern. A bard quickly read through the newspaper content. He sipped some throat-soothing cold tea, shook his neck, and stepped up to the central stage. He clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention, and said, Today, I bought a newspaper on the road. It's sold by the Island Lord's Mansion and Records Literary Works, with quite rich content. Let me tell you about it. Some of the patrons frowned and shouted, What kind of stuff? Pirate affairs, or something about streetlights? Another person added, I bet it's the streetlights, they've been promoting that for days now. The bard replied, Let me tell you, this content is worth 65 copper. If you listen, you'll be getting a bargain. They're charging money. This stuff. Free. Go on, then. I do want to hear this thing you're charging money for. Gathering his thoughts, the bard glanced at the newspaper and read, Hueco Kingdom Port Blockade, no ships allowed to enter or leave. Recently, an evil cult fleet entered the Emerald Sea for live sacrifices, which were killed by the Gold and Silver Island fleet. The new housing area has started selling properties, you can go to City Hall to make a purchase. Gold and Silver Island is recruiting sailors for the fleet, members for the patrol guard. A murmur of discussion arose from the crowd below. The Hueco Kingdom has been sealed off for quite some time now. There's another incident of live sacrifices? No more pirates, now it's an evil cult. Recruiting sailors, I think that's decent. This newspaper isn't worth it, I feel like it didn't tell me much. Only those with money to burn would buy it. The bard, taking advantage of the chatter, drank more tea and clapped his hands for silence once more. When the noise subsided, he continued, What's the hurry? There's another story below that you'll definitely be interested in. The audience frowned and fell silent. The bard confidently began to narrate in a soft voice. When I stood at the door of the Credelian Tavern, someone suddenly tapped my shoulder. I turned around and recognized him, it was little Stanfur. He used to work under me as a first responder at the London City Hospital. Poor fellow. He said sympathetically after listening to my tale of misfortune, So what are you doing now? Looking for a place to stay, I replied, to see if I can find some rooms that are both comfortable and reasonably priced. Stanfur remarked, What a coincidence, someone said the same to me today. Who? A fellow at work. This morning he was complaining by himself about how he had found a rather nice house, but couldn't find anyone to share the rent with. The rent was too high for him to afford alone. Perfect? I exclaimed, if he really is looking for someone to cohabit with, then I'm exactly the person he needs. I quite like having company myself. Little Stanfur looked at me with strange eyes while sipping his drink. His name is Wu Hang, and his appearance is also quite unique around here. Unique? Isn't he human? I'm not referring to his race, but to his appearance. Black hair, black eyes, I've only ever seen one person with that look in the city. Whoosh. As the tale unfolded, the tavern's customers began to boil like an explosion. Wu Hang? Black hair, black eyes? Damn, the island master. Chapter 560, They have no money. Wu Hang? Isn't that the name of the island master? His appearance also matches, it must be him that they're talking about. Is this a story about himself? The sudden discussion among the guests interrupted the bard's narrative. The bard on the stage just smiled at the discussions below, quite satisfied with the surprise they showed. He had the same reaction when he first saw this part of the story. Shut up. Someone stood up and shouted, then looked towards the stage. Keep going, I want to hear this story the newspaper is telling. The guests gradually quieted down, waiting for the continuation of the story. The bard took another sip of water and resumed the narrative. In the following part of the story, Watson and Wu Hang rented a house on Baker Street, and through Watson's perspective, Wu Hang's personality traits were revealed. He was reserved, lived a life of routine, often staying all day in the dissection room or lab, and took an interest in knowledge from other fields. The story must be talking about his early days before he changed his profession. When he was young, he loved dissecting corpses so much. I guess his original career plan was to be a coroner. Yeah, some conservative families always want their members to pursue civilian jobs. The necromancer role suits him now. It's rare for a human so young to become an island master. As the narrative continued, there was a quiet discussion below. The bard moved on, depicting in their dialogues that the Wu Hang in the book mentioned he was a detective. And in the face of Watson's skepticism, he easily guessed that the messenger had once served as a member of the Kingdom Light Infantry. The brows of the audience below furrowed. The word detective was somewhat unfamiliar, but after hearing the following conversation, they also understood the specific nature of the detective profession. Similar to the identity of an investigator. An investigator? Just now, it seemed that his initial intent was to become a coroner. Now, it feels like his original career direction was as an investigator. The story still continued. Watson found it hard to believe that the other party could deduce someone's identity with just a few glances. Then, another thought flashed through Watson's mind: perhaps the whole affair was prearranged by him, just to dazzle him. Watson questioned Wu Hang's conjecture. Wu Hang laughed and explained that the messenger had calluses on his hands and a tattoo of a sword and flag on his wrist. His demeanor also suggested the temperament of an infantryman, and the way he spoke, as well as his posture, convinced me that he had served in the army, and the markings on his hand confirmed his identity as light infantry. The guests listened with slightly raised eyebrows. So that's how it is. Indeed. Even though they knew this was a plot designed within the story, it might not be exactly true at that time. Yet this reasoning had a basis and evidence. Moreover, in this world, solving cases was rudimentary at best, so being able to deduce all this from physical characteristics, posture, and tones of voice, was already quite impressive. Watson couldn't help but admire, and Wu Hang threw the letter in front of him. Watson picked up the letter and began to speak. There was a murder on Lauriston Garden Street, inviting Wu Hang to investigate. At that point, the bard stopped his narration and picked up his cup to drink water again. There was silence below as everyone waited quietly. As time trickled by and the bard still hadn't spoken, someone called out, "Keep talking, what's with all this sipping?" "Exactly, are you a turtle? Drinking water like that?" The bard sipped again and said, "That's all, the story ends here with this message, to be continued in the next issue. That means we'll need to wait for the next newspaper for the rest of the content. Damn it, they're serializing it. After all that drivel in the beginning, we finally get to the case, and there's nothing. What a garbage newspaper, why stop there?" The crowd cursed, venting their frustration. Having the story cut off like this always leaves an uncomfortable feeling of being in limbo. If this wasn't the island, they'd be tempted to curse the island master out loud. Either don't publish it, or don't split it into bits and pieces like this. After a round of complaining and cursing, the people once again quieted down, started drinking and eating, and continued to discuss the story they had just heard. Wu Hang, with such keen observation skills, truly is suited for the path of a mage. The last time the pirate horde attacked Gold and Silver Island, it was him who made the predictions. Otherwise, even with Emilio on the island, they couldn't have stopped so many pirates. What do you think his purpose was in writing about this incident in the newspaper? Maybe he just wants everyone to understand him a little better. Many on the island doubt his profession. He used to like dissecting bodies, even hitting them with sticks. No matter how you look at it, it seems even more perverse. That's how necromancers are. Second floor of the tavern. A room opposite to the hall, with windows open. There were faint glances towards the floor below. Macintosh took a sip from his glass. He was somewhat surprised that the other party would publish their own story in the newspaper. And in such detail. Of course, the content of the story still raised some doubts. If one could truly deduce a person's profession and intent with just a glance, there would have been no need for Wu Hang to buy information at the Old Barrel Tavern before. Now he had sought him out again to continue gathering information about the island. Thump thump. The door was knocked, and a brawny man entered. "Boss, I got the newspaper, 56 coppers," said a man as he handed over the newspaper. Macintosh took it and scrutinized it from the beginning. His subordinate said, "He is quite self-absorbed, publishing his own story like that." Macintosh laughed, replying, "At such a young age, going from an ordinary member to the position of Island Master within a year, who wouldn't be a little self-absorbed? True that. Lucky we listened to you, boss, and didn't get into any conflict with him." Macintosh didn't reply, his eyes still on the newspaper. Having heard the story, there wasn't anything particularly special about it. But the Wu Hang she knew was not such an ostentatious person, he always disguised himself when going out. So why suddenly publish such a story? It was going to be serialized. What was his purpose? Macintosh didn't believe that someone who could ascend to the position of Island Master would publicize their experiences out of vanity. Hero shaping? A thought suddenly flashed through her mind. She was now at level 15 and preparing to tackle the question of hero shaping. And Wu Hang doing this? The only reason she could think of was hero shaping. "Boss, I've spoken to the fleet, we can leave with the ship this afternoon," another person entered the room and reported. Macintosh put the newspaper on the table. She said, "Tell the fleet that we won't be leaving. We're staying a few more days." Her subordinate was startled but promptly agreed, "All right." After speaking, he turned and left. Macintosh's gaze returned to the room below, and she put the newspaper into her space ring. Associations, Steward's office. Shi Yali pushed the door open and handed Zai Ligui the newspaper in her hand. "Take a look at this, it was being sold on the street, they call it a newspaper." Zai Ligui took it, and her eyes immediately went to the words Gold and Silver Gazette on the top. It must be the newspaper Wu Hang talked to her about before. He really went ahead and created it. As she prepared the tea, Shi Yali spoke, "Read the story below, is it the same as his previous experiences? Was he always that powerful?" Zai Ligui looked at the content immediately below, her eyebrows furrowing. "I don't know, but he indeed came from the Hueco Kingdom. He got his professional scroll just last year. Why did he publish this story?" Shi Yali turned to look at her. "I feel like you might be out of his league now, Island Lord's Mansion." Wu Hang watched as his reputation increased by several hundred points. Glenda was the first to fly back. "Not many people are buying newspapers. I think we can send some to the association and the city hall, let the people there buy some and lead by example." In the midst of speaking, Zhao also flew back in. She clamored, "Uncle, they say only a fool would spend money on a newspaper. Zhao, be a little gentler, your uncle has a weak heart. They're just broke." Chapter 561, Oh the Imperial Edict, roll it up again Wu Hang glanced at Zhao. After thinking for a moment, he said, "It's the first day of release, and it's a novel thing, it certainly won't be accepted immediately, but things will get better later on. In this world, being literate can eliminate a bunch of people. Among those remaining, hearing that some content written on paper sells for 65 copper coins, it's normal for them to be unable to accept it temporarily. However, on Gold and Silver Island, aside from ordinary residents, there are quite a few merchant teams from various races and factions. Spending a few dozen coppers to check out the information is not too big an expenditure. When do you plan to release the next issue? If you delay for too long, people might forget about it," Glenda continued to ask. 3 days. The city hall needs to gather the latest intelligence and news, and then, along with the novel, it will be released, Wu Hang said. "I will also revert the next chapter by that time. Do you want to distribute more?" Glenda said. "That's up to you, distributing more will mean more work." "No problem, we don't need to rest like you do, and we can help you get it done," Glenda smiled. "Good, thank you for your hard work." After having lunch at the Island Master's Manor, Wu Hang opened the boundary door and proceeded to Zombie World. Exiting the dormitory building, he saw a large number of skeletons in the form of the Blood Clan, gathered around the dormitory building. On the ground, rooftops, or circling in the air. The survivors passing by were all somewhat cautious. "All of you, follow me," Wu Hang ordered, leading a large number of Blood Clan skeletons out towards the factory compound. They arrived at the woods behind it. He commanded the Blood Clan skeletons to land and stand by. Wu Hang then took out another Blood Clan corpse from his space ring. This corpse was that of the first exiled Blood Clan he had found. The moment the stone coffin was opened, he had the surrounding skeletons fire upon it, killing it immediately. He hadn't decided how to deal with it yet, so he temporarily stored it in his space ring. Later, during the encounter with the 5th Fleet of the Blood Clan, in order to kill those flying Blood Clan members, he had transformed all the other bodies into skeletons during the battle. Now that only this one remained, he felt no psychological burden. Time for the transformation. The reasons had already been provided to Lilith, and since there were no bodies to be found and no skeletons to be seen, he unleashed the bone manipulation skill and the flesh fell from the body. A skeleton slowly stood up. Skeleton Blood Mage, Level 18. Looking at it now, the overall strength of the Blood Clan really wasn't low. Do Blood Clans level up easily? That shouldn't be the case, so many were killed by the Fifth Fleet, yet their levels weren't very high. Moreover, Lilith was indeed ruthless. When pirates reached level 18, the association granted them amnesty. Lilith directly sealed away 4 of her kin at level 18. This woman should not be provoked. She seems difficult to deal with. He continued to examine the attributes of the Blood Clan skeleton. Skeleton Blood Mage attributes: Constitution 42, Strength 35, Agility 55, Intelligence 48, Perception 40, Charm 25. Characteristics: Hollow Skeleton, Advanced Soul, Flight. Expertise: Leather Armor Expertise, Advanced, Cloth Armor Specialization, Master, Staff Mastery, Master, Dagger Specialization, Advanced. Skills: Blood Magic, Blood Mist Incarnation, Blood Plague. Blood Magic, Dark Energy Formed Magic, often using attacks such as Blood Spear, Blood-Colored Missiles, etc. Blood Mist Incarnation, can transform into a blood mist state to move around. Blood Plague, creates a unique area where the plague merges into the blood, causing sustained damage. Blood magic effects increase by 100% while self is within the area. The Blood Clans in front of him were clearly of the mage type. But in terms of attributes, they had more distinctive traits. Agility and intelligence were the highest, while constitution and perception were also over 40 points. This race, apart from vampirism and fear of sunlight, really is quite strong. In terms of characteristics, Advanced Soul signifies higher intelligence and understanding. One can say it's almost akin to a separate individual. The next characteristic is Flight. This is the inherent flying ability of the Blood Clan, also what Wu Heng finds to be the most practical aspect. Whether one can fly is actually very important. Then there are the skills. A very nice point is, the Blood Clan mage has retained 3 skills. Previously transformed mages would have their skills erased, needing to relearn necromancy magic. According to the introduction, blood magic belongs to dark attribute energy magic, and from a certain perspective, it is of the same type as necromancy magic. It may just be that they developed in different directions. There are a total of 3 skills: blood magic, which is the release of dark energy type blood spear and blood-colored missiles. I've seen it in combat before. Blood mist incarnation, transforming into a mist of blood to move, charge, or escape, is quite useful. The last one is blood plague, a plague that blends into the blood within an area, causing damage, and has a casting effect within the area, 100% effective. This move should be similar to the domain of an 18-level professional. And the plague blending into the blood refers to living beings. Necromancy, it's not really effective against plagues. Overall, it's not bad. You, come here, Wu Heng called out to another shadowy figure of the Blood Clan skeleton. The one that could blink in succession, the skeleton blood assassin. He checked its attributes. Most of them were not too different. He mainly looked at its skills. Skill: Blood Mist Incarnation, Shadow Stab, Blood Domain, Shadow Stab, transform into blood mist and appear around a locked target to perform an assassination. Blood Domain: your mastery of assassination has reached an exalted level. For a certain period, you will form a personal domain around you, immune to attacks. The characteristics of the Blood Assassin were very clear. It's all about assassination. And the trick when I sprayed bullets, and the opponent would blink away. That's part of the Blood Domain, being immune to attacks for a while. Even if at that time I did not use the church emblem to kill him, once the time was up and his skill expired, I could have killed him myself. But I have to say, this skill is quite intimidating. After checking the attributes, Wu Heng said to the Blood Assassin, from now on, you are Blood Clan number 1. Then to the 2 Blood Mages, you are Blood Clan number 2, and you are Blood Clan number 3. You 3 come with me, the rest stay here on standby, he commanded. After finishing, Wu Heng led a few skeletons back. Back at the factory yard, Chi Heng Kai was already waiting at the door. Seeing him coming, her gaze shifted to the 3 winged skeletons. New skeletons joining? Yeah, Blood Clan number 1, Blood Clan number 2, Blood Clan number 3, Wu Heng introduced them, then said to the skeletons, if I am not around, obey her commands as well. Chi Heng Kai's voice carried a hint of doubt. Blood Clan? Don't they remind you of the vampires from TV shows? The name is easier to remember, Wu Heng explained. Oh, I thought for a moment you actually killed a few vampires and brought them back with you. As if. Let's go, head to the meeting room first. After entering the meeting room, Chi Heng Kai reported the events that happened during his absence. The central station made another trade visit. They brought machine cannons, grenades, and gold, in exchange for food. As for the Tanshan group issue last time, no one brought it up, both parties acted like it never happened. The trade went smoothly, and some intelligence was shared. The second point is that several other cities have restored electricity, which is now freely available. The third point is that Danzō Group is continuing its machinery research, still focusing on firearms and ammunition, and Zhang Kai has been transferred from the old factory in Xinfu City to help with model simulation. Regarding these developments, Wu Heng was quite satisfied. After the reports were concluded, Wu Heng spoke up. I plan to select a few people to go out with the skeletons to other cities to clear zombies and rescue survivors. Have others from the base lead the team? That might be a bit difficult, Chi Hankai frowned. Living in the end of the world, everyone has the courage to face zombies. It's not as terrifying as it was at the start. But to ask people from the base to face swarms of zombies, there probably aren't many who could withstand that pressure. I'm not asking them to lead, Wu Heng carefully organized his words, explaining, I'm having the skeleton with the ability to lead the battle against zombies. Base members accompanying them will be responsible for any survivors they encounter, and keep us updated at all times. Chi Hankai suddenly understood, that shouldn't be a problem then. I recommend the people I brought from Donggan village, as well as Yaong's former auto repair shop crew. They have complete trust in us and should be able to handle this task without issue. When the time comes, discuss it with Li Yaong and pick a few people to bring here. I'll speak to them myself, Wu Heng said. Chi Hankai nodded, understood, I'll go talk about it right away. Having discussed the important matters, Wu Heng continued to look at her. Considering something in his mind, he took out a rolled-up scroll and placed it on the table. Chi Hankai raised an eyebrow in surprise, looking curiously at the item before her. An imperial edict? And rolled up, at that. Chapter 562, I will agree to anything you say. Wu Heng saw a professional scroll for the first time and felt it was just like a rolled-up hanging painting. Chi Hankai directly issued an edict. It's called a professional scroll. Open it up and give it a try. Wu Heng said straightforwardly. Although the plan for the professional scroll had been set quite some time ago, whether it would be effective in this world was still uncertain. How should I try it? And does this scroll have any special function? Chi Hankai picked it up to examine it. The surface of the professional scroll was covered with a layer of embroidered silk. It looked quite luxurious. If it works, it can change your body. If elixirs provide a temporary change, this scroll plans a long-term enhancement for you, Wu Heng explained. The biggest feature of the other world is its variety of professions. As one's level increases, so does one's capabilities. Everything depends on one's potential and diligence. That's amazing. Chi Hankai's eyes lit up. A short-term and long-term enhancement, the latter certainly sounded more reliable. Besides, if it were anyone else claiming that a scroll could improve a person's body, one might think they had been driven mad by the end of the world. But Chi Hankai did not entertain any doubts when Wu Heng made the claim. Too many miraculous things had already happened, this was nothing out of the ordinary. I'll watch over you and see if it works. How do I use it? Chi Hankai asked. Just open up the scroll, and you'll feel a subtle sensation. Don't stress over it. Okay. Chi Hankai stood up, glanced at Wu Heng, and then tore open the scroll. The moment it was torn, a beam of light entered her body. Her entire demeanor and state changed, and her gaze became sharper and more intense. How do you feel? Wu Heng asked. Chi Hankai looked at her hands. There seems to be some change, but I can't exactly say where. However, I feel like my vision has improved and my body feels lighter. It seemed that the scroll was indeed effective in this world. I'll arrange a sparring partner for you later. Stick with the training, and you'll become even more formidable, Wu Heng said. Okay, thank you. Chi Hankai smiled in gratitude. Wu Heng had prepared a ranger scroll for her, one of the more common scrolls available on the market. Actually, considering the superpower that Chi Hankai had awakened, she was more suited for the fistmaster profession. After all, it had enhanced her leg strength, making her kicks and punches even more powerful. But Wu Heng thought it over and decided not to choose a melee profession for her. The enemies they faced were zombies, and the danger was not only from being scratched or bitten, getting their blood in one's mouth or eyes could also lead to infection. It was better to stay back, perhaps handling command or reconnaissance duties. No need to take unnecessary risks over such matters. No need to be formal, we're all family here. Chi Hankai smiled, walked slowly towards him, and sat beside him on his leg. Then I should also thank you. Wu Heng wrapped his arm around her waist. And how would you thank me? Chi Hankai's cheeks turned pink. Whatever you ask, I am willing. Wait until Li Yaong comes over in a few days. Chi Hankai's cheeks reddened even more, as she gently leaned into his embrace. Towards dusk, they returned to the island master's manor. Descending the stairs, several maids came over to greet them. Many approached and said, Master, The 5,000 bow limbs and bowstrings we ordered last time have all been delivered. I had the skeletons move them to the warehouse. These were materials for making compound bows. Once the blueprints were ready, production of the compound bows was arranged at 2 locations by Wu Heng. The bow limbs and bowstrings were ordered from the elf race in the other world, while the remaining parts were produced in zombie world. One reason was to prevent the blueprints from being leaked, and the second was that the bow limbs and bowstrings from the other world were of better quality. Take me to have a look. Wu Heng followed Minnie to the warehouse, opened a door, and saw the bow limbs and bowstrings packed in wooden boxes. After a brief inspection to ensure there were no issues, he collected them all to be sent to the zombie world later. Master, what would you like for dinner? Anything. Just add more of whatever you all want to eat. Yellowtail lionfish soup, a seafood platter, roast beef, and some beef patties. Minnie rattled off her desires. Sounds sumptuous enough. Then I'll let the chef know, Minnie said, bouncing off toward the kitchen. Wu Heng made another trip to zombie world. He delivered the bow limbs and bowstrings he had purchased and arranged for staff to assemble them. At dinner, Wu Heng said, "Why are people from the city hall buying newspapers? Someone brought them over." Everyone took turns to glance at them, and they're all discussing your story, Andre Willow said with a smile. Wu Heng picked up a piece of crab meat, put it in his mouth, and said, "Tomorrow at the city hall, set up a spot to sell newspapers. It doesn't need to be big, just a metal rack will do." Glenda suggested that City Hall staff be required to buy the newspapers. Wu Heng felt it wasn't quite appropriate. After all, a portion of the intelligence was compiled by the City Hall itself. Having them buy it would turn into a case of self-production and self-sale. Wu Heng still planned to establish a place in the City Hall where residents who came to handle affairs could buy newspapers if they wanted to. "Okay," Andre Willow responded. After dinner, a few of them went to the training room for exercise. As night deepened, Wu Heng first checked on Glenda, who was busy writing in the study. He then returned to his room to rest. The next day, in zombie world, Wu Heng distributed compound bows to the skeleton archers stationed outside. The original wooden bows were still in use, and these skeleton archers with compound bows were new additions, an expansion of the force. Wooden bows, compound bows, strong crossbows. That was the current setup for the skeleton archers. After the weapons were distributed, Wu Heng returned to the industrial zone. From a distance, he saw Chi Hengkai and Tanchen Group's representative, Jiao Rong, waiting at the entrance. As he approached, they greeted him. Chi Hengkai said, "Last night, I talked to Sister Yaong. Because we were using a public channel, I didn't go into too much detail. She will be coming over with some people in the next few days." As she finished speaking, her cheeks were slightly flushed. "Just pass the word along," Wu Heng nodded. Then, Jiao Rong stepped forward. "Leader, in the past couple of days, Vice Leader Chi and I have compared the entire map of Yangtong City and divided the city into several areas." Wu Heng nodded. "Go on." Jiao Rong took out a map, on which the basic areas were circled with a red pen. He said, "Over here are some factories for clothing and hats, many of which were brand OEMs before, so the equipment is certainly more complete. This area is the automobile industry, car assembly, engine manufacturers, and car parts. This must have been inspired by the copy of the newspaper from the last time. Searching for these equipments outside also saved the trouble of research and manufacturing. Put positively, it freed up time to focus on the development of firearms production. Alright, Chi Hengkai, prepare the vehicles. Let's go to the clothing factory area first and take it over," Wu Heng said. "Okay," Chi Hengkai replied and began issuing orders through the walkie-talkie. Soon, a convoy and the skeletons assembled at the factory gate. Wu Heng and Chi Hengkai boarded a truck. Jiao Rong, with 2 technicians, got on a wagon behind them and headed for the clothing factory area according to the map. Boom boom boom. Dense solid iron bullets fell into the horde of zombies, raising thick dust in the streets. After the bombardment, the remaining zombies continued to charge forward. Bodies pierced by spears hung there, still struggling forward. Some grabbed the spears, continuously pulling and shoving. For a moment, blood splattered and rotting flesh flew in all directions. The sound of flesh being pierced by sharp weapons and bones breaking echoed across the area. As the zombies died, streaks of remnant souls floated from the ground towards the sky. "Zhao, it's your turn. Today they're all yours," Wu Heng said to the empty air. "Right on." Zhao replied with enthusiasm and flew out. She charged towards the remnant souls swirling in the sky. Glenda had reached level 18 and was stuck on unfinished wish. The remnant souls present were now all for Zhao. As Zhao absorbed the ghosts, the system prompt also appeared immediately. Ghost leveled up to level 16, Constitution +2, Agility +1, Perception +1. Ghost leveled up to level 17, Intelligent +2, Perception +2, Chapter 563, Is there a fight inside? He had leveled up 2 levels. And was beginning to approach level 18. Uncle, that's all of them. Zhao flew back. Wu Heng nodded and simultaneously gave orders to his surroundings, clean up the battlefield. Rustle rustle. The skeletons behind him sprang into action. They started cleaning the battlefield, dragging the evolved zombies and mutated zombies over, while the regular zombies were piled to one side. After collecting the corpse cores, he released Corpse Battlefield, and the skeletons from the entire street stood up. They joined the ranks of the skeletons at the rear. The team continued to move forward. The recent battle had drawn away the zombies from the whole area, making the remaining path much smoother. It was just obstructed by some scrapped cars. They needed to get out and clear them, then continue onwards. They made their way to the clothing factory area that Zhao Rong had mentioned. Clothing factories and hat and shoe factories were all gathered here. A few of them entered the first factory zone. The gates opened, and 2 mutated zombie dogs charged at them. The skeleton Grand Boxer strangled one in each hand in midair, snapping their necks and killing them instantly. Their bodies were tossed aside. Zhao Rong and the other 2 technicians then let out a panicked yelp, taking a step back. Before they realized that the dogs were already dead. Let's go, let's take a look inside, Wu Heng said and led the way inside. The others followed close behind him. They walked together into the factory building. All sorts of filthy equipment were laid out before their eyes. After confirming there was no danger inside the factory, Wu Heng said, Zhao Rong, take your people and check the equipment here. We'll go check out the other side. If there's any danger, call us on the radio. Okay, Zhao Rong nodded. He began inspecting the equipment with his people. Wu Heng, with Chi Hengke, went to the warehouse area at the back. Warehouse after warehouse was opened, revealing clothing of various brands inside. We'll transport these back, and distribute them to everyone during holidays and festivals. Okay, Chi Hengkai took out the radio and started coordinating the loading of the trucks. He stood at the entrance of the warehouse for a while. Zhao Rong came back with his people and reported, it doesn't seem to be any problem from the outside, but we need to power them to test if they can operate normally. Wu Heng frowned and pondered, no rush, let's check out a few others first. Okay. They all went to check other factory zones together. One by one, they conducted inspections. After finishing the inspections, they arranged for some skeletons to stay behind. The rest of the people boarded the truck and started the return journey. On the truck, Wu Heng reconsidered the issue of the clothing factory. Currently, there were 2 plans. One was to restore power to that area, so all the machinery could produce in the original factory zone. The disadvantage was that the subsequent supply of textiles would be troublesome. Wu Heng would need to purchase textile materials from Gold and Silver Island, transport them to this world, and then to the factory. In the zombie world, survivors' clothing was also sufficient for the time being. The production of clothing was more about selling to the people of the other world, owning their own industry and market. The second plan was to move the equipment to Gold and Silver Island, where material transportation and production would be somewhat simpler. The issue with this was arranging for some skeletons to be trained. Those pieces of equipment, it seemed, still required operation. Tomorrow, bring some photovoltaic panels over, and after we power them up, have Zhao Rong and his team check the equipment. Wu Heng looked to the side. Okay, I'll have someone prepare tonight, and we'll head over first thing in the morning, Chi Hengkai answered. The convoy returned to the factory all the way. While the others went for dinner, Wu Heng also returned to the Island Master's manor. The next day, in the morning. Take a look, it's here, the second issue of the Gold and Silver Gazette is out. The situation in the Hueco Kingdom is critical. Heaven Destiny Cult has been officially designated as an evil cult by the association, and the latest serials of the Great Detective Story. The newspaper boy waved the newspapers in his hand on the stone platform amid the flower beds. His cries instantly attracted the attention of the nearby passers-by. Another issue's out already, so soon. What's with the Hueco Kingdom? There really haven't been any merchant caravans from the Hueco Kingdom coming to the island recently. Buy one, let's have a look. Not buying. Come on, let's chip in together, and we can all take turns reading it. Yeah, let's chip in. Soon, a crowd had gathered around the newspaper boy. Some bought their own copies, while others pooled their money to buy one to share and read the contents. After all, it's just text. Once one person finishes reading, it's not much use to them anymore. The next person can continue reading. The number of people making simple purchases increased. The newspaper boy's face broke into a smile, as business had finally picked up considerably. Saban, holding the newspaper he had just bought, squeezed his way out of the crowd somewhat awkwardly. He had been up late the night before with Marin, and as a result, he rose later than usual that morning. Because he had come out late, he saw the newspaper boy selling the new issue. Last time in the tavern, after reading the first issue of the newspaper, business there had improved significantly. The number of people coming to the tavern to hear stories every day had increased, and his treatment as a bard there had improved as well. Now there was a second issue out. The price was still affordable, otherwise, even if it were exorbitant, he'd have to buy a copy. It could change his destiny. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he headed toward a corner. As a child in his village, he was one of the rare few who was truly talented. He had a good voice, an excellent memory, and could remember some content after just 1 or 2 readings. After changing his profession to bard, he became proficient in performance and linguistic skills, performing even more exceptionally. The village had pooled their money together to send him out, hoping for a different future for him. But once he left, he found that things were not as he had imagined. His talents had no advantage at all outside of his village. He took a boat to Gold and Silver Island and found a job at a tavern. To temporarily sustain his livelihood, so he wouldn't starve to death. He found a deserted corner. Sabin opened the newspaper and started to read it carefully. When he got to the story, he even took out a pen and underlined the key parts, the dialogue, so it would be easier for his performance. After he had read it through carefully twice, he tucked the newspaper into his chest and stood up, looking toward the Island Lord's mansion. Island Lord Wu Heng, my future depends on your story now. Approaching the tavern, Sabin's brow furrowed. It was still morning, and there shouldn't be many people in the tavern at this time. But from afar, he could see that a good number of people, men and women, young and old, had gathered at the entrance, chatting. Good morning, Sabin said politely as he bowed to the crowd. Is there a fight inside? Mr. Sabin, we've all been waiting for you. Are you late today? A familiar customer spoke. Not late, there's still some time. Have you all been waiting for me all morning? Is there something going on? Sabin looked around doubtfully. Although he was a professional, a bard was not good at fighting. If so many people were after him, he might die. What else could it be? The second issue of the newspaper is out, and everyone's waiting for you to read the contents, someone explained. Sabin immediately breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they're not here to beat me up, that's fine. Get inside quickly, they're all waiting for you. Someone pushed him from behind, and, stumbling, he barged through the tavern door. The light was dim, but Sabin's eyes instantly focused. The tavern was packed with figures, not a single empty seat. Let's get started, Mr. Sabin. Sabin took a deep breath. After casting, skill of eloquence heroism loud voice, on himself, he strode confidently onto the wooden stage. He gave a light cough to signal the crowd below for silence. He glanced at the patrons filling the seats and the eyes peering in through the window from outside. With a smile, he said, Ladies and gentlemen, today's newspaper starts like this. Chapter 564, I'm afraid Auntie will cut them down. Island Lord's mansion. Wu Heng looked at the panel displaying his fame, his brows slightly raised. The speed of the increase in fame this time was much faster than before, even doubling. Has the story caught fire? But it had just been serialized for the second issue, totaling less than 6,000 words. How could it catch fire at this time? Despite his doubt, the increase in fame was indeed real. It seemed that Glenda's decision to change the story's protagonist to herself was correct. As long as it helped with the fame, changing the protagonist's name was not a big deal. Thinking of this, Zhao flew back from outside. Floating in midair, she said, Uncle, the newspapers sold really well today. I went to the harbor, and they were all sold out. The sales are that good? On second thought. The harbor was a place with a lot of people coming and going. People arriving on the island would find it novel and normal to buy a paper to read, while those leaving the island would have more time on the ship and could pass the time with a newspaper. Now, they all have money. Some bought it alone, and others pooled money to buy it, answered Zhao. Pooling money to buy one newspaper and take turns reading it was also a cost-saving method. That's also a solution, as long as everyone likes our newspapers. It's alright if several people pool money to buy it, said Wu Heng. The main thing was the improvement in fame, and it seemed to be effective. Even if he wasn't making money, as long as the fame continued to grow, he would keep serializing the newspaper. Zhao flew to the other side, leaned close to his ear, and whispered, I also heard someone cursing Aunt Glenda, calling her mean-spirited and wanting to find out who wrote it, to break her legs, without realizing that she doesn't have legs now. Why's that? Asked Wu Heng. They said the ending was awful, and the place where the story ended made them uncomfortable. Wu Heng understood it was the problem of cliffhangers. He had read Glenda's rewritten novel, and although the story was the original one, the ending had been given a cliffhanger. It must have been something Glenda learned from modern literature. Don't tell your aunt, it'll just upset her. Zhao nodded. Yeah, I'm afraid she'll take her sword and go chop them up. Lighthouse Street Tavern. Damn it. It ends at the crucial moment again. I really want to punch the writer. This ghostwriter is up to no good. The newspaper took our money, and yet they purposefully leave it at that. Absolutely detestable. He truly deserves to die. If I find out who cut off the story, I'll burn her with fire. A redhead short person slammed the table and cursed loudly. Smack. Smack. No sooner had the words left his mouth. The crisp sound of a slap echoed through the tavern. The man who had stood up to curse surprisingly looked at his hand and then felt his stinging cheek. Why did you hit yourself? I don't know. The redhead short person stood still, his face burning from hitting himself, and his eyes of anger cleared up somewhat. Upon reflecting carefully, he cautiously sat back down. He muttered a low apology to those around him. He then went silent, keeping his head down and drank. Island Lord's mansion. Glenda also flew back. She said, the sale of newspapers this time was good. Along the way, everybody was reading them. I think we could appropriately increase the print run. People are coming to the island every day, and they can all buy them. It could also cultivate the habit of reading newspapers among the islanders. Wu Hang estimated in his mind. Before the next issue came out, the second issue would continue to sell. Indeed, printing some more could be done. You're right. Let's go and print some more, he said. Leading two ghosts downstairs, they headed to the printing press workshop. He tasked the skeleton workers to continue printing more copies of the second issue's newspapers.